Good evening, one and all. It's Friday. It's the end of the working week. It's time for us to jump into EVE Online. Welcome back, one and all. Hope you're doing well where you are around the world. We have got the gentle, happy tunes of the classic EVE Online soundtrack in the background right now, because I'll be quite honest with you, the modern music doesn't quite have the same, I don't know, same charm to it. Is this quest new or something? It's not new, but it's new to me, in that I have never done it before and kept putting it off 20 million times over. And now I'm actually going to finally get around to playing through the Bloodstained Stars. Oh.
Hello there, Ken Man.
Hello, Belzer. Thank you very much for resubscribing that up onto 18 months, 1.5 years. Are you dropping your Prime over here consistently? Much appreciated. Thank you very much on that, and hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. Bloodfeud, we're going to find out what the story is. We are going to find out what story we have in stock for us. So the Bloodstained Stars is a many hours long series of missions, and this is why I've not done it before. It's many hours long and it takes you all around Highsec, all the way over the goddamn game. So I'm in a position to finally sit down. Let's crack through that one. You can do it once every 90 days. So once I've done it, it'll be on cooldown. It doesn't tell you when it comes off cooldown, because game design is hard, guys, don't you know? But yeah, I've not bothered to do it in the entire time up to this point because just, well, one, I needed to know it existed, and two, I was like, there's other things I want to spend many hours on. Other things indeed. But this seems like the right time to do it. I'm not entirely sure what's compelled me, what's changed, what's different. I can't give you an answer on that. I just know that today is the right time to do it. With that said, I do need to actually head on out to where it all begins. I have got my route set, so we're going to unlock from here. I'm fairly certain I have... Yep, I have my ammo. Maybe, Ellie, maybe. Ellie, I did notice you've not been on for a month. I hope you caught the message that this weekend is the last of the free hauling for the evac, so if you did want to have your stuff moved, you kind of need to get in touch with me, because I am not going to backtrack on that freebie ending. I am going to backtrack on that, so if you do want your stuff moved, chop chop. Alright, let's start travelling our route. I've got it set, it's 8 jumps, so we just need to make our way over there. Now, there are some parts of the screen which are blurred out. This is intentional, because I sometimes get involved in PvP activities, or go into unsafe space. I'm not going to unblur it just for the sake of the Bloodstained Stars. So all it means is that some security information, top left and bottom middle, is going to be blurred out only for my safety. That's all. Is the blur command on? Good question. Let's see. Is the blur command on? It is now. There we are. Is that the feature in the game, or have I made it? I'm using a plugin on OBS for that. So it's blurred on OBS, not in game. So that's how that works. Okay, bot, come on. Come on. Come on. It's active. It says it's active. Well, the bot's responding to Gara. That's curious. There's our purple. But it's not responding to I just activated it. How is it this incapable? It says blur is active. Is there something... there was a regex setting from a stream title thing. That's it. It's fixed. It's fixed now. There we go. Alrighty. Works now? Yep. I found what was missing. So yeah, let's get cracking on with this. Now, the Bloodstained Stars, it's a long series of missions that come in 5 chapters, I think. I think it's 5 chapters. Let me have a double check here. Sorry, I was incorrect. 7 chapters. 7 chapters. The wiki lists this as doable in multiple hours. Yeah. The epic arc contains missions with moderate combat and lots of traveling. So, yes, this is going to take a while, and there's going to be a lot of gentle chatting downtime. How many hours? Good question. Good question, Ozzy. We're going to find out the way that we seem to find out a lot of things on these streams, by just going out there and bloody well doing it. And we get to appreciate the scenery as we travel. No, I don't need D-scan right now. What am I going to D-scan? Nothing, that's what. Clean up a little bit so we get a nicer view of it all. Yeah, someone would have to really want me dead to put in the effort to piece together exactly where I am and what I'm doing. Now, in this case, I'm actually announcing where I'm going to be and what I'm doing, so never mind. But in the case of normal EVE Online gameplay, if I stream like exploring, mining, mission running, it would give me some level of protection. That someone just kind of dipping in and out would go, it's covered. Effort. Yeah, it's one of those things. You don't lock your front door to make the house impenetrable. You lock it so that someone can't just turn the handle to get in. Yeah. Let's continue our travels.
Drive active.
And one of the big parts of EVE Online is that EVE Online is big. There is distance. It is very important that there is distance. Because otherwise everyone will be on everyone else's lap, and only those with the biggest, meanest fleets would be able to do anything. Yeah. Is the quest effective if someone starts PvP? It depends on the kind of effect. It really does depend on that, Alien. I believe the bloodstained stars entirely exist within high security space, whereupon non-consensual PvP will be harder for someone to initiate upon me. So I shouldn't engage in any of that. It's been a while since I last engaged in some non-consensual PvP that I didn't just immediately dip out of, or started myself. But yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen other places about the Bloodstained Stars that it can be like 4 hours for a rookie. I'm not a rookie, I've got better gear, so I should be able to do it a little bit more steadily. I never actually checked my augmentations, oopsies. Alright, well, let's hope I don't die. Carrying a little bit in my head. We are passing through a slightly different region of space, which is much more golden. But we're only passing through this one. We're on our way from Placid through Genesis into Essence. But yes, this region of space is very golden on that side, although a very blue star over there. And gold up here too. Multiple golden nebulae. Which is fitting considering I've got a very golden ship. Does it have to be restarted, fail automatically, or things like that? Typically with missions in EVE Online, they don't have a simple pass or fail, did you actually complete the mission in that moment. If your ship blows up for some reason, you can come back with another ship. However, there are some parts of missions where they're like, you need to obtain this specific mission objective. If that mission objective gets stolen or blown up by someone else, then you're out of luck. Yeah. What am I flying? This is a Confessor. It's a Tech 3 destroyer. Tech 3 meaning it's adaptable, so I have 3 different modes I can switch it into. Defensive, Sharpshooter, and Propulsion mode. I'm currently using Propulsion as it means I get into warp just that bit faster. This thing is equipped with lasers. It is equipped with probes, it's equipped with a web, cargo scanner, repairs, and some general boosting modules. And we have now arrived in Essence. So you can see the region of space has changed. We've got over there the distant cold blue glow of Caldari space. A whole load of emptiness in general directions around there, and then this lovely nebula which marks most of Galente space. And it's a very nice and welcoming medley of colours with a strong blue-green undercurrent to it. But with all that in mind, I believe there is a beacon. None of those are beacons? Or is it a station? I thought it was a beacon I was supposed to be going to. Okay. Let me just quickly check here. Am I missing something obvious? I thought there was supposed to be a beacon on my overview I'd just pick up and head on over to. But maybe I'm thinking of a different epic arc that starts that way. You know what? Starting point is from Sister Alitura. And you're going to tell me that Sister Alitura is actually in here, aren't you? Agents, epic arc. She's in that station. I thought she was at a beacon in space. My bad. After a grand start here, I forgot where the start point was. Proof that I have never ever done this before. There we are. You have no idea what's happening, but you're happy to be here? Well, welcome on in, word kid. We are running basically a long, low-level quest in EVE Online, which you can only do once every 90 days, but provides a substantial and very hard-to-obtain benefit. That substantial benefit is that at the end of this, we can make any one of the Empire factions, the 4 main factions, significantly happier with my existence, without affecting our standings with the other factions. Because say normally if I were to go up with the Galente, then the Caldari would be upset about it. The Amar would be a little bit miffed, and the Mimitor would go, hey, that was cool, dude. And there'll be various other derived standings across all kinds of other factions. But with this, I could, for example, get the Caldari to go, yo, bro, you're alright, without pissing off the Galente in the process. And that is the idea here. There we are, Sister Alitura, Epic Arc Agent. Let's get started on this. Move that just a bit above. I don't want my head to be blocking any of it. There we are, that'll do it fine. Does it mean in theory you can make everyone love you with enough waiting? Yes, indeed. It would take years. Many years, but yes. A beacon beckons. I ask for your help. I ask for help, and they send me a capsuleer. You are a capsuleer, aren't you? An immortal pilot who subverts the rules of life and death, who shapes the fate of empires? You'll have to excuse my skepticism. I work with a humanitarian organization, the Sisters of Eve. I've seen your kind hasten the deaths of millions every day. You expect me to believe that you're different? To prove yourself, your actions will have to do the talking. We've just received a distress call from a ship called the Damsel, and you're the closest aid available right now. Get out there and save some lives. Prove to me you're not just another murderous liar with a god complex. This person really hates us. With all the power at your disposal, you certainly could be a force for good. And one thing is certain, good is in dire need of allies these days. Alright then. So a beacon beckons. We need to head on out to a Monarch. Let's set our destination there. And apparently we need to go and attempt to rescue. We are awarded with 100,000 ISK for doing the mission, and a further 178,000 if we complete it within 6 hours. I can assure you, we are going to complete it within 6 hours. Find a damsel. Sometimes objects and entities found in space are not displayed in the default overview settings. Adding to the overview can reveal those objects. I've got that covered. Let's go. Yeah, we are we are immortals and certainly act like it. Apparently, I've not verified this, but apparently part of the canon in EVE is that there are civilian NPC non-capsuleer ships all around us, flying about these stations and stargates. But the camera drones we're connected to that allow us to see around the ship and whatnot are specifically designed to filter out those civilians, those mortals. Because if we could see them, well, there'll be plenty of capsuleers who go, ooh, targets. So to deal with that, the camera drones don't show them. That apparently is the law. LORE and LAW, for that matter. Anyway, let's make our way on down. Heading on through, we've only got 2 jumps to this next spot, which is real nice. And again, the size of Eve is going to be very apparent in the amount of time that we will spend travelling today. That's just EVE Online. That is just EVE Online. Ah, you see, Ellie, there's no such thing as Crossfire in EVE, because EVE doesn't use real-world physics, it uses EVE Online physics. This is how come giant ships can bounce off of each other, how warp drives can go through stations without harm, and it is how we are able to fire guns that don't accidentally hit the wrong thing. EVE physics is not real-world physics. Yep, see, there's Alien. Immediately acting like a capsuleer. Well, once again back into the golden space, you can see the nebula of the other region is now much more distant over in that direction. I believe that is the remains of Caroline's star at a glance? I'm not certain on that. I don't have my bearings on that one, to be honest with you. Oop, up we pop. You don't know much about this game. You do have male strippers and dancers in your inventory from some event in game. Yes, true, that does definitely happen. You can acquire exotic dancers and exotic dancers male. Says a lot about the default expectations. They may have changed that since I last acquired some exotic dancers. I'll be honest, it was never intentional to acquire them.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. This is the greatest first time chat you've ever seen. Yeah. EVE Online is just built different. And so are the players. Alright then, we are arriving. We need to approach the Mimitor battleship wreck. Oh dear. Yeah, things do seem to have been a little bit spicy here. That is a dreadnought wreck. That's a dreadnought wreck, and that is a battleship wreck. A wreck of the Damsel. That does not sound good for anyone involved. Let's head on over. I'm using my propulsion module to increase my speed, so we move rather swiftly through here. It's only an afterburner and not a micro warp drive, so I'm not going the fastest I could go, but it does also make me more defensive. But yeah, that looks wrecked. That looks absolutely wrecked. There is not really much to rescue here, and apparently we can complete this mission remotely. That is an Epic Arc-only thing, I think. It seems Concord was faster to respond, but your backup was definitely appreciated. Oh, okay, so they've already been rescued. Well, that's good. There are a handful of survivors picked up. They've been taken to various care facilities in the area, wherever vacancies can be found. Fair enough. Well, I got paid for coming out here, even if someone else did the cleanup faster. What next from Sister Alitura? We got some interesting information out of your trip. It seems no one fired on the Damsel. Something must have happened inside the ship. We'd like you to track those survivors down, see if you can get any information about the ship's path, pilot, or cargo. We need to know what caused this disaster. Concord is the first logical step. I've got in touch with Concord agent Tevis Jack, who may have information for you. His location has been uploaded to your Neocom. He's currently acting as an OR agent. Go see if you can find out a piece of this puzzle. Alright, so let's accept that. We need to be heading on over to Tevis Jack, and they are only one jump away. Very nice. Oh, sorry, yeah, under the blur. My bad. I'll try and keep that in mind. Alright, let's head our way through.
Warp drive active.
Let's head on over. just one jump, go speak to this undercover police agent and see what they have to say. I'm also apparently going to be making progress on the Epic Arc tutorial rewards along the way. Cute. Further proof that I've never done this before. I'm gaining the Air Career Program rewards, which are supposed to be given out to new players to encourage them to try out different parts of the game. So again, I have really been putting this off. Let's head over to Tevis.
Active.
Da-da-da. I feel like the game music's perhaps just a little on the quieter side. Let's bump it up. There we are. Just a little more audible. Tell me if it's too loud. Hello there, Tevis. Alright, let's just confirm with our previous agent. Yep, that is done. Stop our ship, don't know why it's moving. Tevis Drac, with the mission of interest. Yeah, I picked up the crew that outlived that explosion. Pretty massive, whatever it was. I'll see if I can track down the facilities they were sent to, if you can do me a favour. A bunch of pirates have been scavenging the explosion site. Go and take them out for me. It shouldn't be too much trouble for a capsuleer, and you might even find some extra information. Hell, you can probably get it done in the time I'll need to look up the rest of this data. Damn legacy systems. I can understand with that, Tevis. I can absolutely understand. So, we need to head on over to where some pirates are scavenging the explosion site and bring back this strange data core. That's the item we are likely to find. We'll set our destination, accept the mission, close the panel, and off we go. I think that again spawned a little bit over to the left, so I'm just going to have to remember to move everything over every time it opens up the window. Now if we pop there, it looks like I am not the only one doing this. There is a Jackdaw doing the same mission. That's fine. Jackdaw is a Tech 3 destroyer just like my own, but it's the Caldari variant. I am using the Amarian one. The difference being, Caldari uses shields and missiles, I use armor and lasers. It also got there just slightly ahead of me, but whatever. Now when it comes to the actual mission itself, we are going to be going to two different locations because it's instant spawns. They haven't even started moving yet. That's their problem, not mine. Well, let's see then. What is in this next part? We need strange data core in our cargo hold, and oh look, there are the scavengers. Let's take them out. Split the guns, because I probably don't need every shot to take out the... Nope. Definitely did not. Oh shoot, am I using Gleam? I am. Oops, that's why that was missing. There we go. More of them, alright. Absolutely fine with me. Again, ungroup the guns. Prime the first two. Second two, yep. Oh, and more again, alright. That's fine. They will find themselves very rapidly up... Oh, they're obliterated, there it is. They're dead. From Tevis, my sense of picking up that you now have a strange bit of tech in your cargo. Bring it to me. Oh, have I now? It's just, yeah, it's just deposited into my cargo. Fair enough. Whilst I'm here, there is one wreck with something in it. Let's just scan what it is without going to it. It is... basically worthless. I'm going to ignore it. Let's go back to our agent.
Warp drive active.
There we are. Weird Kid saying the closest I've ever played Eve is Endless Space 2. Sorry, not familiar with that one. Let's warp ourselves over. There's a player-owned station just looming over this Stargate as well, fair enough. It's a market hub. A 4X space game? Ah, fair enough. And let us warp on over to the agent. We have a data core for Tevis. Now in this fitting, I left a... oops, that's not fitting. I've left this high slot empty due to a lack of fitting space to put anything in there. I could have fit a salvager module offline and just kind of turn it on as and when I wanted to use one. But the problem is that the salvage I'm going to get from NPCs throughout all of this is pretty much worthless. It's completed the missions that's of value. Let's complete the mission, drop off the data core. There's, you're done. Good timing. Thanks. Hey, Mythic, welcome on in. Let us request our next mission. Retrieving Red. Okay, I found your first guy, but it looks like he's already shipped out again. What a fighter, huh? He's down in the crew manifest as Red, and his convoy has him listed under the same handle, so there you go. I'm giving you coordinates to intercept this convoy now. You should be able to catch them before they get too far. Go quick though, I'm worried they don't have enough security to deal with the number of pirates where they're headed. They may need your help. Interesting, alright. So we're gonna have to go destroy the pirates, find Red, and bring Red back to Tevis Jack. Let us get going.
Warp drive active.
And this site is in this very system, so we don't need to go through any stargates. We're just going to head straight on into whichever location. I'm going to remain in propulsion mode for the moment, but as soon as it becomes necessary, I can switch to sharpshooter, which massively increases both my range and my damage. And it looks like I'm going to want to do that. Let's switch crystals for the increased range, because they are a bit of a distance away. Split the guns. And open fire. Hello, Hoaxen. Welcome on in. There we go. That is all the pirates taken out. Did I... Yep, and I have picked... This is the corpse of a man wearing a red shirt. Nuts. It looks like he was a pretty tough guy just a few hours ago. Oh dear. No looting those wrecks, so let's just go straight back to our agent and let them know what the hell's happened here.
Active.
That does not look good. Now arriving at Tevis Jack. Hi, Tevis. I've got good news and I got bad news. Good news is I went where you told me to. Bad news is, yeah, our target's kind of perished. I'm not a fan of that drone. There we are. Tevis! Dead, is he? Figures. I'll keep the investigation open, but unless something changes, there's little Concord can do. Great. Just got a message from Sister Alitura. I sent her that weird data core you found at the site. She says they weren't able to decipher it. Pity. Still, she's very interested in consulting with you, so go do what she wishes. The sisters are good people. Alright then, we are going back to Sister Alitura. Accept and get out of here. Was it 3 jumps last time? I guess it was.
Active.
There we are. Whilst we travel, might as well claim these rewards. Ka-ching. Complete 10 mining agent missions. Fairly certain I'm not doing a mining mission, but you know what? We'll take them. If the game wants to reward me, I will take the rewards. Thank you. I'll just claim those now. Yoink. Head on over to the next system.
Drive active.
Passing a variety of ships all around. Nothing we need to concern ourselves with. I've always liked, on longer warps, seeing the whole system kind of drift by. You get that parallax effect. Really, really show you the speed at which we're traveling. For those of you unfamiliar with the warp speeds in EVE Online and how that translates, this ship I'm using has a maximum warp speed of 4.5 astronomical units per second. To put that into comparison, 1 astronomical unit is around about 8 light minutes, because that's the distance from here to the sun. So to go at 4.5, that is 8, 16, 32... yeah, about 36 light minutes per second. So we're traveling in 1 second what light can do in over half an hour when we're at maximum warp speed. That's pretty fast. That is indeed pretty fast. I'm just yeah, 2,160 times the speed of light. And that's just our warp speed. When you then go through a Stargate, we are instantly translated from one star system to another. At that point, we're not traveling astronomical units, we're traveling fractions or whole portions of a light year. Pretty good speed. How much time would it take you to circle the Cetus with that speed? What, you mean circle the plains of Eidolon? You wouldn't be able to finish beginning the question, let alone actually asking it. I don't think I can really stress just how quick light speed is on such a scale, let alone something going 2,000 times that speed.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, we'd be travelling 4.5 AU per second max. When you hear that bang, that's when we're at max speed in the warp. So that is 675 million kilometers per second. That's it's a bit of speed. Now we don't maintain that speed the entire warp. It's got the acceleration curve and the deceleration curve as we go in and out of it.
Docking permission.
Otherwise it would be a little
Docking
bit disorienting.
request accepted.
I mean, I wouldn't be against warp hitting the acceleration instantly and only having to decelerate for game balance reasons, but yeah. I feel like it's gotten stuck on the combat music. Let's override that. Oh, closed. No. There we go. That completes the old mission. Alright then, we're now back at Sister Alitura. What else have they got to say? Jet canning a janitor. We have another crew member located. The ship's janitor, Neben Centriel, is stationed at a small outpost. We hope he'll have a lead on where some of the other personnel are recuperating. In light of what has happened to Red, I'd like you to bring him back here once you found him. For his own safety. You understand? I do indeed. If bad things are happening to the survivors, we need to protect the ones that are, well, still alive. Mission is accepted. Let us undock. Pretty much, Ellie. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Well, oh, it's the Jackdaw pilot again. Let us warp to our location.
Warp drive active.
Ignore the large battleship right there. Another destroyer. This is a very busy station. There's a lot of people coming out of that one. But we're not interested in any of that. We are interested in the mission itself. And oh look, there are some NPCs. Hostiles. We can tell they're hostile because they're marked in red. Let's change them from red to dead. Lasers active, and it's an instant obliteration. More have spawned. So this is the way it works. We can see this one here. And now we can't. And we've received a message from Neben Centurion. Yeah, I know where Aubrey, the ship's cook, was headed, but I'll need a terminal to give you the coordinates. A terminal in a safe station. I'm not stupid. Sure. Let us go pick up the janitor. And whilst I'm travelling to it, I'm going to scan that rack over there because it's got some loot inside. What is the loot? It is just some metal scraps, I don't care. Let's dock.
Warp drive active.
Okay, we're going to get halfway into the structure and then bounce off it. Yep, that is physics. That is physics right there. Sure, why not? Love it. There we are, once again arriving at this remarkably busy station. Mining for it, a hauler, battleship still, multiple destroyers, more battleships, a scanner, and a rookie ship somewhere quite a distance away. Give me a moment to input Neben's data. He's already providing us with good information. Well, that is good. What's up then? We got the information from Neben, but there's a problem. It appears Aubrey Azil, the ship's cook, has shipped out as well. There's no way they would all get reassignments so soon after an incident like this. They're being shuffled through the system so we don't find them. And then there's the drones. You need to find Aubrey. If we follow this long enough, we might discover who doesn't want the truth uncovered. Okay, there is definitely some foul play at work here. Something's afoot. Let's go grab the cook and see what more we can find out. Once again, we undock and we set our warp to the location.
Active.
I never like Caldari stations. They always look so both overly utilitarian and yet at the same time they're just obnoxiously in the way of the undock. Why is the station protruding so far in front of the undock? It's just unhelpful. Oh, message from Aubrey. Hey, can you give me a hand here? The damn things took out my propulsion. I'm dead in the water. Oh. Alright, well, let's go to the transport. Don't you worry, I got propulsion aplenty for both of us. I'm sure absolutely nothing of concern is around here. After all, she only said the damn things, and I see no things. Just rocks, rocks, and more rocks. And some debris. Holy shit, they're back. Oh, yep, nope, I see, yep, those are indeed things. Switching mode. Chef acquired. And I could go immediately dock, but I have guns. Let's get rid of these rogue drones so they won't take out anything else. Oh, there's more of them. Alright, well, let's keep dealing with them then. At the moment they are too far away to threaten me, and I can just snipe them. Agents popped up. Rogue drones? Well, bring us Azil? Oh, last name. I was going to say. Bring Azil back here and we'll see what we can do for him. Heading on over to Sister Alitura with the chef. As he'll say, it's like those bastards were leaving me to die out there. Don't worry. You're fine. You're not dying. You'll live forever. No, wait, that's me. I'm the one who lives forever. But it's fine. It's still fine. Yeah, rogue drones in EVE Online are quite literally drones that have achieved sentience and decided to turn on everyone. If it ain't drone, it dead. So, there is a reason why AI is not permitted in EVE Online. Every time someone makes one, it turns rogue. Every single time. We don't know why it keeps happening. It just keeps happening. They always turn rogue. Alright, let's complete that mission there. Drone involvement is certainly worrying news. Let me see what other leads I have for you. Delivering a doctor. We've located the doctor from the wrecked ship. Unfortunately, we've located her by way of a ransom demand. Oh god. We want this doctor alive, so we're going to pay it. Luckily, they just want planetary currency, so the real risk value is minimal. I'll put the money in your hangar when you accept this mission. I need you to take the ransom to the designated drop location. There to drop off the doctor as soon as you drop off the money. That's the plan, anyway. I'd be prepared for a double cross, just in case. Alright, so we need to acquire Dr. Luigi Elban. Let us accept the mission. We'll take a lot of money over to this drop site. I guess, Ellie, I guess. Alright. We're undocked. Warping on over. Couple additional ships on their merry way there as well, but we don't need to worry about any of them. Now arriving at the drop. I need to put a lot of money in the dead drop. And the dead drop is, of course, 20 kilometers away in this wreck of a superstructure of some kind. Sure. Let us approach it at maximum velocity. I bounced off the beacon. That's mildly frustrating and mildly amusing. There's walkway debris, more ripped superstructure, space shuttle wreck, as opposed to, you know, the other shuttles we'll see out here in space. What a place for a dead drop. Well, let's pop the money in. That worked out well. I wonder how much cash we can get if we kill you and keep the doctor. Oh, look at that, it's a double cross. Okay, switching to gun mode. Optimal range is yes. Oh, more of them have spawned. That's fine. These guns have infinite ammo. That's part of the reason I like them. Firing on every chamber. And they're gone. Now we just need to acquire the doctor, which is somewhere here. Is it in one of these two? Or do I already have the doctor? Oh, I already have the doctor. Excellent. Well, let's just check what these wrecks have anyway. Bupkis. And Soddle. Beautiful. Alright then, let's dock.
Warp drive active.
These pirates really never ever learn, do they? Also, you can definitely tell this is designed for new players to kind of experience mission gameplay and set out into the stars to go through different regions of space. Because we're kind of obliterating it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request.
But that's a good thing. It means we're not going to spend too long on needless tedium of small combats. We can get into the meatier stuff. Let us complete this mission. Handled herself well out there. Dr. Elban is cooperating with us. Good. Engineering a rescue. We've gone a long way, but we've found the key survivor. Her name is Tahaki Karin. She was the engineer on the main ship from the Ruin Fleet, and she signed on to the crew of the Heartbreak. She may be the only one who knows what really happened. You know the drill by now. Get out there and get her before someone else does. I'm fairly certain there'll be someone there to shoot at you. Alright then. Does it scale on the replays, or is this just a perpetually repeatable rookie mission? Perpetually repeatable rookie mission, yeah. You can do it once every 90 days for the benefit, which is a benefit to everyone, not just rookies.
Warp drive active.
There are also much higher level epic arcs out there, but this is the one I wanted to get done today. This is like when you beat a game and then go back to finish the side quest you skipped, I guess? I won't say I've beaten Eve, but yes. Alright, oh! From Tahaki Karen. Get me out of here! This thing might explode any second now! Oh dear, well, let's get to that ship. It is being sundered by drones. Switching to combat mode. Lasers applied. Oh, more drones. Switch these over to close range. Grab the engineer. Using the web to slow down that drone, and they are all gone. Excellent. Did any of them drop anything? Of course not. They're rogue drones.
Warp drive
They don't drop
active.
loot. Confirmed we have the engineer with us. Let's head back over to the station. It's nice that all of the deployments of these other individuals are all happening in this same system. We don't need to go gallivanting off right so soon. We're just slightly out of dock range. Let's get closer with a prop mod on.
Docking request accepted.
There we are. Okay. Alitura once again. Excellent. Karen is being transported to a more secure Sisters of Eve location for a full debriefing with our people. Don't worry, we'll keep Concord well informed of our progress. And so next, remember the strange data core you found? We've determined that it must have been made by rogue drones of some kind. I'm sending you to Galente Space, we're already there, where I've contacted someone who can help you continue this investigation. Her name is Delphine Saresia, an agent for Creodron and the daughter of their chief researcher. We've tapped out our other leads for now, which leaves us in need of more information on drones, and she can certainly give you that. Alright then, we are heading on over to the system of Harget to go meet this particular agent, Delphine. Let's head on out of here. And given the number of jumps, that would suggest to me that our work in this particular area might be coming to an end. So, 8 jumps to go. Let's set our route and get out of here. And we are much faster than that Vexor cruiser. Yep, it's gone. Or rather, we're gone and it's still sat there. Exactly, Ellie, yeah. That amount of standing increase is pretty nice. If I bring up my standings whilst we travel, and have a look at this here. So, with Federation Navy, for example, I have a base of 9.84, and with my skills it goes to 9.86. Almost no change because I'm near the cap. The way it works in EVE is you have standings between -10 to +10. An increase actually removes that amount, as it were, from the remaining standing you have available to you. So, say if I was at 0 and I received a +1 increase, well, I'd actually try to remove 10% of the difference between 0 and 10, which in this case would be +1, so it just works. But if I was already at, say, 5 standings and received +1, it would again remove 10% of the difference between 5 and 10, so I'd only go up to 5.5. Negatives work the same way, but in the other direction. So if I was at 5 standing and I received -1, then I wouldn't go down by 1, I would go down by 1.5, because I'm 15 away from -10. Now if we have a look down the list here, in Kaldari's case, Caldari, I have negative 5.95 with them. I should probably keep warping. Negative 5.95. Now, because of my skills, my diplomacy skill, I bring that by 1.91 to minus 404, but it's still negative. Almost no agent in Caldari territory will speak to me, because I am just so badly regarded by the entire Caldari state, and the Mar Empire for that matter. But if I complete this epic arc, I can get that plus 0.875 increase. And if we have a look here, I'm at minus 5.95, so 15.95 multiplied by 0.0875 would give me an increase of 1.396, basically 1.4. So my base value, which is currently minus 5.95, would instead become minus 4.55. And with my diplomacy stat, which is improving this by 4% per level, let me see here. Times 0.88. Oops. I would end up on minus 2.8. Minus 2.8 rather than minus 4.04. So, whilst that still wouldn't make any of the agents listen to me, I would be very close to having that fixed. Very close. So that is the end goal, basically, is to get the Caldari a little bit less pissed off of me. Now you might be wondering, Ken, why are the Caldari so pissed off of you? What did you do to annoy the Caldari state this much that you need to have a diplomacy skill to not have them hunting me down? Well, my character is a war veteran. My character is a decorated, I shall point out, decorated war veteran against the Caldari.
Warp drive active.
So as a result, they're a little bit pissed off. I get it. I'd like to still point out I was on the correct side of that war. But if I say that too much, I probably won't get the full 8.75 standing increase now, will I? Let us jump on through to our next system. We're halfway towards a location. We'd be closer if I remember to hit jump whilst I was talking there, but I forgot.
Warp drive active.
We're currently in the region of Single Isle, which is very close to Nebula. It's right up in your face. Very colourful space right there. You got that Caldari coldness off in that direction. I believe that's off towards Minmatar space as well. And that's off towards Amarian. So we're actually in a bit of a central location within the four main empires. You can make out multiple different regions nebulae from here. The nebulae do pretty much mark out where different regions are. You can identify them quite well from that. Yeah, that's probably Metropolis in that direction. That again looks like the remnants from Caroline Star, if I'm correct about it. This is all just Galente space, over that way towards Genesis. That way would probably lead us up towards the Forge and Black Rise. If I'm remembering my navigation correctly. If I turn on a particular setting, is it here? Oh, it's already on, isn't it? Oh yes, you can see the faint line in the distance. Hello, Pure Vector. It's going well. We are following up on a plot of some kind. But yeah, we can see those two stars are connected there. I've got two more jumps left on this route. So the first one is that star there, and then there's a slight pulse on the line shows. We then head over to this star.
Warp drive active.
Mentar, can you even remember this? Look, Ellie, consider your playtime to my playtime. there's a bit of a difference. Just a little bit of a difference. I mean, I was around at the time that the Caroline Star thing happened. And that's now old news. Very old news. I'm fucking ancient, yo. And even within the age of the game, I'm still half the age of some of the players in terms of character age. This just been going a while. I think this game's 22 years old now. Constantly updated, of course.
Active.
Right, we've arrived into a region of Everyshore. So we've stepped away from Singleizon. We are now a little bit deeper into Galente space, a little bit further away from Caldari, which is very nice feeling. Yeah. This is the first time seeing EVE gameplay beyond the war stories you hear through YouTube. Do I prefer the flight in this or flight in Warframe's loading screens? Definitely flight in this game. At the moment I'm bouncing gate to gate, so it looks like it's all just very straight line, ship floaty, camera spinny. We're travelling, but yeah. You can tell any of the neighbour stars of Albriz outside of like Barlagut. That's where you spend a huge amount of your playtime. I mean, fair enough. So, yeah, we got Barlagut. If you go deeper into the low sec, that's away from Stagmont, kind of further down the valley as it feels to me. From Barlagut, you can turn one way off towards, I think it is Alsmert into Kenink, and then I think that leads through to Solitude. Whereas if you go the other way, you've got Vestuve, and I think there's another low sec system that way, I forget the name of it. And then that leads otherwise into Nullsec. And then if you go the other way, going up the hill back into Highsec, you can climb up through Gier into, I think it's Onsu, and then I think it splits. You can either go through Kumameri and Kovrin, and then into Stagmon, or you can go through... I forget which one connects up into Ostengel. My memory isn't perfect, and a lot of it is just like kind of jog your memory when you're on scene, but yeah. The more you play, the more it sticks in your mind. You just become more aware of it. That's how it works. But even then, I don't memorize it all. It's like, I don't remember the exact route between Forvis and Dodixie. But if I recall correctly, there's two routes, both 6 jumps long. One of them all through Singleizon. The other one jumps through different regions, including via Jashari, which I think is Evershore, which bounces all over the place. And one, I think it's from Foves to Dodixie, it always routes you through Singleizon. But from Dodixie to Foves, it always routes you through different regions, which was always confusing as a new player. I learned what the hell was going on there. Anyway, I need to be speaking to Delphine. Studying the scene. Alatura said you needed some more information about some kind of drone problem. The sisters have referred a few promising Capsuleers in the past, so I'm willing to give you a chance. But I can't do anything else until this mess I'm dealing with here has been taken care of. If you could retrieve some drones from Harrogate, that would speed things up considerably. You see, every drone in that system has ceased responding to signals. That just doesn't happen with Federation technology, unless the drones have been destroyed. Our research and development team needs whatever components still exist in order to analyze the remains. Fly out there, bring back one of the drones, or any parts that might remain. You'll need to be careful. There were no signs of other ships in the system, so I have no idea what could have destroyed our drones. Alright, Delphine. Sounds like an interesting drone problem. I can absolutely go out and find out what's going on for you. Stay alive, friend. Ah. We're going to head out now. She said go out into Harrogate. That's where we already are, so Harrogate it is. We'll just warp to the location.
Warp drive active.
That's this very, very close-up moon. Oof, skimmed it. I am also noticing that we are in a pretty far safe, actually. I'm going to save this location. There we are. You never know when you might need a safe in a system. I'm going to save that one. Alright. We got some weird drone shit happening here. Let's start approaching the container and take out everything else along the way. What do we got here? Broken Duval Laboratories recon drones. You know what? I'm not going to shoot those ones on the assumption that they're not going to be a threat to me. I'll switch to full propulsion mode and just go full speed. Stay alive, friend, as the camera pans to what is, for this little content, a flying tank fitted with nuke launchers. I take offense to that. Alright? These are not nuke launchers. These are beams of devastation, thank you very much. I have the power of a gleaming aurora in these chambers. We don't launch anything. That's Caldari, yeah. Well, so far those drones are doing nothing to me. I will happily leave them there. Oop, I overshot the container. We've got some corrupted drone components. Yoink. Well, if that's all that we need to do, let's get on out of here. These drones, they have a bounty on them, but yeah, I'm just going to leave those there. Whatever happened in that space, we don't need to worry about it. Yeah, this particular ship has absolutely no launching capacity. It's got no missile launchers, it's got no drone bay, it is just lasers. Offensively speaking. Actually, tell a lie, I can launch probes. I have literally a launcher called a core probe launcher, so there is that. Sorry, what now? Hey, Kenneth Skybound, I really like your style. Come talk to me when you've completed your objectives. She really likes my style, does she? Okay. Anyway, wonderful. The RD team has been waiting for your return. Are you available for another mission? Sure. What's up? A recently established colony still depends on Federation support for items they can't produce yet. Their last shipment of medical supplies was lost en route, and we think it may be due to rogue drone action. Regardless, this batch of supplies needs to get through. Lives are depending on it. Okay. So it's a shuttle job. We need to take over some antibiotics to a colony. Got it. Yeah, LU. Yeah, LU, absolutely. Getting hold of a Tech 2 analyzer will make your life so much better on hacking. Absolutely. If you're doing a lot of exploration, and you are, you'll want to get into Tech 2 analyzers. No doubt about it, you'll want them. Those really difficult containers are the ones most likely to contain the really valuable items. So yeah. It is pretty much just get to the Tech 2 module, and that has you covered for hacking. The next step after that would be to super duper ultra invest into a Zeugma and black glass implants and stuff like that. Expensive and completely unnecessary. I use only the Tech 2 stuff. Sails through. And there's Red Cause of Zero Loot. True, there's also that, and that's why you cargo scan them. Even if you're going to pop them all, you just know when to open it up and immediately close the window to force it to fail the hack. Do that twice and it pops and goes away. Sometimes that's faster than trying to do the minigame for no reward. Cargo scans work on hackables? Absolutely. Yep, my explorers always have a cargo scanner on them as well, for that very reason. It means then I can scan wrecks, I can scan hackables, and it's a considerable range. This module here is a 55-kilometer range, and it costs, on average, 624 risk. Basically nothing. One of these days you want to actually try it yourself? Wicked! Exclamation mark EVE Online. bring our ship to a halt here. Drop off the supplies. And complete remotely. Good capsules are always in short supply. I have an urgent recovery mission I could use your help with. Sure, what's up? Lair of the Snakes. I told you I'd help if you helped me. Well, the Serpentis Corporation has just kidnapped one of our Creodron's top minds, Dr. Aspasia Castile. She was analysing those drone parts you recovered earlier. The information she has is critical to figure out what's going on with the drones, but the Serpentis aren't going to let her go without a fight. They're planning to take her to their installation at Harrogate. I want you to get there first, destroy their base, and the ships guarding it before the transport ship arrives. Let's get involved. I got guns aplenty, and I'm ready to use them. So your dinky little laptop? Actually, yeah, you can run it on a dinky little laptop. You'll have to set the settings like potato mode low. But potato mode is indeed available to you. So you can set the resolution low, set on your VSync, turn off all of these if you need to, bring it all down to minimum. You can do that. Eve can be run on potatoes, which is how people are able to run like 10 accounts at once, because each of them are set to potato mode. Hi, Serpentis. Would you like to see what I have to say about lasers? Well, that's 2 of them already dead. 3, 4, 5. More have spawned. And you get a laser to face. Oh, it survived a volley. Impressive. Next one. Flat. Oh, I'm going to split the guns across these again. I'm just going to be lazier. This ship can be very, very lazy. Oh, a cruiser spawn. Alright. And they are at the edge of my range. Transport ship Bitis, abort your delivery. Our location is compromised. Move on to secondary site. Ooh. Secondary site, okay. We close the range a bit because lasers defocus very rapidly outside of their optimal. If I get a little bit closer, the DPS I am putting out will increase significantly. There we are. That appears to be this area cleaned up. There are a few wrecks, so I'm going to scan them, see what's inside. Nothing. Nothing interesting. Nope. Well, that's 3 terrible ones, and in the final one, terrible. No loot of interest. But that mission is completed. Very efficient, Ken. If you're willing to take another job from me, I have more details on the location of Aspasia Castile. I'm glad you contacted me. Since you destroyed the Serpentis research station, I think I only destroyed the ships. Was I supposed to blow this up? There's nothing I can blow up here. No, none of that is destructible. Anyway, game being game. Since you destroyed the research station, the transport ship headed to another location to make the transfer. Though we were able to intercept, both ships were lost in the course of the ensuing battle. However, we believe a data core containing Dr. Castile's notes may still exist. Your task is to go to Harrogate, locate the data core, and bring it back to me. Be warned, all indications are that the ship was contracted by the Guardian Angels as part of their protection agreement with the Serpentis Corporation. I'm sure they'll send a ship to scan the wreckage and see what can be salvaged as well. They will be looking for some way to recoup part of their loss. Let us accept and get to the location.
Warp drive active.
Ellie saying, trying to fast track anything via gameplay rather than Plex purchase, part of what broke your interest in it for a long while. I see, I see. What was it you were trying to fast track there, Ellie? Oh no, more NPCs, gisty NPCs. So these are of a Minmator design, and they are more resilient to laser fire than your typical NPC. Unfortunately, being more resilient is not immune. Let me demonstrate. Pop. Pop. Oh, not quite pop. There we are, I took a second shot. Wonder how much of your perception of Egypt is coloured by Eidolon hunts? Coloured the same as Eidolon hunts? The only easily accessible stuff on it is so hardcore it makes the entire concept seem monolithic and required effort. Well, here's the thing. How difficult does this look right now? I'm locking up targets many, many kilometres away from me. If I zoom in, we can just about see them. Pew pew. Blap blap. There goes that one. And whilst it's exploding, I will be shooting the next target. We're not even looking at it, because the ship handles it. Oh, that's... okay, more ships are spawning in. Let's lock those up as well. Continue firing. Now granted, I'm using a pretty powerful ship for the job. That's kind of the reason I'm using it. It's powerful. It does the job. But this is accessible to a relatively new player as well, with not much education required in terms of hitting. Still some education, but it's not like you need to understand exactly how to complete an Eidolon hunt solo. It's not that level. Just a couple of these left, switch my damage type slightly, just to increase the likelihood of a one-shot. There we go then, area cleaned up. Let's go grab that data core. I probably should have been travelling towards it already. Oopsies. Whilst we do, there are 1, 2, 3 wrecks to scan. Bupkis in that one. Oops, I didn't switch to scan a new one. Second wreck has nothing I want. Third wreck has nothing I want. Fair enough. Save my time rather than going over to them. Hello, Solarium. Hope you're doing well. They say, overextended, trying to learn how everything works really. Ended up scouring markets, reading about as many ship modules as I could learn what does what, tried to pre-plan ships, didn't even have access to all that stuff. Overwhelmed and burnt out. I see, I see. Well, you can always pop back in at any time and just narrow the scope right the way down. Having a broad access across like a couple different Empire races of ships isn't a terrible idea. Having access to frigates, cruisers, destroyers, battle cruisers, but no further early on. Battleships are a more niche element, I'll be honest. But up to battle cruiser gives you a variety of options. And when I say a couple Empire factions, you don't really need to split across. Once you've got the basics, and you get a bit of a feel for what kind of thing interests you, you can then look as to where to begin to specialize. So for example, Tech 2 guns do a lot more damage. It's one of the most crucial Tech 2 items to get hold of. A Tech 2 damage control versus Tech 1, it's a bit more resistance. A Tech 2 Webifier, it's a little bit more range, and a little bit more slowing effectiveness. A Tech 2 Warp Scrambler literally just reaches a little bit further out. It's all small differences, but a Tech 2 gun, a Tech 2 data analyzer, those kind of things really change just how effective one can be. So it's knowing where those specializations exist and choosing the time to specialize into them. And the longer you play, the more things you're allowed to specialize into, just over time. Or if you drop money, you can specialize quicker. Alright then. We've returned in one piece. Now, they say, it's time for me to decide if I trust Delphine. Delphine has one more mission for me, but it's risky for us both. How can it be risky? Woodkid saying, referring to Eidolons, it's the difference between grab the lure, shoot the metal, dodge attacks, and have this team comp with a well-tuned prime sniper rifle, etc. I get it, yeah. So, Eidolons are an interesting one. Eidolons are an interesting one because historically they did require much more of a team composition, but then over time, due to power creep if nothing else, Warframe players have had access to more and more tools to take down Eidolons with less and less optimization required. Less optimization required. So we're at the point now where I can reasonably solo Eidolons using Lavos Bursten, for goodness sake, and can relatively easily sail on through. So the point is that that kind of thing also exists in EVE Online, in that there are all these various features and mechanics and bits to explore and learn about. But if you just break them down into their digestible components, certainly if you reach out to someone who already knows about it, I can get you through there, one bit at a time. They say, without the immediate goal of the war, ended up without much motivation to get back on. Didn't even need to log on for skills, could already queued up 90 days worth. Yeah, absolutely fair enough on that, Ellie. The war really did not go the way I was anticipating, and local factors turned that into just a boring stalemate, which is why we've exited the area. Because there's no point sitting around a boring stalemate. It was causing LU, for example, to want to play the game, log in, see the lay of the land and go, never mind, actually I'll go somewhere else and play a different game. So we've moved location. Like I say, you've got this weekend left to sign in and make use of my free hauling services to move your stuff out. Otherwise, well, then you have to convince me to be nice. 2 weekends is plenty enough time for free hauling. We could say most of the guides have seen a design for clearing multiple Tridolons. Knight to farm arcanes versus someone just need to get a few cores of coal ranking. Yeah, that's very true as well. Actually, you'll find that happens in pretty much every game, is that the majority of guides are going to be focused on how to do something as good as possible. Because by and large, if you're not trying to do that, you probably don't need a guide that much. But then there are certain aspects of a game, like with Eidolons, where what's actually happening is so opaque that someone who already knows what's going on just sees the mechanics. They see the shield phase, they see the lures, they know about the Vomvalis, and they can say things like, oh yes, you want to go to this spot and scope it and move a bit and it forces Vomvalis to spawn. All the quirks, all the minor details, that all the corrections and fallback plans that they are just aware of from having experienced it over and over and over, they forget to communicate. And so for someone who's completely new to that kind of content, like yourself, it is much more of a, okay, what? You can hover somewhere, zoom in, it forces Vomvalis to spawn, but only if you move in the right... What? It's opaque as fuck. It absolutely is. And a lot of games are like that. And a lot of guides don't account for that because, well, people get used to knowing everything. And people get used to that and not realizing just how far outside of that awareness other people are. Even for things that seem simple, like some new players will go through a game and just perfectly understand what's going on. They will pick it up straight away. Excellent, good for them. But that same person, if they don't actually grab a wider perspective, will then imagine everyone should have their experience unless they're dumb. And it's just not the case. It's really, really not the case. So yeah, I get where you're coming from. It can be intimidating. It can be. But it doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be. With regards to EVE Online, I have guided Elu, Mantis, Ellie, Doot kind of into the game, into their different aspects of it. Ellie has fallen out of it a bit, fair enough. Whereas Elu is still frequently engaged, Mantis is still frequently engaged with it. And the more people we have, the more we can do. Absolutely. They say it's a fact for me. Someone who's not interested in PvP at all. Burnout, lack of goal, high risk. Doing anything about the skills or equipment to counter it. Compounds into his hiatus. Might be time to pick up against that on you. Yeah, we're in a low risk area now, Ellie. We voted on it and voted on low risk area. So I can absolutely help you in getting into new aspects as needed. Absolutely. Alright, crossing enemy lines. The data core you recovered has proved interesting. Before her kidnapping, Dr. Castile found several oddities in drone components. Honestly, it created more questions than answers for career drone staff. As a sign of good faith, I'm going to share some information with you. Our drones are being corrupted by some other kind of drone. I need you to take some information to a friend of mine in Caldari space. They've also been suffering from drone problems recently, and this data may help him and his people. I need you to keep this quiet. Our friendship isn't exactly something we're broadcasting, not with both our empires at each other's throats. If you agree, I'll make sure the information is securely hidden on board your ship. You'll never even know it's there. All you have to do is go and talk to Emiria Saka, and he'll take care of the rest. Alright then. Let's head on over to this Caldari agent. There's also a footnote down here. A recent Calente-Caldari relations. Caldari Prime is the homeworld of the Caldari people. It was claimed and occupied by the Calente Federation for nearly 2 centuries, until recent actions by then head of state Tybus Heth temporarily brought it back under Caldari control. The Calente eventually loosened his grip on the planet, which is currently being monitored by the relatively impartial Mordu Legion. I am sensing some pretty strong Caldari bias in this, but the Caldari do love their Tybus Heth. Oh, the Caldari do love their Tybus Heth. Breakaway bloody colony. Anyway, let's go wash ourselves in the cold light of capitalist hellscape that is Caldari space. Let us set our destination. 7 jumps from here. We are passing out of every shore, through Synchlizon. We're heading on over to the Citadel. Goodbye, beautiful space. Well, not quite just yet, but yeah. Hello, Ductile. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. So far, so good on the Bloodstained Stars. Although I feel like I might need to pick up the pace a little bit. Let me see. Where are we at? We're at the end of chapter 2 of 7. I might need to pick up the pace a bit. Oh boy, how many missions are in chapter 3? Same again. In chapter 4, more. Chapter 5, same again. Chapter 6, same again. Chapter 7, same again. Okay, I need to pick up the fucking pace. Yikes, I was hoping like 3 hours, not 7. What? Also, rewards. Ah. We are passing through the system of Clayson. Shifting through that lovely ringed gas giant there. This jump will take us to Stirtil, also in Synchlizon. And we are heading over now to Adiere. Adiere. Ah, that shift. Always looks so good. Do you have to buy new ships, or can you find abandoned ones and claim them? Always buy or build, yes. You will not just... well, you should just find an abandoned ship. If you do find an abandoned ship that isn't a rookie ship, then hey, good for you. That does happen. I have stolen a ship. Once. I've also stolen a station, but well, now that is a rarity. How that ever happened, I don't know. Let us head on over to Ulburul. Now, if I open up my industry tab right now, I should have an active job. Nope, never mind, I must have claimed it earlier. Oh yeah, I claimed it before stream, I'd already finished it. So if I go to history, and here we go. No? Did I? Did I not start the job? I didn't start the job. Why didn't I start the job? What is wrong with me? Okay, well, fair enough then. So, this is a blueprint I found just yesterday, in fact. It is a blueprint for a Daredevil frigate, which is an expensive frigate, 123 million estimated value. I have gathered all of the materials, the raw minerals. I have also constructed the life support backup units, the auto integrity preservation seals, and I have purchased some Serpentis net resonators acquired from people who've done missions for the Serpentis pirates. Bring that all together with the blueprint, with the skills acquired, everything is in place. I can hit start to construct that. So in 1 hour and 8 minutes time, this ship will be fully manufactured by yours truly. What are we doing, Eve, right now? We are in the midst of a quest. And this quest seems to be investigating how drones are going AWOL. Just ordinary robotic drones are being corrupted by some, and all we know so far is other drone, turning them rogue. We are travelling over through to Caldari space to find out more about what's going on. This is a storyline called an epic arc. It's a long series of missions designed to get you to explore various regions of space whilst having some interesting curiosities along the way. Yeah, Ductile, going further on the whole buying new ships and the modules and bits that go with them. If I have a look at this ship here, I bought that, bought the guns. I think I manufactured the crystals, bought the launcher, bought the probes. I found the afterburner in a site, so I looted that for myself. Same with the repair, I looted that myself from a site. Looted the cargo scanner, it's such an easy find from normal NPCs. I looted the web. I bought this, looted that, bought this and bought this. And then I bought the ship itself. All of that from players. No DJ this stream? No. Actually, I think we keep having the audio just give up on us. Let's turn off the combat music thing and hopefully it should just go back to general happy music. When I do the next jump, it should just kick back in with the classic Eve music. Actually, I might... If I do that, and then that. We'll see. In any case, you'll notice that space is looking decidedly colder now. It is decidedly colder. And I don't mean we're further away from stars or whatnot. I mean that very background is so grey with a harsh blue-white streak to it. You can see off in the distance over there. That looks to be, I think, a Minmatar region. And we have the distant nebulae now. It's gone much further away over Galente space. But this is the dominant colour of Caldari space. Caldari is associated with blue. Galente associated with green. Minmatar with a burnt orange. And Amar with gold. Due to their respective nebulae. Yuck. I have never been a fan of Caldari space. And there are certain systems which are even deeper into that nebula. And it just takes up so much of the screen, it is blinding. Not a fan. Also, what the hell is that station design? Come on now, what is this? That's just putting boxes together. Where's the pizzazz? Alright. Let us speak to Emiri Asaka. Passive observation. We've been dealing with the same drone corruption described by Zarasia. We've managed to contain the contaminated ones inside a dead space pocket, but that is only a temporary solution. I need you to scout out the situation personally. I've been trying to get updates from my colleague in the field, but apparently she is having trouble getting clearance for outside communication. Fly over there and make sure the drones are still adequately contained. If they aren't, report back to me. Do not enter into any confrontations with the security forces attempting to contain the drones. Am I clear? Yes, Amuri, you are clear. Alright, we'll be heading over to a site here in Hatakani. Close to the Vorian station you design? Fair enough. Battle Scars. The Caldari are very protective of their way of life and tolerate only those foreigners that stick to the rules. Almost any time the Galente seek to influence events inside the state, the Caldari are swift to label it as nothing less than a violation of their sovereignty. The Caldari paid a huge cost fighting the Federation, losing millions of people between the exodus from Caldari Prime and the war itself. Continuously talking about the war and none of the lead up to it. There is some serious Caldari bias in this mission chain. Serious Caldari bias. Ew. Or do you think that I would fall for your propaganda? You think I'd fall for that? Shield's Eye, Caps Full, Logistics, do your duty. The state. Ugh. This is just a station. This is a refinery. This is just a refinery, and they've got propaganda on the outside here. Join the war! Join the war! No matter the cost, we remain. Rationing, repatriation, conscription. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? They talk about the struggles they've had with the Galente. They don't mention any of this in the papers, do they? Ugh. Anyway, let us go see what's going on with the rogue drones. Ah, Caldari. You're arriving at the entrance to Dead Space Pocket. Dead Space meaning that certain kind of restrictions apply. You can't directly warp into it, you need to use these special acceleration gates. A few other restrictions apply, but nothing we need to worry about right now. Galente definitely a choice, morally. Aesthetically, however, goddamn love some religious zealot gold trims. Oh yeah, we'll use the golden ships, but we'll take them away from the people who are, you know, slave drivers. Alright, yep, those are some rogue drones, alright. Nasty little blighters. Tear your ship apart and turn it into yet more drones. And it looks like there is a station of Caldari ships here. A few Caldari battleships for these rogue drones? That's overkill. But, you know, fair enough. Got a Raven, a Rook, Scorpion. Looks like they've got two of each. Or... nope. No, they haven't. They've got, I think, 3 Ravens, 2 Rooks, and a Scorpion. Okay. So, I need to approach the Hollow Asteroid. Let's approach it. Why is it playing the warp sound? I am not warping. Yeah, Amarian ships are absolutely beautiful in a lot of cases. They really are. Although Galente do have some bangers. Update. Arriving out of warp, it becomes immediately clear that whoever is handling security has little idea how to fight drones. Battleships patrol on the fringe of the swarm, seemingly oblivious to just how vulnerable they are, without proper support from smaller vessels. That's what I was saying. Battleships for small drones? Anyway, apparently that is everything here. We can dock. Scout the drone hive, report back on friendly vessels. Sure. Okay. I've seen you play this game a handful of times, still don't understand what the game's about at this point. I've accepted this. Guillaume, what's Minecraft about?
Docking permission requested.
What would you say that the story is around Minecraft? What are you supposed to do? Sandbox survival game? Mm-hmm. Okay. So you've gone for the genre. You've not gone for the about, you've gone for the genre. But what we have here is a sandbox space game. Survival is a slightly different element because you're functionally immortal, but you die and come back in clones. But a lot of the same features still apply. In Minecraft, the vast majority of blocks will never be given to you. You can't just acquire them, unless you're playing creative mode. That doesn't count. For survival Minecraft, you need to go out and acquire the basic resources and turn them into the structures, the tools, the everything you have and want. And EVE Online is no different. But the thing is, EVE Online is a massive multiplayer game. So you're not on a solo world, you're not on a server with just you and your mates. You're on a server with everyone. And that means things can be more complicated, more involved, more political, more economic. It is halfway towards a simulation. It's not a simulation. I want to be very clear. It's not a simulation game, but it's halfway there. Rather than being an arcade game or a casual game in that regard. And so that means if you want to have yourself an Efficiency 5 Mending Fortune Netherite pickaxe, rather than going through all the process of acquiring the netherite and acquiring the netherite upgrade and acquiring the pickaxe and acquiring the enchanting setup and getting all of the enchantments built up because there's no such thing as villagers, rather than going through all of that process, you go to your local market and you bring yourself 20 diamonds and you buy that netherite pickaxe because someone else has gone through many of those steps, or maybe multiple people have gone through the steps. Someone may have got the netherite, and someone else may have made the pickaxe, and someone else may have acquired the enchantments, and someone else has put the enchantments on the pickaxe. And then when you've got this lovely shiny pickaxe, you walk out of the shop, you go 2 islands over, back towards your base, except you were hoping to get that far. 3/4 of the way down the journey, someone else noticed the pickaxe you were carrying and went, "Oh shit, that's worth 20 diamonds. Bang! And shot you. Now, it's not always so brutal, but that is a significant difference between Minecraft servers and EVE Online in general. Much like playing on a survival server? In a sense, yeah. Take the scale of the biggest survival server you've ever experienced in Minecraft, multiply it by 1,000 in every way that you can multiply it. And you're starting to get an idea. And now regenerate the server in various discoverable things, such that there are so many more facets of things to encounter as well. Oh yes. Starting to understand a lot more. There we are. I've figured out where you were lost. Because that's the thing, when someone says that they just don't understand, they're just accepting it, the question for me then is, okay, well, which bit don't you understand? So I'm glad I've managed to nail that one for you and bring you further into it. Alright, House of Records. Then it's as I feared. Thank you for the report, Ken of Skybound. I'll need you again in just a moment if you're still free to work. To continue the whole Minecraft server metaphor, imagine there are various Minecraft servers with some advanced NPCs they've created, and they might create, say, a little storyline or quest bits and pieces. So I've spoken to an NPC here, a custom NPC, who has told me to go to a location, basically activate a command block by getting close enough to it, stepping on a pressure plate. And now I've come back to the NPC, he's given me a couple diamonds and said, thank you for your help. Now, the situation has gotten complicated. That current security deployment won't last long against those drones. The local commander, Vitimala, seems happy to just about contain the drones, but that only buys the little bastards more time to escape or supplement their numbers. I need to know more about the commander and why he doesn't seem to know what he's doing. I have a friend named Nachi Karuda, working for the House of Records, who should have those answers. Fly over to the archives facility where she works and return to me with anything that might offer some explanations. It isn't glamorous work, but it needs to be done if we want to make informed decisions about how to proceed. It's a fetch job. It is a fetch job, so let's set our destination and our return route and go fetch. Ductile marking on the whole netherite pickaxe saying, how dare someone have something better than me? It's not always something better. Sometimes it's just, how dare someone have something. Ooh, look, shootable. I accidentally just reset the destination and broke this. There we are.
Warp drive active.
Now, I'm in a region of space which is called high security. What that means is the NPCs here are weak. Just straight up weak. The resources here are depleted, so it's mostly the cheaper stuff, but not perilously cheap. There are always good things you can find if you know where to look. It also means that the scale of PvP is diminished. No capital ships exist here, aside from freighters. There are strict limitations on how someone can engage in PvP. If someone were to attack me right now, then a very short timer would be set, and after that time, the police would arrive, lock down the attacking ship, and annihilate it. And it's not like that person can get out in those few seconds, and it is just seconds. In those few seconds before the police arrive, the very nature of the system itself will just lock the person down. They cannot escape their crime. The police won't necessarily protect me, they're just going to blow up the aggressor. If I die in the process, not the police problem. So that is where there are soft limits on what you can carry around and use if you don't want to get obliterated. If you go screaming down the most popular space lanes going, I've got a cargo worth billions, and do nothing to protect it, very shortly you will not have a cargo worth billions. That's how it works. But for me, I'm not doing something so silly. I'm flying a reasonably priced ship, which is not worth blowing up so randomly. It's just not. And so as a result, I am completely unbothered. Just staying in my lane, doing my thing. If you buy an asteroid, is it gone forever or does it come back after a while? It will respawn, possibly, after downtime. And it gets more complicated than that. So, asteroid belts in high sec and low sec will respawn after downtime, but the more they're mined out, the less will respawn in them. And downtime is every day, at the same time every day. I think it is 11 AM UK time. This whole server goes offline for a couple minutes whilst those things are respawned. There are also mining anomalies that pop up. Once those are gone, they're gone. They're very temporary, higher value mining sites. And then there are occasional gas signatures. These don't spawn in high sec, and those can give very valuable gas, but again, once it's gone, it's gone. There are ice anomalies. They spawn periodically only in ice systems, and once they're mined out, they're gone until they respawn, but they respawn on a timer, invisibly. Things like that. So, yes, if you mine an asteroid, it is gone, but it's not gone. There are mechanics for them to come around again. Is it possible to accidentally misfire and get blown to pieces because of it? No. So you see this little green light down here, which is about to go away. That little green light is my safety setting. It has green, amber, and red. Green is do not allow me to commit any crime whatsoever. So if someone is not a legal target for me, I cannot shoot them. If a module is in any way at risk of committing a crime by activating it, I cannot activate it. Like an AoE effect that could damage anyone around me. The safety said, nope, that could hit someone, we're not going to risk it. If I set that to amber, it'll allow me to commit small crimes. Crimes which would not get the police to chase me, but would get the police to go, oh, you're a bit of a shithead. We're just going to turn our eyes this way. What? Someone shoot you? That's your problem, isn't it? Small crimes give you a suspect flag, where the police and any of their facilities just stop helping you for a short amount of time. And then red safety is required if you want to commit big crimes. Crimes like attacking someone's ship in high sec or attacking someone's pod in low sec without legal authorization to attack them. You do that, that's when the police go, wow, you're a pile of shit. In low sec, they just note it down, your security says plummets. If you're in high sec, the police arrive in a few seconds and turn your ship into a scrap heap. That's what you get, you dirty son of a... Exactly. I need to pick up these data sheets. Are they here? Yep, they are. Cool. This is just a fetch job, like I said. So yeah, there's no accidental misfiring unless you set your setting to misfire. Oh, LU. Ah, that is unfortunate. Although, go for it. Take a reasonably priced ship and go for it. What's the worst that happens? You've seen the value of the loot you can get from those escalations. Go for it. Just sail right on in. If you want to DM me here on Twitch with the system name, I can do a quick little scout for you on likelihood of a threat. Are bounties on other people a thing? Yes, but not via game mechanics. There used to be a game mechanic for it. It was shit. It got changed. It was still shit. The problem with a game mechanic bounty is that we're immortal. So, if someone shoots me in the head, I wake up again. What's it matter? If the bounty was set too low, it would be meaningless. No one's going to come and kill me for a tiny amount. If they set it too high, I'll just go, hey, John, you see that massive bounty on my head? Shoot me. Claim it. John goes bang, I wake up again, John claims the money, we both go laughing. So there's no mechanical bounty on players in this game, but diplomacy, interacting with other people, that's a thing. If you rock up to a group and say, hey, you are well-respected bounty hunters, I want that group to suffer. I will pay you this money if you blow up their station. They go, alright, yep, declare war, we're here to blow you up. And the people under attack go, what do we do to deserve this? Why? Bounty on your head, get fucked.
Warp drive active.
That's legit, that happens. In fact, it happened very recently over on Reddit. Very, very recently, someone put out a bounty on a group, and then a group signed up to take said bounty, and apparently attacked the wrong group with the same name. Or something like that. I couldn't tell how much of it was real and how much was a meme. For LU's interest, let's have a look here. I am currently just kind of scouting out where they might want to be going to get some loot. That happened on that, on there. Yeah, it looks like you're fine, mate. Looks like you're absolutely fine. Also, wow, how did your escalation end up all the way down there? Oh, wait, I think I can see where you must have picked up the site, but goddamn, alright. God damn. Crescendo says, makes me wonder what kind of stats the Space Police have. Infinite. Infinite. When it comes to destroying people, the police just go, cool, yep, you're locked up, and bam, dead. You picked up from a Sackbon anomaly? For that system? You got wrecked. There is no close route for that. No. Oh, that is a harsh one. I think you might have got the maximum range on that. Like, absolute maximum range. If lights are not on purple, they're on purple. So I'm going to refund you that, Guillaume.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Yeah, the NBC police in high sec, if they decide you're dead, you're dead. That's it. Game over. You'll be popped into your capsule. Fuck off. That's what they say. However, if you're in low-sec, the NPC police there have the stats only on the sentry guns, for starters, and the sentry guns I think do like 200 or so DPS, so it's actually quite tankable. It is very tankable, and I have done so to murder people who needed murdering. Or in a position to be murdered. I felt like trying to murder. Morality is black in this game. There is absolutely no grey and no white about it. There are no good guys, there are only victors and victims. Let's be real. Alright then, this says Vitamala got to his position thanks to family connections. Bad news for us. Oh dear. So you see, the Caldari fleet that we saw, those battleships, they were doing the wrong thing because the person in charge got there through nepotism. This is exactly what is wrong with the Caldari system. I was saying this. Mercenary distractions. The situation we have is a delicate one. We can't go after Vitamala directly. Even though he doesn't really have a clue about what he's doing, he's too well connected to displace without good reason. I'd expect this sort of thing from the Galente fucker, but not in the state. A man achieves rank because of hard work and dedication, not because his father has friends in the bureaucracy. Someone else can help with this situation. A true warrior and dutiful servant of the state. The first difficulty is in freeing up his schedule. If you can handle that part, I can deal with the paperwork for his reassignment. He's currently on deployment in a nearby system, busy dealing with a mercenary force we believe to be funded by Garista's pirates. If you can take out all of the Garista ships, then I can arrange to have him reassigned to the drone problem. Alright then. Ignoring all of the outright propaganda this person is spewing, Caldari, let's head on over to Hatakani. Actually, we're in Hatakani, so let's just head on over to the site. Am I, by any chance, a secret voice actor? I am not, no. People do say this from time to time. I just put the city voices where the city voices need to be sometimes. I don't think I've been very consistent with this guy, but that's because it's not my job. Yeah, say what's the worst that can happen? Yes, I did. Are you already dead yet, Elio? I don't know, I can find out very quickly. Nope, you're not dead. Alright, let's get rid of these Garista's pirates, Pithies. They use Caldari spec ships, and not particularly vulnerable to lasers, but not particularly strong to them either, so blap. Oh, Eliu, rookie mistake. There's been a couple gamps in Austin Jail recently. You should be going through Covrin, we've talked about this. I just checked the nullsec side of your route. Speaking of, you might want to be careful on the Vestuve run. You never know. Alright, well, that's completed the objective here. Was that all the pirate? Damn, alright. Yeah, let me have a quick check. I've got it wrong. It is that one. Let's see, is there a record of a gate camp? There is not, no. You should be fine. Talking about these positions like it's just city districts? What? Talking about Austin Jar and whatnot. It's just regions, systems, places where things happen. Let us complete this mission. Oh, quick note on the Garista Pirates. The Garista Pirates have been a thorn in the side of the Caldari state for many years, constantly threatening the security of outlying systems and poorly defended convoys. The Garistas tend to shy away from prolonged and overt assaults, preferring instead to take down weaker prey during opportunistic raids. Again, I'm sensing a little bit of propaganda in the way they say this, but yeah, the Garistas are just straight up pirates, founded by Fatal and Rabbit. Hence why their logo is a skull with bunny rabbit ears. Basil and Rabbit. I am pleased to inform you that everything went smoothly with the transfer. One of the first things our new commander did was to request frigate and cruiser backup for his fleet. They should be capable of defending themselves if the drones try to fight their way out. Now, Elio, it's not my job to remind you that the frequently gate camped system, where I got attacked twice in the same day, is frequently gate camped. If you're going to forget this crucial detail and just wander straight on in, you will learn the hard way. Thankfully, you've not learned the too hard way. An economy under threat. Good, Elio, good. Damn Vetomala! He wasn't coordinating with the Navy's Emergency Logistics Division! There's a colony nearby that missed a shipment of farming supplies thanks to the chaos caused by these drones. If we don't make the delivery ourselves, then we risk their entire agricultural economy. Once you take these goods over to our fleet, they will deal with the rest. We can finally turn our focus toward the underlying cause of all of these problems. You will need at least 150 meters cubed of cargo space to make the delivery. Keep that in mind. There's just T's and C's on the end of it. Get asking, is gate camping people sitting around like fast travel points and hitting on people who appear? Pretty much, yes. So when I come through a Stargate, you'll have noticed that I don't appear right next to the Stargate. I appear a short distance away from it. So a gate camp will literally set up camp around a Stargate and wait for people to arrive through it. They will then use ships, they should use ships designed to very quickly catch someone to prevent them from getting away and turn them inside out. They never ask for ransom, they're there to blow you up. If there's anything in the cargo afterwards, they'll be happy about it. But primarily they're there to blow you up. I passed through such a gate camp a couple times recently. Once when it was underformed and so there's only a couple ships there and I easily passed through it. The second time, I shouldn't have escaped. I escaped because the person who was supposed to stop me from warping off had a skill issue where they locked me first and then went to activate the module to stop me from warping out. If they pre-selected that module, it would have immediately activated the moment they got target lock, and I would have lost a ship worth a few hundred million ISK. Unfortunately for them, and luckily for me, I'm better at the game than they are. Is this usually a multi-person job? Either multi-person or multi-account, yes. A single-person gate camp is usually unsuccessful, at least in low security space, because there are a number of different roles you need to cover at once. It's hard to really cover them all. In nullsec, a single-person gate camp is possible, but you're still only going to be taking on the occasional ship here or there. And as soon as people catch wind of it, a larger group may come along to force you along your way. Alright, let's take these supplies on over. We need to grab the farming supplies, put them into our cargo, and off we pop. Yeah, gate camping is very much like fishing. You and your mates can get together, sat around the fishing hole, you got your rods at the ready, shooting the shit on the voice channels, having a few beers, some people having a few too many beers, as is often the case. And every now and then, someone's going to get a bite, and you'll leap into action to try and catch that fish before it gets away. In the case of Elio, the fish got away. Is there an edge to how far you can go through space? There is the map. I am currently here in Hatakani. If we zoom out, there is all of space. There is all of space. And if I, where is it? All lines. Those are just region lines showing at the moment. Let's, why is this so condensed? No grouping of stars. There we go. Now you have a good idea as to how many systems there are. There's a few. There are quite a few. And this doesn't show all of the systems in wormhole space, which adds on another chunk, I think, about this big. Roughly. but they aren't connected by stargates.
Warp drive active.
Map is flat. I was imagining it being more of a cube. Yeah, it's relatively flat. This makes it much more viewable. Update. The cavalry forces look far better prepared this time. Anti-support frigates and cruisers flank their larger allies, standing ready and able to deal with any smaller hostiles that come their way. If these drones try to escape, the faster and more agile ones won't slip past the amassed fleet so easily now. You know, this is really clever. This is really clever. So this is actually teaching a newer player how battleships alone are a bad idea against small targets, because they will get overwhelmed by the small, hard-to-hit targets. So give them a support wing of small and medium ships. You want a mixed composition in a larger fleet. That's clever. That is clever. Alright, I need to put the supplies in that container. Let's head on over to it. Yeah, the map isn't like exactly flat. Yeah. Because you can see right here that there is verticality to it. I think I still have it slightly flattened. I can't remember. There is an option somewhere. I have no idea where it is. Nope. Oh wait, abstract layout. Aha. There we go. Yep. So now you get an idea as to the actual noisiness of space in terms of its shape and outline. So you can see there is verticality, but it's still got a very distinct plane to it. Makes it... Oh, I have selected a null-sec region, which makes it still visible to look at. Including the very curious region of Pochven, which, some of these bits, hard to really pull it out from the rest because of how this works, but yeah. But let's turn back on the abstract layout. And to be honest, I don't use the game map all that much, because I use an out-of-game tool which is called Dotlan, and it is far, far nicer for navigational purposes. Alright, let's complete this mission remotely. Can you control multiple ships at a time, or is it one max? One per account at the same time. You can have multiple accounts, so long as each of them has the paid subscription. Whereas if you're only using one account at a time, you don't have to use a paid subscription. But the alpha account, the free version, is more of an indefinite free trial. You miss out on a lot of features for more advanced ships and more advanced modules as a result. But yeah, you can control multiple ships via multiple accounts. That is absolutely a permitted thing. This is one of very few games where multiple individual owned accounts are allowed to work together. How much is the paid subscription? That gets a little complicated to answer. So, because there are various discounts, sales, and purchase methods, there's not a very simple answer on that. But if I go to the EVE Online store real quick, and this will be in British pounds, if you want it in your currency, just look at the goddamn store yourself. A 1 month subscription on its own is currently on discount, down from £16 to £12. But that is a 1 month subscription. That is as expensive as it gets. You're paying for it in a single unit. If you went for something a little bit more classic, like a 3 month subscription, that would be typically £38, currently down to £30. 6 months, you'd be paying £11.66 a month, or £70 total. All the way up to 2 years, you can get it as low as £9 a month. But that's paying for 2 years up front. There are also starter packs with various other benefits as well. And like I say, discounts happen. If you have multiple accounts, use the same email address for all of those accounts, This means apparently that it leads to additional discounts for multiple accounts being sent your way because the game knows you have multiple accounts. So yeah, that's a thing. Alright, we've actually done this mission. Did I close out the details? Bollocks. I closed the details. Ah! Here he is. I found him. Okay. Quite a lot. It's not a cheap game, yeah. It's not a cheap one. But then, flip it around the other way. How much did I say? Yeah, on the discounts at the moment, the 3-month one was what, £30, so £10 for a month equivalent. How much platinum can I get for that? Buy platinum. For £10, again, let's say I got a discount from Warframe for a similar discount that EVE's currently offering, I could get 370 platinum. So 370 platinum for an entire month of access to the Omega. If I get it all the way down to the highest rate of purchase, which is £9 a month, and if I compare to the top rate of platinum purchase, which is the 4,300 plat pack, that would come out to just shy of 300 platinum per month. So that's the comparison you can draw there in terms of Warframe's cost to EVE Online's cost. You heard £30 would be a full game? Right, and what are you getting access to for 3 months here? It comes down to what you value and how you shake it out. Some people spend £30 on a few drinks. Some people spend £30 on a pair of shoes to sit on a shelf to just sit on a shelf. Actually, they'll spend far more than that. It all comes down to what you value. Every drone inside. Normally, the local security forces would want to handle the drone threat themselves, but we're willing to contract the job out to a capsuleer. You'll have to go in alone while our fleet holds the line. I suggest you take some friends into the fight. The drones have been growing in number as more are corrupted and somehow find their way to the swarm. Once you neutralize the threat, you should search the wreckage for something that will help with your investigation. I accept. Where's the job? Very well then, get going.
Warp drive active.
Okay, the warp is apparently trying to put me through this container. I'm just going to lazily bounce off it. There we go. Alright, engaging warp. Same shoes, they cost a lot, but in a box. There we are. Is that saying this price of $3 to sit on my shelf waiting to be read until I die? Oh yeah. Yeah, for me, my treat budget is a little bit more than £10 a month, so I am fortunate in that paying for a subscription on EVE, for example, is not a concern to me. I don't have dependents, no kids, no pets, so I have certainly got much more in the way of finances that side to allow me to indulge elsewise. Okay then. Doesn't help that all these Caldari ships are showing up on the same overview as the actual targets for me, but it's fine. Need to destroy all enemies in the vicinity. I presume I'm supposed to not count the Caldari in that? Alright, let's get closer to them because I am far too far away. I do not have 100 kilometers of range. I seem like the kind of guy who'd own a dog. I am not a dog person. No. Jesus, that is a lot of dollars for shoes, yeah. Wow. My most recent pair of shoes, I think, cost like £53. Somewhere, I think it was about that much. I'd have to double check the receipt. bit further until I'll be into a range, and I'll switch into sharpshooter mode and use the shooty. Looking good, swapping mode. Switching to super long range crystal, targeting the nearest drones. Opening fire. 1 down. Alright, these are not going to need that much firepower. 2 down, 3 down, 4... 4 down, 5 down. I'm going to need to target some more of these damn quick. 6 down. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 down. We are tearing through these drones. There's only a few of them left. Don't know why anyone was ever scared of them. 13 dead, 14, and 15. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Nice flying, pilot. Oh, sorry, it's this guy. Nice flying, pilot. That's the last of the drones taken care of. Feel free to inspect the wreckage if you'd like. But I just received an official transmission for you from the Sisters of Eve. Looks like they've got a new lead for you to chase up anyways. Speaking of loot, is nothing of value.
Warp drive active.
I think I can... Nope, I need to dock to finish the mission. Alright. How do you tab through your locked targets like that, by the way? Is there a default binding for that, or is it just something of yours? Apply 1 gun each. So, when one target dies, I can immediately start shooting at the next one, because it'll no longer target the one that's dead. But there is also key binding to select next target and previous target. I have it set to comma and full stop, because above it, you've actually got the less than and greater than symbols, which look like arrows pointing left and right. So, if I need to switch target without the target dying, I can use those to quickly switch left and right targets. That works for me. But yeah, in the case there of the guns, I just split the guns and fired one at a time until the target was dead, and so I'd automatically be on the next target. Alright then. Thank you for taking care of that drone problem. A capsuleer like you might not consider it a big achievement, but trust me, you've done what very few others could. You clearly have a great future ahead of you. I hope you continue to use that talent to do good things, either within the state or elsewhere. Thank you, Miri. And so now our mission is to head on back to Sister Alatura once more. Let us leave. Yeah, this is taking a little bit longer than I expected, but, you know, I'm not entirely opposed to that. It's just, I suppose I have also been yapping my way through it too.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I knew someone at a previous job who would also buy shoes and was talking about the value of them, like there's some investments and something they could sell, yada yada yada. I get it to an extent if you can actually flip them, but the fact that there is any value in flipping shoes worth hundreds, thousands of pounds or dollars or whatever is still wild to me. That's like the shoes. What is special about them? And if that special is just they didn't make many of them. There are many fucking shoes. They just didn't make many of them in tacky blue with a purple stripe on them.
Warp drive active.
Someone quote Vine's Loot Theory. Doesn't really apply here, but sure. Taking the arc while at work break. Fair do, Mantis. We are on to, I think we're on to chapter 3 now? I mean, where's the tab? Oh, no, we just completed chapter 3. We're on our way to chapter 4. Excellent. File scarcity, anything with the brand logo sat on the side? Yeah. See, I am functionally immune to all of that. Because it all, in my head, comes under that single banner of cosmetics, and I couldn't care less about it. This is why it's taken so long for the merch store to be where it's at now. My merch store, because, I'll be honest, I look at it, I'm like, who's going to pay that money? Who wants to spend that on a jacket or on a mug or any of the bits and pieces. And I know a lot of people do, but it just doesn't click for me that same way. It just doesn't. I am very practically minded. It's not just a characterization for Warframe videos. It's not a bit. It's me. And so the whole idea of collecting fashion items, not just wanting to vainly have something to wear once or twice, but to collect them, never to be used. Radikar saying, in regards to your merch store, I was really looking for a hat to purchase for my husband. He loves collecting hats for some reason. First of all, Radikar, this is the first time you mentioned you were looking for a hat. Second of all, exactly my point. Exactly my point. I had briefly considered hats, and when I say briefly, I mean it popped up on my screen and I went, who's going to buy a hat? That's just bloat. That's just bloat in the merch store. Evidently it wouldn't be bloat, because Radikar here would like a hat. So Radikar, either for yourself or for your husband, whoever's more interested, get in touch via Discord DM. Tell me what you want the hat to be like. Get in touch, and I'm certain I can sort something out for you. Yeah, weird kid. I grew up low income as well. I didn't grow up in poverty, despite the low income we had, because my parents did a very good job of sensible budgeting. They did a very good job of that. But I did grow up in a low income household as well. I was, what? I think I was 14, no, either 14 or 15 when I finally caught up with just gaming in the sense of, hey, now I can play Halo with my friends because I can access the online and play the same game they're playing. At 14 or 15 is when I could finally join in with the others on the games they were on. Prior to that, the only games I could reconnect with was through just RuneScape, because RuneScape had free-to-play. Feels like a rich person thing to collect anything above, like, rocks and hubcaps. I don't know where the hubcaps comes in. I think that's going to be a cultural difference there, but I understand. Gommels, you'll be surprised this cosmetics they'll pay $250,000 for the gun in this PC game. I can't remember game that's really money. I know. I know. Believe me, I'm aware. I am very painfully aware as to the value of money generated in games, especially mobile games, for what is essentially cosmetic PNGs or slightly animated PNGs. I'm aware. And boy, howdy. Does it just throw my brain for a spin? I don't really have a way of beginning to approach and consider that aspect because it's just so alien to me. I can see it, I can observe it, I can appreciate it. Only insofar as I can see, observe, and appreciate an octopus skittering along a seabed. But the machinations of that octopus, the way that its skin is able to just change so vibrantly, is completely alien to me. I have no such control over my skin. It is a completely different aspect. And here we have people in their video games as well, changing their skins at the cost of thousands of dollars. And I'm just like, what about the game? Which is why it's almost hilarious to me when someone then looks at Eve Online and goes, that's a bit expensive. Like, yes it is. If you're paying the subscription for a game and comparing it to subscription for other games, it is one of the very most expensive on the market. Absolutely. No getting around that. If you only look at the subscription cost. If we look at how much people spend to get a spinny knife and some voice lines on Apex Legends. Yeah.
Docking permission requested.
I break. And those they can't even sell to others. It's not like there's a secondary market, it's just
Docking
no.
request accepted.
It's just no. Yeah. And they say, I realised how low income my upbringing actually was not that long ago, because we always had, like, knock off everything. I realised it at quite a young age. I noticed it at quite a young age. I still distinctly remember this happening. I was... Let me see, I was in that classroom, so that would have put me age... That would put me age 9. I was 9 years old, and the teacher was collecting up the permission slips and whatnot for the trip that we were going to be going on as a class. And I remember noticing, just weirdly enough, that on my permission slip, a different box was ticked to everyone else on my table. And I was curious, hang on, why my parents done that? And so I paid more attention to it, as 9-year-olds rarely ever do with paying attention to anything that isn't on a TV. And I had a look at it, and I could see that there were 2 different prices for the very same trip. Now, logic would dictate, if there's 2 prices for the same trip, you're getting the same things, then clearly you pay the cheaper price. So there had to be more to it. Why could we have the cheaper price and not everyone else on my table? I didn't point this out to anyone, I was just looking at myself. And whilst I didn't really understand most of the words of what I was talking about, it was just strange things, not things I'd come across, but I could very much gather the idea as to what was actually happening there. There was enough words, I forget which ones they were, but there were enough words I could piece together. Oh. This is for families who can't afford things. And I'm looking around at my classmates sat at the same table. We're all wearing the same school uniforms. But I'm picking up a little bit more of what the world's been putting down. Oh. I mean, it's cool for us. It's cheaper. Lucky us in that regard, I guess. Huh. And just that little detail, that little note was just added to my head, as it were. That little bit of upbringing identity. At 9 years old. The school makes that trip cheaper for me and my family. Because, well, they felt it was sufficiently necessary for us. That sticks with you. That sticks with you. We could say subscription in general scare me off, possibly because of that background. One-off, I know I've got the money for, but a subscription feels more perpetual, if that makes sense. I mean, I've stopped my EVE subscription many times over. Many times over. And then when I decide to play some more, I turn it back on again. It's something I've striven for, certainly into adulthood, is to make sure that I have the freedom to, within reason, allow myself to enjoy things. I know that I can't go lavishly spending on every game that comes out. I can't go lavishly spending on eating out every single day. I simply can't. Instead, I'm striking a balance. Whether it's the right balance, hard to say, but it is a financially secure balance where I can enjoy what I wish to enjoy. To an extent. That when I spend on something, I don't then have to go, oh, okay, well I probably need to make sure I get everything I can out of that, because that's that now, that's spent, yeah. I don't put myself into that position. And part of that is making choices like not going to TennoCon. Going to TennoCon would cost 200 months of EVE Online. You know, when you perspective things like that, by choosing not to go to TennoCon, I can instead indulge in EVE Online for the entire year and still have basically like 90% of that more than 90% of that left over, right? Yeah. More than 90% of that left over. Didn't expect to feel so called out on the whole better get your money's worth thing. This was part of my upbringing. My parents actually had the same concern. I'll get back to the quest in a moment. My parents had the same kind of concern with, for example, RuneScape's membership. They were very, very anti RuneScape membership when I was growing up. Very much so. And they held that same kind of belief. That if you've got that subscription there, there's going to be that draw to get your money's worth out of it. Because it's going to run out, the month will end, you'll feel compelled to get more and more out of it. And rather than take that lesson and go, right, so I won't get a subscription, I took that lesson and I spun it around. Went, right, I won't overvalue money spent. If I've spent it and I access the content a little bit, then I access it a little bit. If I spent it and access it a lot, then I've accessed it a lot. But regardless of how much I use it, the money's not coming back. I'm never going to get that subscription money back. Once I've spent it, it's gone. And so rationalize it out. It's spent. Now you have access to this thing, but the access doesn't become more valuable just because it's going to run away. It's going to end. If you've got access to it, sure, enjoy it whilst it's there, and once it's gone, you either pay for more or you pay for something else. You prioritize what is important to you. Naturally, the more wealth you have, the easier it is to say that. If someone has £10 a month to their name to spend on shiny things, a £10 subscription is everything. Whereas someone who has £10 a day to throw around, they're going to feel very different about it. I absolutely get that. There is no fixing simply not having the funds. But a certain element of framing of the situation is crucial to it. And I am very thankful that through my upbringing, through just the nurture I have experienced, that I have that approach to it. I don't see the subscription time ticking down on EVE Online. I don't feel the draw of, I've spent this money, now I must get the value from it. I pre-decided that what value I'll get from it will be that value. And if at the end of it I decide it was not worth that amount, then I won't do it again. And if it was worth that amount, hey, excellent, great, I've had good experiences, let me continue having those good experiences. I'll never get the money back, whether I have a good experience or not. No point hurting myself over it. We could say, my family never heard that we weren't wealthy, but the adults worked so hard to make sure the kids never had to worry about the important stuff. Didn't probably realise the difference until I was like 14, 15. After I had been going to private school on truly colossal academic scholarships, where the other kids could smell the difference in income on me. There are discernible differences, yeah. I've looked back on childhood photos actually not that long ago, and shit, it was like there was just this big old billboard on our faces. You could see the difference in the way we were dressed, in the way we carried ourselves. You could just see it. Which is why school uniforms, for example, help mitigate that to an extent. Because it was nowhere near as visible when someone's just in a school uniform. And he's saying, you know what? That may have also been another factor in EVE burnout. Pay for Omegas, overcompensated to get the value. FOMO. It's classic FOMO. Rather than the game FOMO, it was financial FOMO. Fear of missing out on what you had purchased. Because that perspective of purchase was, you didn't purchase the ability to access, you purchased get the value of the access. That every moment you were logging on was a moment lost, rather than just not a moment used. And I get that. I really get it. I'm speaking a lot. Oops. Drink more, Ken. One of the perils of being a streamer is that I don't have breaks in my own conversation when reading your guys' messages. Because if I just sit here for 5 minutes quietly while someone else types, it's a shit stream. But I need to keep hydrated. Radikar saying, had a very similar upbringing, now in a different situation thanks to my husband. Even so, it still takes effort for me to readjust Mind Farm. We can't afford anything beyond base necessities too. We have the income where we can afford pretty things just because we can. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Ozzy saying, my upbringing was different. When I pay for content, I want to have fun with what I paid for. So I do try to have the most fun I can for every PLN I send. PLN to pounds. Okay, so you like to have the most fun you can for the money you spend. Make you really dislike sub for access content. Fair enough. I think. I don't know if I really want to dive further onto that to try and convince you otherwise, or just address and reframe that. It doesn't sound like you're asking me to, so I don't see any reason I should, to be honest. So I said, if you want more on that, let me know. Otherwise, royal jelly. The rogue drone you and I both want has been spotted. Oh, in a dead space pocket near one of our stations, building a swarm of drones. I think it's going to try and destroy that station. There are 15 people on the expedition. Bring them all back home safely. You have a chance here to save some lives and deal with that drone once and for all. Let's go do it. You would say, I don't like the idea of subscription games because I like to own the game I buy. Fair enough. You've drawn a line in the sand. If you buy something, you want it to then perpetually, forever have access to it. Fair enough. I buy food. I buy electricity. I buy internet access. I pay council tax. For those of you who don't live in the UK, council tax is functionally a tax on the property you live in to fund for council services. I have watched movies at the cinema. All of these are things where I spend the money and then the thing I get to use from it is gone. It's done. And I see subscriptions as just the same thing. I'm not paying for the whole game as a permanent access. If I were to have permanent access priced EVE Online, shit, they would need to charge a lot. And that's fine. That's fine to me. Instead, I can pay only when I wish to go to the cinema that is EVE Online. I can eat at the restaurant of EVE Online as and when I choose to. The subscription is I have access to the all-I-can-eat buffet for that period of time. And I remember that just because it's all I can eat doesn't mean I need to fill my stomach up every single moment with every single meal. I'll just eat until I'm satisfied. And then I'll go do something else. It's not a God-given right to own anything outright. So, as much as I fully appreciate the desire to own something outright, understand that you are paying a premium for that. They could have sold that to you on a subscription, and it would have been a lot cheaper per month, but then with one and done games, which is typically where you can get the single purchase, you would be done in a single month subscription. And so you wouldn't need to pay any more. And so they would have got the value from you anyway. Activo Papichulo. I hope that translates nicely. But all the same, thank you very much for subscribing with your Prime. Welcome into the channel and being the 13th sub this month. Cheers. Oh. Much appreciated. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and all the rest of the bits and pieces come with that. That's a lot of drone spawning. I looked away and more are spawning. Alright, switch to offensive mode. Start shooting. Oh god, more are spawning. More are spawning. Let's add them out. Oh yeah, EVE Online is a continuous thing, so a continuous subscription makes sense, whereas say Portal 2. Who has played Portal 2 and not loved it? Let's be real. But if they were to sell Portal 2 on a subscription, at a fraction of the base game cost, which already it's damn cheap nowadays, because, you know, but you'd be paying basically nothing. And then you had it for a month, you've enjoyed it, and you move on. So yeah, I get to access EVE Online at a fraction of the cost of buying the entire game because it's a subscription instead. If I were to purchase the many years of subscription, I could go ahead and purchase a 2-year subscription 5 times over, have access for a decade. As far as MMOs go, that's normally the entire lifespan of an MMO. In fact, the age of my account, if I just bring this up here real quick. Not you. I created this account in 2012, 13 years ago. So if I purchased 13 years of sub then, it would finally be running out today. And if I purchased 13 years of sub then, it would actually have probably been cheaper than buying a 10-year sub today would be. I am out of range of all those ships. Let's get closer. So yeah. Or you can eat metaphors literally your family. I'm nailing it on the head today. The older you get, the more you find needs you basically unlearn and relearn all over again. Oh man, I keep doing that. It's a matter of perspective. We are raised with some individuals' perspectives and then take it from there. One thing that crossed my mind recently, just from reading a Reddit post that, I'll be honest, slightly broke my head a bit. Every now and then it will come up here or there, people have the idea of, oh, imagine if you could go back in time, like, go back to yourself at age 20 or 18 or 16 or 10, 5, however young. Imagine you could go back with all your memories. You know so much about the world. You have all the intelligence, none of the blindness of being an idiot kid, blah, 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 blah. Whatever stipulations they give. The basic premise of, you go back to an earlier point of your life, how would you do things differently? And all fair enough, there's reasons for people who would go jump at that, and there are reasons people would go, absolutely not, I'm not going to risk what I have. That's the irrelevant point here. That's talk to death. The point that someone raised that actually threw me is that if I were, for example, to be thrown back to when I was age 5 now, mentally, I would be older than my mum. Because I was raised by a young woman in her 20s. Or at least for until she was out of her 20s, obviously. She didn't perpetually remain in her early 20s. It's not how age works. But the point is, my formative years were in part shaped by a woman noticeably younger than I am today. And when you put that together and you realise just how daft many people in their early 20s really are, and you go, wait, and that person was dictating this young guy's life? Would you imagine the kind of shift in perspective that would give you if you were thrown back? That's, whoa, what now? Quick gameplay question, am I over-leveled or is this just an easy quest line? A bit of both. It's a low-level quest line, but also I'm massively over-geared to make it as quick as possible, both for transport and for dealing with it, yeah. You're 40% older than your mum was when she had you? There it is. So imagine, you take yourself back to that age, think about your mentality, your level of stupidity, let's be real at times. Think about your level of stupidity at those times. And then think about just what your parents must have been like at the same time then. Think of how many things that have got completely naively wrong. You'll be your mother's age if you went to age 1? Mm-hmm. And as you get older, that's only going to become more and more pronounced. Only more and more pronounced as you realise just who raised you. And therefore, what struggles they themselves may have gone through, because of also the upbringing they had was shaped by parents in, again, the same situation. That breaks you a bit. So the older you get, the more you find you need to basically unlearn and relearn. I feel that. As because we learn from primarily our young adult parents who themselves have not yet finished learning half of everything yet to learn. Because we're always learning. But life can't wait for that. Life isn't going to let you get an entire lifetime's worth of learning and perspective in and then start raising a kid. Just ain't going to work that way. So we all have to do our bit to learn as we go along. Pick up perspectives and be better tomorrow than you were today. Do the best you can. Alright, next mission. Nature pictures. Oh, we're going on a photographing spree, are we? I have a plan to help us track the rogue drone down. Up until now, we haven't had a chance to get a good look at the damn thing. The good news is that one of my sisters was able to get holopics and scans of the drone that will help us track it down. The bad news is that she's doing missionary work near Garista space. She can't broadcast the data to us without raising suspicion from the pirates. So, she's going to leave a canister with the data as close to the edge of their space as she can. I need you to get that data and bring it back to me. Yeah, that's simple enough. It's another fetch job, so let's go play fetch. Bark, bark. You didn't expect to be having such an existential moment on a Variety Friday Eve stream, but here we are. Kenton here for you. All the practical things. Even the ones we don't usually like to address in life.
Warp drive active.
Only magical item you'd get would be the backward clock. Just turn back time ever so slightly to learn a lot in a short time. Sure, fair enough. If you could constantly hit the reset and just give yourself some more time, I guess. I see it. I see it. A kind of super snooze on the passage of time. I get it. Groundhog Day yourself? Functionally that, really, yeah. I don't think Groundhog 5 minutes has quite the same ring to it, but it's all the same principle, really.
Warp drive active.
So we've got just a few jobs to go. We'll pick up this encoded data transmission into my cargo, and then bring it back to Arden. Simple stuff. Really, really simple. Also, we got unclaimed rewards. Bing. What are these even stacking into? Is it going into Soldier of Fortune? Nope. Oopsies. I closed the wrong things. I guess this is all going into Enforcer, isn't it? Yep, it's Enforcer, which I've already finished, so this is just points for the sake of points. Actually, oh, I very nearly maxed out the highest reward available there. Oh, that's nice. That's gonna be some nice skill points.
Warp drive active.
There you are. So, just a quick recap for anyone who's got lost in this rabbit hole of a discussion. We've got, for the majority of us, we were raised by parents in their early 20s, somewhere in that region, in our formative years. And as a result, that means we were raised by people dafter than many of us are now, because the younger are always dafter than themselves when they grow up. Is it for your safety you're invisible every time you travel? This just happens. When you go through a Stargate, you get up to 1 minute of a jump cloak. So this gives you time to load in, look around, assess your situation before you can actually do anything. As soon as you do anything, you start to move your ship, you start to warp off somewhere, any of that, the cloak instantly breaks. The animation's there, but it is instant. And I can't activate anything but very specialized modules while under that cloak. But it gives you time to assess the situation. Say if I jumped into a gate camp in low-sec, I could assess, okay, they've got that ship, that ship, that ship. That one will stop me warping off no matter what, so there's no point trying to escape. I need to crash the gate, so I'm going to crash the gate. I need to go in that direction. I need to preheat my afterburner. This guy's orbiting, so let's wait, wait, wait. Okay, he's furthest away he can get from me now. Go, 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 go. That kind of thing. Yeah, it's just kind of a buffer moment for you, anyone you're flying with, to gather your senses and then move on.
Warp drive active.
Built-in safety. In a sense, yeah. It's a loading moment. Alright, we are arriving at the Scope Development Studio, lovely Galente station. We'll pick up our cargo and then head on out.
Docking request accepted.
Looks like there's some more... yeah, talk of the war over there. That's what happens when you got a lot ongoing war. There'll be talk of it. Also, fun fact, I've not talked about the various banners and advertisements going on around here. That one is NPC. It's about the Galente Federations. They're like, hey, join the fight. Serve and soar. Federation fleets, join the good fights. That's up against the Caldari. Up here, however, these ones which are coming through, these are actually majority from players. Let me see if I can figure out this one. This one... I think this one is probably NPC. Introduce the Orbital Sky Hub. Yeah, this is NPC. This is from Upwell, talking about a new structure that got added to the game not too long ago. Last few months, I think it was. Yeah, that's just all a promotional advert from Upwell Consortium. After the Equinox update. And this one looks, again, another NPC one. Just the pacing, the framing of it. Yep, it's advertising the Dominics. Hey, look, it's a battleship. Go buy it. But there are other ones going on as well. Or can be, which are player ones. Are we going to really get many NPC ones in a row after I've tried making a point about the nature of what's going on around here? Yep, this is just trying to sell us the abandoned battleship. Cool. There we go. That's definitely a player one. Something about the change in design style, you can just tell. I think that's a player one? Okay, I'm not even certain at this point. Concord, so that's going to be NPC. I'm bored waiting for things to cycle round. Oh yes, it's Concord upset about the Garustas. Let us head on over to our destination to drop off this cargo. Whoop. Ugh. Power through noodles, I guess. Ellie saying, the more I think about it, the less I'd want an at-will redo button. Short one time would be nice. There's a lot of small details I'd like to tweak, not altering entirely, but having that constant draw of I can keep bashing my head against a wall until it works how I want, drive you mad. Yeah, I think that's a cautionary tale put into a lot of those kinds of reset scenarios. By the way, spoilers. If anyone likes the idea of a fiction that covers that kind of thing, Steins Gate. I'll say no more.
Warp drive active.
Let's continue. Over to Monarch. Which I think is where we did our first mission for this Sister of Eve. Right, just a moment whilst we jump through. Alright.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, fair do, Aussie. Fair do. For me, I try not to dwell too much on the the powers of possibility there. Because, well, they're not a possibility. Why dwell so much on what could have been? Focus on what can be. And that requires looking forward and doing something. Apparently, that ethos does not extend as far as convincing myself to actually get a workout routine, but there we go. Per body's no effect.
Warp drive active.
I mean, come on, I'm playing a video game on a live stream to 41 people. What am I doing? Oh, just looking over here, I see that Eliu's gone for a trip into a shiny area, and they got themselves 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22, 32, 47, 50, 55, about 60 million ISK. Nice. A pretty good workout doing the cancer donation streams. Yeah, I should have kept that up, shouldn't I? Yeah. Yeah.
Warp drive
And
active.
you. Alright, we are in Arnon. We are on our way to the station. We drop off this item here. That fetch quest will we complete. What ifs and what could have been, what give fancy its flair? Understandable. Just make sure you still live in reality. Fantasy is but fiction. And certainly the fantasy of the past can only be a lesson.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested.
Cheers, Ellie. Although apparently it did just hit 40, so someone did not approve. Alright, complete mission. Next up, what have we got from Sister Alatura? Tracking or scanning? Oh, I have a choice. I did not look far enough into the guide for that. I just looked where to go to start the missions. Click, tracking or scanning. This is the first mission of the art that gives you a choice in where you want to pursue the story. The choice will only affect your next 3 missions and will not change the final reward. Except option auto completes tracking or scanning and starts the next mission. Okay, you can choose either this or that. Tracking the Queen 3-part supports Galente, Bag of Blood supports Caldari, neither changes your standings immediately. Well, if neither changes my standings, then I will stick true to form and support the Galente. Tracking it is. Yeah. Hello, Esprit. Things are going well here. Hope you're doing well yourself. So let's see, while you're acquiring the data, I found 2 leads. One is a Galente reporter who claims to have tracked the drone after you were near the food relief station. Another is a Caldari mercenary spy who says she has a formula that can help you scan for the drone. Both offers are time sensitive, and we have to pick one now. I'll leave the choice to you. Which do you wish to pursue? So we've got a scope reporter named Corin Rizia, managed to get some tracking data off the drone 2 days ago. The hollows you got allowed him to confirm that it's the same drone. He's willing to sell us the data in exchange for extracting him from Mordu Legion outpost. Mordu Legion are generally an honest group, but for some reason, Rizia needs to get out of there quickly. He thinks the Legion wants to kill him. Alternatively, Bag of Blood, the Caldari one. Before we get the mercenaries' help, we need to get him out of a jam. This guy goes by the name Wolf Bergen. Yeah, it's stupid, but I'm willing to cut him slack because he's a damn good tracker. Wolf's been all over the universe and hunted damn near everything at some point. You don't get that good without making a few enemies. Right now, the Serpentis want his head in a bad way. Wolf may be a great captain, but he's not a capsuleer. If he croaks, there's no resurrection. The Serpentis know it. Yeah. Let's go with the Tracking the Queen, like I said. We good. As we say, absolutely fatigued. Started back on keto this week. Body hasn't adjusted to running off fats yet. Oh, well, fair enough then. I don't know enough about yourself or the diet choice to say anything on that one. Alright, so I have selected Track of the Queen. This is what we're going to do. Accept the choice. Alright then, let's be careful out there. Let us acquire ourselves one Corin Rizia here inside of Arnon. Absolutely. Did I not accept the mission? I swear I just said accept the mission, but I don't see a mission briefing. No, it is accepted. What? Okay. Maybe this mission doesn't spawn a warp to button. That's fine. We'll use the right click menu. Yep. Encounter warp to locations. That's a bug. It's supposed to have a warp to button. That's fine. We'll do it the old school way.
Back in my days, this was the only way you would go to them. You would have to set the destination yourself. It wouldn't give you a handy button.
Anyway, how much longer do I plan the stream for? Let's see. We are on chapter... We're halfway through chapter 4, and this thing is 7 chapters, so we are literally halfway through this. Hey, get me out of here before Patrol finds us here. Sure. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get this done in one stream, but I also can't wait until next stream, because once you get started... I mean, I could just not pick up the next mission for a hot minute, but I would need to be making progress at least one mission a day, I think. And I don't really want to have like a gap of missions and then continue the other ones on a Friday stream next week. So I'm going to take this as far as I can, and I probably should just, you know, maybe speed up again, be as quick as I can. We'll see how it goes. Extra long stream, it might end up that way. You lucky, lucky people. Rizia acquired. Back to you. Oh no, the Mordu have arrived. Whatever shall I do? Certainly not just easily warp off. Bye, suckers. You. More spanners? More spanners for you, Radikar. Absolutely. More spanners. Get that redeem icon out of the way. Blah. What is that sound?
Docking permission requested.
I shouldn't have that sound on my ship. I think there are some audio issues. I might need to, but let's kill the audio and put it back in. That should stop that. There we are.
Docking permission requested.
Whatever was causing that is gone. The music's sort of going to have to restart, but there we are. We did have a detour for the existential discussion. Yeah. It happens. Alright then, next part. That was close, at least Corin's out of danger. We really want the tracking data of this drone. Luckily, we hid the data in a secure place. Can I trust you to take him to his hideout in a nearby station so he can transfer the data? Buying and selling information takes time, you know. Alrighty. Let us head on over to there. Does that mean... Yep, we pick up Corin again. It is feel so empty. Yeah, that was a bit of an unnecessary droning sound, wasn't it? Gotta remember how to fix that one here in Eve.
Warp drive active.
Well, that's a very blue ship. And we're done. Da-da-da-da. Slightly epileptic if seizure-inducing spinning of the ship. Remember that overnight stream I did once? Overnight stream? Nope. Sorry. We could say, is fuel cost a thing in Eve? For high-tier ships, yes. But for general flying around, no.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, sorry, Queen. I don't recall doing a very, very long stream at any point, so... You might have got it mixed up? Or maybe it wasn't, like, what I would consider overnight. Elliot said, was about to comment how empty Norsec is, now in a system of 374 people in local. Ooh, that's a few. That is a few right there.
Active.
For comparison, my current high-sec system has 5 in it. 401 people? Oh my. Elliot, do you want to share again in the private message what system you've entered into? I might be able to tell you more about it. Eldari, business something
Docking
something
permission
something.
requested. Docking request accepted.
Look. Oh, that system. Just looking at it. Just looking at that name, I recognize that. Yeah, you're there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that, so that's a crossroads between various parts of nullsec and Empire space. So yeah, that one's going to be like the home station of a lot of what happens there. If I bring up ship and pod kill, sorry, jumps. Yeah. Yeah, so you're going into one of the hottest areas of that entire region now. You're in one of the absolute hottest areas of the whole thing. There shouldn't be that many people there, though, which would suggest to me something might be happening right now. Something particularly violent might be happening. Let me have a look. Nope, no record of extreme violence right now. Well, good luck there, Elliot. Whatever you're up to. Oh, we need to go back to Sister Alatura for the next mission. You just seem to remember watching me sleep on stream? I've never done that, Queen. Actually never. So, now I know you are thinking of someone else.
Warp drive active.
Slightly wild. Caldari propaganda. In my Galente space, Caldari propaganda? Yuck. Was that a system? Wasn't that? No, that wasn't a Sister Eve station. We're heading back to the Sister Eve station. I'm trying to think who you could have got me mixed up with there, Queen, because I don't think there's any significant Warframe creators that look anything like me. So, when I say significant, I mean like sizable, well known. So how have you got that mixed up? There we go. We're into Arnon, which is this busy hub station, or hub system of this whole epic arc. There's 45 people here. Still not a concern. Have there been any deaths here in Arnon recently? Let's have a look. There was a death at 20 to 6 today, so a few hours ago. And they died to an NPC. In fact, it seems like every single death in this system is to NPCs. Which, fair enough. I think there might actually be a rule against non-consensual PvP in this system. I think there is actually a rule against that. Now I think about it. It's not well advertised. Alright. Sister Alitora, where are we at? Tracking the Queen, part 3. Now that we have the data, we can deliver it to a more secure and traceable SOE location. If you could take the data to Arnon, I'd appreciate it. But we're in Arnon. Oh, we're taking it to somewhere in this system. Right, I was going to say, like, we're here already. Where do you want me to take it? There's an 8-hour-long subathon stream? Yeah, I did do a subathon, but never slept on stream. No.
Warp drive active.
We could say, just finished a single prompt for a relatively simple scenario. 2 pages of work, 1.5 hours to solve. New record. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of things I've had to engage with before now as well. Take it down the corridor there on break. Pretty much. This is the EVE equivalent of, bro, just take it over there for me. Quarter and Rizia, doesn't this seem odd to you? All these clandestine machinations for a single drone? I've sold more important information to seedier clients and right in front of a Concord station, no less. There's more to this whole deal than they're letting on. Interesting, so Rizia's actually saying that the SOE are up to something. Or at least hiding what's going on. Curious. What is going on here? Also, hey, there's some mining rocks here. If I wanted to mine Veldspar here, I could. Problem with that is Veldspar is fucking everywhere in HiSec, and it's also near enough the least valuable thing you could ever mine. So, I don't want to. But I could. I will admit that I've always been a little bit disappointed in the makers of EVE Online for something like that. There's a capsule who took Rigia from us! Get him! Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Whatever will I do? I am under attack. Oh no! My poor little combat ship. One down. As I was saying, whilst I just take out these little pirates really quickly, the rocks that spawn in random missions, I'm always a little disappointed that there's no chance of them spawning like something high value. They're always just bits of Veldspar, Omber, Scordite. Basic stuff that no one cares about. Or no one should care about. Right, did any of those drop something worthwhile? Oh, they all dropped something. Wow. Didn't think that was possible. Let's have a look. Worthless. Pathetic. Wasting my time. Embarrassing. Pitiful. And destitute. Alright, never mind. Mission complete. Ruzia said to thank you for the lift. That, we did a different mission. That's the wrong message. Alright, I found 2 bugs so far on this. What's the next mission? Based on the data you provided me, I was able to locate where the drone and its swarm is heading. Arnhem. Here. The word should be here. Do whatever it takes to destroy it. Alright. Let's warp to the location and destroy it.
Warp drive active.
Da-da-da-da. Oh, I see, Woodcut, I see, yeah, Fodu. And here we are, our next set of things to obliterate. We need to activate the acceleration gate. Something tells me I need to destroy these drones first. The drone has escaped through the acceleration gate. Follow it. Yep. Let's start approaching that, full speed, and shoot everything I can shoot along the way. That buzzing sound you hear every time I fire, that zzz, zzz, that's not the sound of lasers, that is an alert both starting and stopping. So it starts when I engage in combat with an NPC, and it stops when I cease being in combat because the NPC perished. And what it is the start and end of this non-capsular log-off timer. So because I've been in combat with an NPC, I will not be able to remove my ship from space by logging out for 5 minutes. Now if I dock up, I'm safe anyway, I'm docked up. But if I were to say lose connection right now, my ship would attempt to warp off to some random spot in space, and then it would sit there until that timer runs out. Then my ship would be removed from the game. This is how EVE Online gets around the idea of combat logging. You can't just log out to avoid dying. If you have this logout timer, your ship is still going to be around. So you might as well keep playing. If you get into combat with an NPC, it's 5 minutes. If you get into combat with a player, it's 15 minutes. And there are certain actions you can take which trigger the same kind of timer as well. So if you hear that buzzing sound, that's what's happening. It's alerting me that that timer is either starting or is beginning to count down. The drone is escaping. The drone has escaped through another acceleration gate. Follow it. Alrighty. I see we're going to be playing a little game of tag, and all of your drone friends are going to have to suffer for it. Don't mind me. I will activate the Obliterator 9000. But I'm going to split the guns. These are dying so easily. I might be able to... Yep. Split fire is going to be quicker. There we go. A little bit of extra APM. Get this done just a little bit faster in the process. Okay, we're up against ones which have a little bit more tank now. And I'm webbed. And warp disrupted. Okay, never mind. I'm going to put a little bit more effort into this now. Gleam. Maximum damage output. Yeah, that'll give them the idea that I'm not here to mess around. Okay, that one's dodging my shots. There we go. Finally got a good hit on it. Take out the Sunder Alvi. And finally, this one last Weber, the Strain Infested Alvi. There we go. Check for loot. No loot. Let's go through.
Warp drive active.
They thought they could stop me with those poxy little webs. They were wrong. There's that mysterious drone again. Right up against a giant snake-shaped asteroid. You'll never get the secrets of the rogue drone, says some mysterious ship. Mysterious ship from... Whoa, I saw that there. That was from the Society of Conscious Thought. Did it just... It blew it up. It blew up the drone. What is going on here? Alright, let's take out these NPCs here, because that's part of my objective. Why would an SOCT ship just appear, blow up the drone and vanish? What the hell? Excuse me. Yeah. Still got the tail ends of that illness that struck me on Tuesday. Well, this area is again cleaned out. Nothing to mine. Let's dock up.
Warp drive active.
Who's the SOTT? Society of Conscious Thought. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about them. Look them up. I believe they are opposed to the Deathless Circle. I don't know what else they stand for. The society was formed several centuries ago by a Jovian as a spiritual institution. Since then it has taken on many guises, but today it is mainly known for its excellent schools, which it operates in remote areas around space. These schools are considered the best in the world of EVE, and parents everywhere fight to get their children admitted. This feels like propaganda written by themselves. But apparently I have a good standing with them. somehow. The Society of Conscious Thought is 3 centuries old and was founded by a Jovian named Eor Lebron, who was in search of spiritual enlightenment. Thank you, Amaz Fire Dragon. Glad you appreciate it. The Society has since then taken many guises and has been anything from a religious sect full of hermits to a political institute playing the power game. Today, the Society is mainly known for their scholastic achievements. Their schools are widely regarded as the best ones in the world of Eve, and rich and influential parents everywhere fight to get their kids admitted. Offering large sums of money is, however, no guarantee for admittance, as the Society has its own peculiar selection process that seems to have little rhyme or reason to outsiders. The Society operates in remote areas, where they build strongholds called kits. Not all kits are schools, some are still devoted to spiritual enlightenment or scientific pursuits. Yeah, this explained absolutely nothing of substance to me. Nothing. Also reset the audio because it's still playing the combat music. I can't... He's supposed to be dead. Are you telling me Dagon's been alive this whole time? Dagon? Who's Dagon? Dagon was the pilot leading the fleet that the drones first destroyed, and a known terrorist. He was supposed to be dead. It's very important that he is made dead. The sisters consider this a top priority. Dagon is heading for a system in Mimeta space. He can't have gone far. I'll connect you with the Kaita Eslin, advisor to the Crucial tribe. She can help you track down Dagon. I've been to Mimeta space quite a few times myself, Kenneth. It's not so bad there, but just be careful where you wander and what you say. Their way of doing things can be a little rough around the edges at times. Hold on, what is this? But I've also never known a Mimeta to not get a job done. In case you don't know, the Crucial could be a little sly. Just make sure this one looks after your interests too. Still, I'm sure you can handle yourself. What is this? Christ, and we haven't even talked about the Amar yet. What? So we've got Caldari propaganda against the Galente, and now we're making out the Mimeta to be rough around the edges. Careful where you wander and what they say. What is this? Sisters of Eve, I'm starting to have concerns about you lot. Well, the Sisters' Allegiances? Good question. I thought they were Galentian. Seven Sisters of Eve. Their standing relationship. So the Amarian Empire slightly dislike them, but they don't think about the Amarian Empire. Sisters of Eve slightly dislike Garistas, things like that. They really dislike the Angel Cartel. They are big fans of the Galente Federation, big fans of the Society of Conscious Thought, and those two are both mutual feelings. Strong dislike for the Serpentis. They are supporters of Concord, who don't give a shit about them. Supporters of Evermore. Moderate supporters of the Mimeta Republic. Caldari State. Ooh. Sisters of Eve don't have a positive opinion of the Caldari, or negative, but the Caldari slightly dislike them, as did the Amar. So yeah, these guys, or gals, are definitely aligned with Galente. With a side serving of Mimeta. So what the hell is this Caldari propaganda and anti-Mimeta sentiment I'm picking up? That just does not match up. Tisk, Sister Alitura. Tisk. Also 13 jumps. We've got a bit of a distance to go. Let's get travelling. You gotta watch out for those biases. They'll sneak up on you. One moment you think you're in good company, next thing you know, someone goes out. Well, you know that Mimeta space? I was down there the other day. Well, you know, you want to be a little bit more careful around there. I'm not saying anyone's particularly problematic. I'm just saying, you know, they can be a bit unusual down there. They can be a bit sly. What an absolute weapon. Alright. Let's head through from Essence to Genesis once again. Bop. You know, whilst I take this next jump, I'm going to go refill my water. As long as it's a decent warp. 55 AU, worth it. Back in just a sec. Refilling my water. Oh, see, look, haven't even got to the gate yet. Nailed it. There we go. And off to Tar.
Active.
Again, we're going to be passing through various bits of colourful space. We have left that region over there, the much more greeny hues of Galente space. We're passing through some Concord space, which is very golden at the moment. There's the exercise you wanted, sprint into the nearest tap. Ha! Sure, exercise, sprint, yeah. I think after Tar we'll probably be routing us towards Botane. Nope, it's going through Pakshi. Is it Pakshi then Botane? Renin. You know, I completely guessed this route wrong, didn't I? Oh well, whatever.
Warp drive.
Also,
active.
I'm not on agility mode. Whoops, I could be in a couple seconds faster. My bad. I'm just gonna peer around as we go. Oh no, my ship, where is it? Zip. It's daft, but let me have this. I'm surprised there's 15 people here, to be honest. Bit of a system between systems, but maybe they're all travelling like me.
Warp drive.
Now we're going to head on over to Renin. Tiny little corp logo on the front of the ship. Absolutely devastatingly tiny thing for the purchase, so I never bought one since. The logo, not the ship. Look at that, it's pathetically tiny. Left side rears its head. Well, when you've got a 13 jump route and need to keep things at least slightly interesting, you do what you can do to make it work. We can't have existential conversations all the way through, can we now, Ellie? Mm-hmm. Alright, so we arrived in Essence region, another Galente region. You can see our route among the stars over there, fading into the distance. We're going pretty much just straight that way. You can get past the first 2 minutes of Eve, is really not good at teaching. When did you try, Imaz? When did you try? Was it like a year ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago? All of those are possible, by the way. I mean, I spy is possible, but I don't think you know the name of a lot of things around here, Ellie. 2-3 years ago? Fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. There is an actual tutorial, and then it leads... It's a tutorial cinematic-y quest that then leads you into the tutorial agents. But it doesn't do a good job of kind of holding your hand, yeah. So, having an expert on hand, or at least someone who's gone through the basics, to be there to answer questions and kind of point you in where the game's going, definitely helps. It definitely helps. I started out, what was it, 13 years ago I think we said? Yeah, 13 years ago. And to my good fortune, on the second day of logging in, someone who is part of a small but established corporation saw my ship and invited me to join them, and took it from there. You had no UI, which couldn't have helped? How did you have no UI? It gives you the UI you need. Something went a little bit wrong there. I wonder if someone had a terminal case of screen decluttering. I've noticed some new players do. Like, oh, this is all in my way. Let me just minimize that. Minimize that. I don't need that. Get out of my way. I want to see the space game. Yay! What's happening? Not saying that's exactly what you did, but I have seen people do that kind of thing. It's not the smartest thing to do. Closing all the windows the game gave you.
Warp drive active.
Certainly one that recurs with certain individuals is they're looking at a screen like, oh, what am I looking for? Okay, well, you want to go to this thing? And they're like, okay. They just first close the window out the way. I'm like, alright, so now you're actually going to have to reopen that because the thing I told you to click was on that. Like, oh, it was? Oops, my bad. Must have been a bug, so it's only the space, like, genuinely? Wow, that's definitely a bug, yeah. Elliot, good news is 300 people probably aren't looking for you. A fleet that size has bigger fish to fry than yours. You might still die, but probably not. Just wait for them to leave before you leave your site. Alright, now passing into Cololi. Alright, Zelian, you take care. Catch you around.
Warp drive active.
Heading on over now to Bay. So Bay will be the first jump into Mimeta space. We're about to enter into the Metropolis region. Say goodbye to the nice green tones here of Galente space. Those red hues down there are about to get rather a bit closer. I thought it was down there, was it? Yeah, there's the star route. Sorry, we're going that direction. My bad. There it is. You see what I mean about the dramatic shift. It's all the way off in the distance over that way. That's Caldari space. All the way over there. We see we're actually up close now to that mess, which I think was from Caroline Star. We've got this rusty hue all around us. Mimeta space. And I'm looking around, I don't see the Galentian Nebula. I'll be honest. I don't know where it is. I guess somehow it's not visible from here? That doesn't sound right. Must be obscured by this one. Oh well, no concern to me. Let's ignore this huge fleet of NPC ships here, because they're not here for me. And let's head on away to the next jump. I mean, Maz, you can always try again. You absolutely can always try again. Is that line in the sky an actual superstructure of sorts? Or the dotted line, like that line over there? It's not a superstructure, that is a representation of the route I'm taking. So I'm next jumping over to that star there, literally that star. You watch in a moment, it's going to pan to point us at it. That particular star. And now we got one more jump. We are heading over to the System of Heck.
Warp drive.
No Kufa included. Your PC doesn't like existing anymore? Fair enough then. When you next have a PC, you can consider it. Yeah, Eve does give a sense of scale to the game. Although I will say, Weird Kid, you talk about how titanic the scale of space is. When it gets to nullsec, some players have made a very good means of making it feel a lot smaller. Yeah, it's not a copy-paste skybox at all. No, the the skyboxes are appropriately placed for the regions and for the stars you're moving through and around. With a lot of these stars are just background stars, but then a lot of the stars are actual stars. Like that one over there, I can just tell looking at it, that is indeed... You know what? Judging by the way the gates start firing, obviously that star is where we just came from. If I set destination out of here back to where we've just come from, yeah, that's the first star on the route. That is, in fact, Utindar. We just came from there. There we are.
Active.
You have a 750 Ti and an i7 2600. Oh, that's enough. Yeah, GTX 750 Ti. Yeah, you can play this game. Potato mode, but you can play it. Not a problem. Not a problem. I was playing this game, granted, a decade ago, so there has been a bit of graphical improvement since then, but I was playing it on a laptop with a GTX 555M. And when that died, I was then playing on the integrated graphics of that laptop. EVE Online is able to make that work.
Request accepted.
So yeah. Yeah, Elite Dangerous also has a proper skybox, and Elite Dangerous does give you a good sense of scale. Elite makes space big. Unfortunately, Elite also made space bloody empty, which is not so great. Alright, so we need to speak to this new agent, Kater Eslin. An eye on everything. The missing capsuleer you're looking for has been quite busy recently, as I'm sure you'll be interested to hear. The Crucial Tribe became aware of his actions just a couple days ago, when he was caught smuggling something out of Minmatar space. We've been seeing a few of his accomplices since then, shifting back and forth between Minmatar and AMAR borders. You want information? We want information. Help us track down his friends, and we'll help you any way we can when you find your capsuleer. Your first step will be to scout out one of their major smuggling hubs and report back what information you can find about the strength of security forces there. Did you gain a new accent? This is a new person, Eliu. This is a new individual, so congrats on noticing it's a new accent. Did you not notice how we just travelled to an entirely new region of space where our previous agent went, oh, they're a bit sly? You know, the whole racist moment. Anyway, let's head on out and attend to this. Have they get into 400 megabytes? What, EVE Online? No, they don't. Either that's just the launcher you've downloaded, or it's the absolute minimum to launch the game, and it actively downloads additional graphics and data as you play, which, by the way, I highly recommend against. Taking the time to fully download the game is hella worth it. There's a setting for that in the launcher.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. EVE Online is definitely not just 400 megabytes. Yeah, I played Elite Dangerous a fair amount, and truth be told, I had fun. I had fun, but there was far less there than I thought there would be. That's a lot of ships. Read the details? I'm reading the details. Investigate the smuggling hub and report back. Looks like they're still getting reinforcements. They even have a stolen Niroga. Alright. Yeah, let's get out of this one. That's a dreadnought. I think, no, that's a carrier, not a dreadnought. My bad. The Nakfar's the dreadnought. They have a carrier over there. I don't want to deal with that. Hello, Nagato Almighty. Welcome on in. Oh, okay. Why we're lagging a bit? What's with the lag? There's nothing here that should be lagging me. Stream surviving fine? Stream surviving fine, okay. That was weird.
Docking request accepted.
Oh, propaganda for the 07MAR war. Sure, why not? Gotta have it everywhere. Nope. That's a fault with this station. Can't easily see the billboard. The billboard's cut off at the top of the screen. I have to angle up to see it. That's a player advert. That, I think, is also a player advert, because slow children don't play. Join the daycare and learn more. You know what? I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Good work on the recon there. When you're ready to go and do something about the smugglers, you let me know. Alright. You'll need to take these surveillance captures over to a friend of mine. He'll want to see them before he commits his own forces to the fight. I sent them over the network, but I'm afraid this mission is completely unauthorized. All of the evidence I've gathered so far has been through methods the Republic fleet wouldn't turn a blind eye to. So we've relied on his help. Once he has the information he needs, he'll probably want to send you in first to take out the heavier security. Then his people will follow in to clean up. Are you ready to commit yourself to this task, Kenneth Skybound? Ellie, it was definitely slow children who were at play. Those two kids on the same side of the seesaw. Come on. That one's obvious as hell. Alright, let's head on over to Lustrivik. We're meeting up with this new agent over here. I feel like that could have been done remotely, but whatever. Is your slow child at play? No comment there, Ellie. No comment. God, this station is definitely laggy. What the hell? Why is this station laggy? Is it just because I don't come to Mimitor space often? My computer's not used to it? Nah, I think it's something to do with the station. Let's get out of here. Although, I am in Hex, so it could be the system that's laggy. This is a trade-up system. Fair to him, as. Unfortunately, you had such a bug, honestly. But I can see why that would make you just immediately give up. If your opening to the game is, there's no UI whatsoever, yeah, that would piss me off too. Is there a specific inspiration for this accent? Because it sounds like a weird hybrid of Canadian and something Slavic. There is no particular inspiration. None. When it comes to accents like that, I'll be honest, I don't really know regional accents or accents that fit into given countries and whatnot. I've never cared to learn that kind of thing. So when I put together an accent for an NPC like that, I am just generating an accent I've heard and just kind of throwing it in there. It's not drawn from anything in particular. I'm not saying, like, I hate Warframe and Destiny, but I love them, you know. Before you gain love, it's hard to stick around for a time investment kind of thing. I'm not sure I fully understand. I do know that it took me 2 attempts to get into Warframe, but that's because the first time around, I didn't really understand where the gameplay was supposed to be. I was going through these missions. There was some guy rambling at me along the way about trying to take my Warframe, classic opener. Here's your thing, oh, but it's already being taken away from you or something stupid. But there was no challenge to the game, and when I opened up the arsenal, I just saw platinum. Spend platinum now. I was like, okay, I think I get the idea what this game is. You know what? I'm out. It wasn't until much later I gave it another try, because weirdly enough, the way it worked out is that a long time later, I think it was in the order of like a couple years later, the idea of the game crossed my mind, and it was playing on my mind for like a couple days at work. Almost as if it'd taken that long for my subconscious brain to piece together the little bits and details I'd seen and try and figure out what must have been missing. And piece together, okay, so that would work like this, and that must mean you do that, and tried it again with that new perspective, and it clicked. There you are. Tragedy stories you've heard from Warframe is about immediate paywalls, time walls before time investment. It feels the same with a lot of other things. Yeah, that's the thing. Warframe doesn't have immediate paywalls. And the time investment is, oh no, a Warframe might take a little bit longer to build. The rest of the game is still there. And I do feel like I get people's complaints, but at the same time, it's like, Christ, if you have the slightest bit of patience, there is an entire game for free. You just need to spend money if you want to hit the Unlock Now button. You know what? I'm setting up a command. This happens too often. Let's create a command. Okay, and in here... Cool, there we are, command made. Anyone paying attention to chat knows exactly what command I've just made. Right, so they want us to speak to Tarak Errand. Nice tactical destroyer, love to use him for this. Yeah. It's very effective, isn't it? So, goading the leader. Straight to business then, eh? Here's the plan. My men are currently standing by, ready to launch an assault on poorly defended base nearby. This should draw a good portion of the security forces off the base we're truly aiming for. That's when you sweep in. Kill everything that moves, Kenneth Skybound. If you can take out their reinforcements and logistics, then we'll be able to clean up what's left. I'm thinking that all this commotion should draw their leader out, or at least get his attention. We can see how it plays out once the bullets start flying. You'll receive updates on the field once we launch our assault. Ready to roll? Ready to roll. When the bullets start flying. Now that's Minmatar. They use projectiles. They quite literally just use AKs in space. Meanwhile, I'm bold with gold. We got the lasers, baby. We got the lasers.
Warp drive active.
Full rack of them, and they are ready to bring the punishment. Let's head into the mission site. Casual Warframe loading screen moment. Just gonna wiggle the ship around. Totes. Gonna bust through the vent, and we have arrived at the Exterminate mission. Okay, I need to destroy the auxiliary power array. Please get rid of the stolen carrier. Okay, that's a lot fewer ships, but the carrier's still there. The carrier's gone. Excellent. Good. They've been distracted. Alright, I'm allowed to engage this now. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Lock target. If that's the target, we'll just blow up the target. Fire. Shields almost down. Armor annihilated. Structure gone. We're done. Let's get out.
Warp drive active.
Before that carrier comes back. Oh, there's a cargo container. Oh well. I don't care. There's probably no loot in there. You never really understood lurking, to be honest. I mean, there's plenty of people just sat back and watching. You think there's 46 people typing this chat right now? Plenty of people are just enjoying the vibes. They're like having me on in the background. I make some noise, I make them feel like the room's a little bit less empty. They get to experience EVE Online without having to do it themselves, because let's face it,
Docking request accepted.
not everyone wants to fully engage with the game outright, but just be able to see it, experience, see what's happening, yeah, that's cool. It's like I'll watch people on Apex Legends, because I can't shoot for shit, but they can, and it's fun to watch. The podcast with optional chat? Exactly, yes. An audio-visual podcast with optional chat and interaction. And if you hate the adverts to pop up, there's a solution for that too. It's all very simple. My men finished cleaning up the remaining hostiles just a few moments ago. You'll be pleased to hear this though. You know, Skybound, we caught someone trying to flee the scene. We think he knows something about the guys running this whole operation. He's been taken into questioning. If he does know anything, we'll have the information ourselves very shortly. Let's get a new mission from him. Hunting the lieutenants. Or lieutenants, depending on how you pronounce it. Also, that light's horrible. That didn't take long. You can't get good mercenaries anymore. They crack before you even get to the fun stuff. He gave us the names of 3 lieutenants, supposedly the underlings for the man running this whole operation. If we can capture one of them, then maybe they'll know something about this missing capsuleer of yours. If they don't, then they should at least know where we can find their boss. Lieutenants are supposed to be meeting in a nearby Dead Space facility, arranging some kind of big deal. We have no idea what this could involve. Drugs, money, people, it might be anything. But it definitely means some more high security to deal with. Once you clear the area, we should be able to scan the structures and locate the lieutenants. Assuming they're still hanging around. Fly by and pick them up. If they refuse to board, pop a few shots off into the facility's shields. That usually convinces people you mean business. So, feel like crashing a party? Absolutely. Let's head on over and start causing a ruckus with the unknown hostiles. Alright. I'm saying true. Gotta have streams in the background for autism happy. Fair do.
Warp drive active.
And away we go. I do like this ship. It's such an effective ship. I've never messed around with the Svipple. I've seen what the heck he's used for, but every building of it I'm just not interested in. And the Jackdaw, but the Confessor, the Confessor just sings to me. It really does. Anyway, we got enemies here. Let's create Rex. Lasers, active. Oh, that's one straight down immediately. Let's check the resistance profile on these. Yeah, look at that. Their armor is very strong to lasers, but their shields, absolutely open to them. I don't know if these are armor or shield tanked. Let's split my guns, see if I can find out. Never mind, they are just dead tank because they die. Well, that was easy. It's very aerodynamic. I got a thing to tell you about space. And this might come as a surprise, but there's not really any air in space. You might get the odd gas cloud or particulate, but aerodynamic, not the concern. We were scanning the radio chat of those guys you took out. They were trying to evacuate someone from that habitation module. It's vulnerable now without them guarding it, so you can fire a few rounds off into the building. That should flush him out. Alright then. Hydrate. Cheers, Penguin. Let's see. Habitation module. Habitation module. Is it that one? Yes, it is. Oop. Nearly one-shot the thing. Whoops. Maybe I shouldn't have grouped the guns up. Oh boy. Alright, stop shooting. I'll come with you. Whoops. Did that put them straight into my cargo? It did not. Alright. Also, let's just check these wrecks. Anything interesting in here? Oh, not you. Nothing interesting. Wow, what a mix. Not interesting. Nope. Lieutenant Curious. No way I'm coming with you, Edgar. You best leave that here. Well, you have that pretty ship of yours. Wait, didn't I already just fire a round off, like, a lot? What do you mean you're not coming with me? Your station's in tatters. There's more holes in that than Swiss cheese. Man, this loot is terrible. Alright, apparently we need to, remind these guys we mean business, so, one more laser shot should do the trick. I'm going to make this as weak as possible. You want to blow it up? No, that might fail the mission. I'm not going to blow it up. Not at risk of failing the mission.
Warp drive active.
But I want to. Just know that. No, mission says to just dock up, so I'll dock up. Slightly weird one. Here we go. You can tell we're in agility mode at the moment because the flaps are out.
Requested. Docking request accepted.
This ship reconfigures its appearance slightly if I switch mode. It's a small thing. Alright, complete the mission. Let's see. Yep, we got one of them. Excellent. Where's the next mission? Kira says she found something in the evidence you brought over from your tours around State and Federation space. She thinks it might help her people direct the interrogation of Kiras, so we need you to take him back to her. We have a strong overlap of aims here, Kenneth. You want to find this capsule here, and we want to hamper smuggling operations in our space. So long as your work takes you down this path, we'll be happy to offer our assistance. We will speak again, perhaps, once Cater has gleaned some information from Kiras. If we don't, then let me say that it's been a pleasure having you as a friend and ally of the Mimita people. I hope the good work doesn't stop with the end of your investigation. Good work and good luck. I hope you find the answers you seek. I'm sure Cater will help. We're going back to Cater. Accept the mission, and let's head on out. I look like a rapper. I assume that's not supposed to be an insult, so sure.
Warp drive active.
Let's head on over to Esther and then Heck, and we'll go meet with Cater once again. I really don't know what gave me the idea this would be completable in like 2 hours. We're coming up on 4 now, and I haven't been talking that much while docked. Thank you, MS. Oh, just swept straight past a player station. Fair enough. Actually, there's a couple of them there. Oop. Mimita Tech always has such a kind of thrown together look to it. If I look at this real quick. Like, that looks so bare bones. It almost looks like, genuinely, like, are they powering this Stargate with solar panels? Is that supposed to be my takeaway from this? A solar panel powered Stargate? Is that what we're looking at here? Just these open girders or metal scaffold between sections of it. Mimita Tech really does just look like they put it together in a scrapyard. Anyway, let's head on over to Heck now.
Warp drive active.
Fair enough, Amaz. Fair enough. 10 times fast. Solar panel powered Stargate. Solar panel powered Stargate. Solar panel powered Stargate. Solar panel powered Stargate. Yeah. When you think about it. And then look at this one. Look at this one. This is the scaffolding around where you build the Stargate. It's like they almost got to the point of building the Stargate, and then they just kind of just shoved the power cell into it and went, we're good. Yeah, this is a shipyard. This is an assembly array. This isn't an actual Stargate. It's not finished. Build your Stargate. This is what gives people the impression that the Mimitor are rough around the edges. They don't finish the build. Alright, let's head ourselves now over to the station. Bye. Also going, I haven't used defense mode yet. Let's switch into that. Show you what that looks like. So all the flaps come in. Panels go over the edge here, give us a bit more armor up. And we got some signature deflectors here, reducing my signature radius. Oh god, the lag of loading into this area. Why is this station so laggy?
Docking permission
Is there like...
requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, whatever that is up there, that's what's lagging it. It's loading all those assets. It's one of those stations. I really don't know what convinced them to do that, but some stations have just a load of detailed assets just hovering around them, and it really does cause lag. It really does. Alright. What we got here then? Backwicator marked for death. We've been working tirelessly over all the intelligence you've delivered to me. A lot of it we already knew, but after some cross-analysis, we discovered there was a particular location that only Lieutenant Kuros and a few others had access to. Kuros caved when he saw what we knew about the coordinates to his employer's hideouts. This guy's alias is Izia Tabar. He's a battle-hardened smuggler baron. Concord's wanted him for a long time now. We have his location, Kenneth. Can we rely on you to end this? I'd expect his place to be well defended, but if we lose him now, it all counts for nothing. Alright, let's go assassinate Izia Tabar, this baron. Off we pop. Ellie, back from the null set narcotics, waiting for all people to leave. Went along the route, first jump, found myself in the middle like 50 ships. Oh no. Did warp off, not much else happened, then the rest away. Oh, you got out, sweet. Loot was just effects. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, look at all of these. So, this is what's lagging it. I didn't realise this was above the station. They've got there multiple ships all lined up. All this superstructure. Look at all of those! Those are battleships. Those are battleships. Every single one of those small ones is a battleship. These over here, those might even be capitals. I can't even tell at this distance. Those are definitely capital ship size. That's a whole fleet of battle cruisers, I think I'm looking at. Yeah, cyclones and hurricanes, I think. This is why it's so laggy loading into this particular station. Because look, I'm here, down there. There's my ship. I'm 16 kilometers away from the kick-out station. This structure is 236 kilometers away. I'm actually going to warp in on this one. Because it's so far away, I can actually warp to it. Is this area an NPC pre-made? It is, yeah. So this is an NPC demonstration of power, I guess? This is why it's so laggy out here. Because all of this shit's loaded in. In full detail. No wonder this station, undocking and docking it, is just causing those struggles. Look at this! I don't need all of this. It's so large that I can't easily, like, control the zoom when looking around at it all. Yeah, let me, fly over towards one of those larger vessels there. Thankfully, they're not all on the overview. It's just one large structure. It's all just static, but still. It's very, very detailed. Very detailed. And I'm going to say it too detailed. Because we've got these large ships, but then you look at the fleets of stuff over there. That's cruisers. Look at the size of that thing. It's cute and all to have this another 20,000 kilometers away from the station. Give us the beacon, we can warp to it and go, ooh, ah, wow. But this, right on the station. Ugh. There was another station I had staged out of for a couple of weeks that had a similar issue. And it just made it unlivable. Also, wow, these are downscaled. Yeah, I think these are actually downscaled. I think those Stabber cruisers, they're supposed to be bigger than that. So they're not even true to size. I'm fairly certain a Stabber cruiser is supposed to be bigger than my destroyer. Let me double check real quick. So a Stabber has a long axis of 350 meters. Whereas my ship has a long axis of 373. Never mind, these are the correct scale. Look at how many of them there are. For a background asset, yeah. Like, because they're grid laid out, I can get an estimate here. So that, oh god, this is going to be hard to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Stabbers in a column. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I've lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 columns. So 7 by 9. And then how many levels? Looks like 4 levels. So 7 by 9 by 4. That is 252 Stabbers just in that little group on the left-hand side. Not even counting the ruptures on the right-hand side. Not even counting all these frigates over here. I think, is that frigates or destroyers? I think it's a mix of them. And then the other ships over there as well. Like, no wonder I'm lagging. We're looking at thousands of ships here. Thousands of models. All of them in full detail. I don't even care if someone was to go, oh, it's not actually full detail. The resolution on a normal Stabber is 8 times higher. Okay, cool. Then thousands of ships is taking up as much graphical power as hundreds of ships. It's still a lot. Why did they do this right next to a station? I don't know. And right on a station that we come to through this epic arc, which everyone's funneled towards in one sense. This is gratuitous. And this is in a trade hub system. No, I don't like this. And then it's also just positioned like a couple 100 kilometers above the station. So it loads in, but if you don't look up, you don't even see what's causing that to happen. If you're moving around zoomed in, but down here, yeah, if I'm in the perspective of this guy down here, yep, just come out the station, yep. This is my life. Laggy place. Oh, he started warping. You just wouldn't see it. I didn't see it the first couple times. It's only now we're looking like, why am I lagging so much? Zoom out. Oh, there it is. God damn. This is a poor choice. Like, it's cinematic. Sure. A whole load of ships stationed up. gives you the impression there's more happening than just your little life. But this shouldn't be right on a station. Why the fuck would they make this? Like, in universe, why would they make this right on a station like that? Yuck.
Warp drive active.
Yuck. Love ranting? Oh, absolutely, I'm British. It's a national pastime. Exactly, Ellie, yeah. Why am I lagging? Oh, just trying to load the graphics of 2,000 ships 200 kilometers above my head. My bad. Should have seen that coming. It's such a poor design choice. Whereas this ship's weapons are a very smart design choice. Allow me to demonstrate. And with that, blapinated. Oh, new wave. Alright then. Let's teach you the exact same lesson again. Izia! Our assassination target. That's of course what we were doing this entire time, yes. And they're dead. Really? Just like that? They didn't even drop any loot! It's empty! How pathetic. See, at least when you do an assassination in Warframe, you get something. May not be a good something, but you get it. Scrap. Scrap. What's in the next one? Come on. There's got to be something with good loot. At one point during this entire quest, there's got to be one wreck worthwhile. Oh, I am spoiled. Spoiled by higher level content. It's the simple truth of it. Scraps. Why am I even scanning anymore? Basic ammo that I find in my pockets by accident. A crystal. Scraps. And crap. It's all just bupkis. Alright, get me out of here. Lift the legs up, back into agility mode. There we are. Bupkis. In equivalent to like Mercury and Warframe? I know. But still. It expects more than like 10 alloy plate.
Docking permission requested.
Or literal salvage.
Docking permission requested.
It's fine.
Docking request accepted.
Don't remember Mercury having anything? That is because you're correct. Mercury is basically pointless in Warframe. You get the quest, was it Stolen Dreams? Whichever one, no, not Stolen Dreams, that's far later. It's the one where you learn about Dr. Tengus and the Infested. Shit, what's it called? Who even cares? Basically, you discover the Infested are a thing. That's all that matters. Was it Once Awake? Okay, there we are, Once Awake. I'm only here for the slight story into Farm Syndicate standing, both in analogy and reality. Honestly, very freaking true, isn't it? Yeah. Faction standing and a little bit of story for the fun of it. I'm only reading the story because it's so easy to ignore the story in EVE. Because all this way through, I've been reading it through, but let's be honest. The story doesn't matter. Go to place. Shoot objective. If objective cannot be shot, objective clearly is to pick up or to go somewhere. And you could just blunder your way through. If you read the missions, it becomes a lot more colourful. You see the dressing around it. But it is so easy in EVE to get just tied up in the mechanics and just start shooting red triangles. So easy. Anyway, I'm going to be back in just a moment before I continue on with the next mission, because I've gone through a lot of drinks. BRB. Well, let's use the BRB screen. I have it for a reason. Oh, right then, back on with it, shall we? Back on with it. Is this a fairly new player POV of Eve or Thousand Vows invested kind of thing? It's kind of a bit of both. So I'm doing a quest series which is accessible very early on. You can do it with minimal training and investment, although the investment I have makes it a lot easier. Not like going from taking down God to taking down a kitten, but certainly compressing the difficulty and amount of effort I need to put in. Sure. Well, I've been on this game for a long time, so I know the systems quite well in and out. It's just I've never done the Epic Arc. For reasons. Reasons which I'm rapidly realizing are, Jesus Christ, this takes a long time to do. This is a lot of hours put into this, where the entire reward is just faction standing that I don't technically need. Anyway, continue on with this. You've done exceptionally well, Kenneth Skybound. Our teams will head over to Tabar's compound now and comb the area for further evidence. Get back to me when you are ready for one last assignment. It's about time the Mimit already paid you for all you've done, and I have some information about how we can make that happen. Let's get the mission. Excuse me. It recommends destroyers like the Catalyst? Yeah. Not immediate out the gate. I mean, with the million skill points you get given to you, Ellie, I don't know if I actually talked to you about this. I created another brand new account just to see what I could do with those million skill points. And the result of that, Ellie, is that I could skill them instantly, only using the skill points they were given and ISK to buy skill bucks, which was like 30 million ISK. I could get them instantly into a fully fit remote repair Brutix battle cruiser, complete with a full flight of drones, medium guns, the remote repair modules, armor tanking modules, rigs, the whole fit. They could fly the whole thing, and every ship below it as well. So they could fly the Brutix, the Myrmidon, the Thorax Vexor, Execra, Celestis, Catalyst, Algos, Imicus, Incursus, Tristan, Navitas, Molus, all of that lot. All of it. And that was only using those immediately available skill points. So, as much as you say, not immediately out of the gate, actually yes. Actually yes, immediately out of the gate, with just a little bit of button clicking and a little bit of ISK. Now, if someone doesn't have any money to do anything, then that's slightly different, but it's still not that much. And the Catalyst doesn't cost much, so pish posh. Alright, let us get on with this mission. Run interference for the spy in Tabar's training compound. Let's go do that. Is that with QL stuff like cap management to power grid, or is that just bare minimum skills? It's not a lot of skills, but it was enough to make it workable. Enough to make it workable, because 1 million skill points is the equivalent of alpha training for about 44 days. So, you know, it's not a small amount at all. Excuse me. Alright. Let's take on this. Switch to combat mode and blap. Oh, come on. These ones are literally titled rookies. I'm going to one-gun them. Ah, Miss Zara, you have appeared. Please face my wrath. Oh no! Thermal missiles! How dare! You severely underestimated the referral bonus? Yeah, it's absolutely huge. Even if you subscribe to Omega, it's still about 22 days of training without any improvements to your character. It's significant. That wreck, however, is not full of significant loot. Nope. I'm gonna keep checking them. I'm gonna keep checking them. I've got this cargo scanner and I'm damn well using it. because it still saves me time of travelling over to them and individually looting them. You can just check. That's the best one so far, an EM Shield Hardener. It's still only 60k. I refuse to go pick it up.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, actually, I've just remembered. I made a skill plan for it. For the rookie one. Yeah, here it is, Alpha Brutix. Show contents. Here we are. So these are all the skills, Ellie. If you wanted to sign in and check the corporation skill plan, these are all the skills that skill plan gets you to, and you're achievable with 1 million skill points. So it gives Surgical Strike 2, so you got a little bit of bonus damage on your guns there. Navigation, drone sharpshooting for extra range on it. Drone interfacing for extra control range as well. I think it is. Is it control range? No, extra damage on them even. So there's plenty of drone damage built into it. Drone avionics to make them move faster. CPU management all the way to 5. Power grid management all the way to 5. Medium hybrid turrets level 3. Weapon upgrades level 4. Which, if I recall, gives you access to Tech 2 modules even. Like, this isn't just absolute basics. That's a Tech 2 module unlock. Small hybrid turret level 3. Repair systems. Medium drone operation. Light drone operation. There are plenty of additional skills still to be picked up. But even up to Galente Battlecruiser 3, like, this is designed to give enough to make a workable fit. Just workable, sure, but workable.
Docking permission requested.
I'm saying this game is infinitely hard to get into than Warframe, even before they minutely streamline the new player experience. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Request accepted.
Absolutely. Evil Line is not an easy game to get into. If you do not have someone helping you out, someone who already knows what's going on, there are so many pitfalls and so little guidance. It's abysmal. And they have tried for decades to fix that. And they don't seem to have the slightest idea as to how to do that realistically. The best they have is a tutorial which is rather cinematic for how much EVE is not cinematic, followed by the career agents that existed 13 years ago, but with some tiny tweaks on them, not enough to matter. This air career program, which is trying to guide people towards activities they can do. But this is very much just kind of giving you the buttons to click rather than the reason to click them in the order that you do. So it's like, hey, complete a level 1 security agent mission. You'd look over at this, you know, okay, talk to them, there's rewards, low risk, might take 5 minutes. And then if the person somehow is still reading, and I know a lot of people won't, if they're still reading, they might get down to Aura Assistance for level 1 security missions. I've never read this before, by the way. A combat-fitted frigate should be sufficient. You can find suggested air fittings by browsing the community fittings in the fitting window. Here is a fitting your ship video.
Bringing the right tools to a fight is key to winning. Whether you're setting out on your next mission or diving into the unknowns of wormhole space, fitting your ship well is the best way to help ensure success. In this video, you'll learn about the fitting process and how you can design a ship to take on any challenge.
Let's get to it, please.
The first step to fitting for purpose is to pick the right ship for the task. When taking on missions, for example, you can start level 1 missions with just a Tech 1 frigate. As you progress to level 2
this is
missions,
8 minutes
you
long.
should look to...
I'm not watching all of that. I'm not watching all of that. I was expecting something more specific to this, I'll be quite honest. Community fittings. If I click that, it says fitting tab, ships modules, hulls and fits, community fittings filter. Okay, click that, hulls and fits. Filter, community fittings. Let's say I'm looking at a frigate for Galente. Fleet Atron. PvE Numero. Tech 1 Damper. Fleet Tristan. Which one should I use? I don't know. What? No. This is a community fitting? It doesn't fit. It's got a Tech 2 warp disruptor on a ship using Tech 1 guns, a 200mm plate, a Mark 1 generator refitting reaction control. You can't get this module! It doesn't exist! Yeah, this game is much harder to get into than Warframe. Yeah, no, this is dire. This is dire. Oh, what, we're going to use meta guns, Tech 2 Warp Disruptor, but a Tech 1 drone damage amplifier. Was this made before the meta variant of the drone damage amplifier, which is just strictly superior, existed? If I quickly hit the compare tool on these, just to show you how ridiculous that is, remove all the others, we're just looking at these two. Here's the differences. The meta one requires slightly less CPU, which, by the way, would almost be enough to make this fit work, and increases damage bonus from 15% to 17% for about the same estimated price. So that is a stupid choice. This doesn't exist anymore. That's a Tech 1 module. Again, the compact variant exists. Also, I think this... Wait. Is that one also one that doesn't exist anymore? Yeah, that... What? Oh my god. Yep, so there's the compact one, which would use one less power grid, one less CPU. If you did that with this and with that, then it would actually fit. Also, this module doesn't exist. I just... Ugh. Is Sil in chat? I don't imagine Sil will be in chat. I think they were busy today. You can see why I'm slightly tilted. This is not the way to get someone new into the game. This is the way to get someone experienced, even slightly experienced, but experienced enough to understand what's going on, to then start applying that knowledge. So, yeah. This is why having someone to get you into the game is very important with Eve. Very important. Alright, complete mission? Did I complete a mission? Oh. I lost where in the circle of things we were. Yes, I blew up someone. That's what it was. Alright, cool. What's next? We are now heading out somewhere else. Okay, cool. You've done good work for me, and I have one last request. Go and tell Mizara's Amara Masters that she will work for them no more. Are we going over to a Mars space now? We're going to amateur space. Alright. Let's head on over to a new agent. We are going over to Dovrich. Off we pop. It's slightly getting more Scottish. See, I was aiming at like halfway, not quite Irish the entire time. I felt like I've not been doing too much of a different voice the whole way through. But you've now chosen multiple different parts of Europe other than that, so what do I know?
Warp drive active.
Not a game for you. You've tried exactly once, dropped because your English was barely at conversational level, and this was 20 years ago. I mean, if you struggle with English that you can't engage with people, I understand. That said, there are communities of various languages out there, and Eve can be played in other languages. There are multiples available. So I wouldn't write it off just because of English skills or lack thereof. It does mean if you're in a more niche language community, then there are going to be fewer communities to choose from, but they still exist. I mean, Ellie, given everything that's going on geopolitically at the moment, they are on a rear appearance. Also, you called out Nordics earlier. So if we're going to go with Canada and Nordics, there's more Nordic countries than there are Canadian countries. So that's on you.
Warp drive active.
Alright. Heading on over to Lustravik. We're going to continue our route out of here. We've got a few jumps through Heimeter. Continue. Oh, a lot of jumps through Heimeter. And then suddenly we're going to be into Daralek. Oh. Very, very cool. What's going on here? No, nothing of importance. Get that highlight away. Shoot. Thank you. Is it Slavic? Okay, fair enough. My bad on misremembering there.
Drive active.
What we're getting from this is that Ellie thinks that Scottish people sound like a combination of Slavic and Canadian. There we are. Anything I'd like to get to or from Jita? There's nothing I need from Jita right now, thanks, Ellie. Actually, nah, I'm not going to set up any contracts right now. It's all good, thanks. Fair enough, Freza. Fair enough. Right, we've got a few jumps to go here. Are they Scottish? Yeah, fair enough. Freelance, do you think it was called? Fair dude. There have been plenty of space games, yeah. Alright, we're in Onga, heading on over to Ginge. The very orange space has a system called Ginge. Yeah. How much value would I think it's safe to haul to Jita openly? Also, Elio, your program is coming through with Jira. It depends on what ship you're using. If you're using a frigate or a Tech 1 hauler, no more than 100 million. If you're using a well-tanked cruiser, maybe up to 200 mil, but that'll be pushing it. Otherwise, just hauling contracts. If you're using a under 2 second line, near infinite, so long as you don't screw up.
Active.
Ultimately, it comes down to how much can you avoid detection, and if detected, how difficult can you make it for your would-be attackers to make it where they'd prefer to go after something else. Because let's see, you'd be most likely going through Sivala. Let's see, recent deaths in Sivala from ganks. They are using what ships? Come on, gankers, show me a ship loss. Here we are. There's been a lot of coercer usage. If I copy that fit, let's get an idea as to what damage they can deal. Let's assume they can attack for 30 seconds. I don't think it lasts that long, but let's assume they can attack for 30 seconds. You know, 1 bill like now. Ellie, you might want to consider just a courier contract, and then you just get a GT yourself when you're ready. Yeah, let's import from clipboard. Simulate this. Using beams? And overheat. This can't be the correct fit. That can't be what someone's suicide ganking with. I don't believe it. Okay, no, fair enough. Yeah, that is the fit they're using, but I'm going to look at a different one, actually. Let's be proper safe about this. So, there we are. Using that fit, my skills. They really can fit another of these. I know it doesn't add that much DPS, but they can fit another. Yeah, look at that. There we go. That adds so much more damage. Why are they not doing that? Okay, so 744 DPS, and seeing that they get 30 seconds to attack with that, would deal 22,320 damage, theoretically. And that's only one catalyst. Good fucking god. I don't think they actually get a full 30 seconds. Actually, if they're on a Stargate, they're going to get a fraction of that. So let's say it's 20 seconds, 15k. So 15 to 20,000 hit points versus one catalyst. A catalyst will set them back, by this estimation, about 17 million. That's a guaranteed loss, no insurance on it. So in destroying your ship, at minimum they would need a profit to cover that, so your ship would have to have an estimated 35 million. Yeah. Have to consider cycle time on the guns, round up to near a second. To be honest, I feel like that's getting a little bit into the weeds when I'm already saying 15 to 20,000, because then we can also say, we'll talk about the potential optimal range of the cruiser they're flying, or frigate they're flying, that this is shooting at. So you're absolutely right, Lord Carlos, we could get more into the weeds of it, but we're almost clutching at the details at that point. And there's going to be enough variance in how well they even utilize their ships. But yeah, we're looking at somewhere in the order of up to 20,000 effective hit points required per catalyst of threat. As a monthly sub, optional. You can play this as a free-to-play, and if you go free-to-play, you can access all the ships on the bottom row up to this icon. So when you see this icon, that's where subscription is required to access those ships. But everything on the bottom rows here, all of those can be utilized, and that's on a per faction basis. So you can also use it on the Caldari, on the Galente, on the Mimitar. You can only access this mining ship. All the other mining ships are Omega, because of the way that mining scales in this game. Faction ships, everywhere up to Battleship, they're all available to you, because they all use alpha skills. Although you will not be able to use full functionality on some of those, like the Sisters of Eve ships, you won't be able to use a cloak because that is subscription required. So yeah, a free-to-play character does have access to, I would say, probably like a third to a half of all the options. But if we look at the options in pure number, it would come out to a third to a half. If you look at the options in terms of gameplay they can interact with, then an alpha character would have access to probably around about 60%. If I had to put numbers to it. An alpha character can explore, but they can't cloak. And they'll struggle more with completing the hardest hacks for lack of a Tech 2 module. An alpha player can mine, but not very well. A alpha player can do missions up to level 3, they're not allowed level 4 or 5. An alpha player can't use capital ships. Thank you, Tyken. Thanks for resubscribing there at 6 months. You got that lovely golden badge next to your name. I take it you're doing well today. Cheers for that. Oh. What else then? So an alpha player, they can do manufacturing and a little bit of research, but not much of it. They certainly can't do invention, but that's very involved anyway. You wouldn't want to do it on an alpha character, trust me. An alpha player can still deal damage. They can still warp disrupt. They can webify. They can scram. They can sensor dam, tracking disrupt, guidance disrupt. They can still energy neutralize, ECM, sense damp. I think I said that one. Sorry. They can still fly a full flight of drones. Plenty of options. They even have access to a lot of Tech 2 modules, like for the small and medium guns. I think small and medium drones as well. So it's not like they are incapable of being present, even in a PvP arena.
Active.
But, But there's no doubt about it that, yeah, you do still get locked out of a lot without a subscription. That's just going to be a fact. A game like this is not free to run. But yeah, I think I got a little distracted on the whole hauling bit. So for 1 billion ISK of loot, I would want that in either a cloaky, insta-align, like less than 2 seconds, or in a freighter. And to be quite honest, for that amount of hauling, pay someone else to do it. Yeah, Alphas can use heavy drones, just not at Tech 2. They can use large guns, but not at Tech 2. Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Like, when it comes to hauling, if you're hauling from our home base up to Jita, I think the route is 22 jumps off the top of my head. It's somewhere in that ballpark. And you can usually get away with paying a hauling fee on a 1 billion-isk cargo. You can usually get away with paying a hauling fee of 1 million-isk per jump, and it will get moved within a day. Which means if you put, say, payment of 22 million for 22 jumps, you're paying 2.2% of the value of the entire cargo to guarantee it either gets there or you get paid the value of it. That works out pretty nice to me. 2.2%. Versus taking the risk yourself and having to have an appropriate ship to get through that risk sensibly and actually spending the time yourself as well. When you put all the bits and pieces together there, paying someone else to do it, it's kind of worth it. For a route there and back of 44 jumps, 22 out, 22 back, you really feel it. Still need to go there to sell it though? Here's the thing, Eliu. You don't. You could have a jump clone set up there, so you teleport over, do a whole round of selling, and then log off. You come back a day or so later and you jump clone back. Or second, you can travel there in a very fast ship where your entire focus is just as quickly as possible, no cargo carried. So you could just be a tiny little zippy thing, be in a shuttle, and zip, 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 get there as quick as possible. Or, and this is the really smart one, you have a second character on your account. Because your account allows 3 characters, you grab that other character, and you just leave them in Jita. You get all your stuff sent up to Jita, and then once it's arrived, you contract it to your other character, for free of course. Your other character picks it up, sells it all, and sends the money back to your main character. Yeah, there's a little bit of hassle in logging out and logging in. But compare that to the amount of time spent traveling 22 jumps, or however long it is, to do the sale, and then 22 jumps back. With a medium speed ship, that'll probably take you 45 minutes on travel alone. That's worth paying someone else to do. That is worth paying someone else to do. Alright, a matter of decorum. My guy, what is that haircut? You can make various choices in life. This probably should not be one of them. Correct, Ellie, yes. That second character, if you wanted to spend some time training or just dumping some skill points into them, they could be used for reductions in market costs, absolutely. Absolutely. Not only that, but... oh, my ears popped. Ugh. Not only that, but if you wanted to spend some time on the character, you could do some missions for the agents in Jita, or for the same corporation as Jita, further reducing standing costs there, that kind of thing. It's absolutely an option. You could have that character trained into industry, and they could be running industry jobs in Jita, if there was anything worthwhile for them to run. That kind of thing. Spec into tax reduction, professional corporate ass kisser. So, if we go to the trade section, and if we go broker relations, proficiency at driving down market-related costs. Each level of the skill subtracts a flat 0.3% from the cost associated with setting up a market order in a non-player station, which usually comes to 3% of the order's total value. This could be further influenced by the player's standing towards the owner of the station where the order is entered. Or you have Advanced broker relations. Proficiency at negotiating the brokerage cost of relisting a market order at a new price. Each level of this skill adds 6 percentage points to the standard relist discount of 50%. Yeah. These skills do quite literally exist. Just all over the place. Customs code expertise. Expertise in cutting through the red tape of customs regulations reduces import and export empire tax in customs offices by 10% per level. This does not affect interbust custom offices. I don't know if this has any effect. Doesn't everyone own all those as player-owned structures now? I think they do. Don't know if it has an effect, or it might be a HiSec only thing. I don't do PI in HiSec. Anyway, on with Mr. Anselm here. Is G to Caldari space? Yes, it is. Yeah. I would speak with you about your search for Dagan, but first, a matter of decorum. The late Mistress Mizara's parents entrusted the safety of their child to my lord. He has attempted to make amends, but I am afraid my lord can be indelicate. He would replace their daughter with reparations of gold and isk. This must be handled with more care. Take this toy. The mistress first arrived at my lord's estate with nothing to her name but this. As you destroyed her body, it is the only physical connection left in this world that her family will recognize as hers. Deliver this to the family, and with the utmost care. They have already suffered enough. Wow. We are dealing with the family of the person we assassinated moments ago. Mildly awkward. Mildly awkward. Let's go deliver this, shall we? A matter of decorum. Good, good. Now get out there and give me some results. That we shall. Do you get the million skill points in that one as well? You do not, Ellie, no. So it's just a separate character on the account, but hey, whatever. The main thing is that you could just plonk an idiot there and they could just hit the sell button. It's easy. Everyone's got a Jita bunny. Everyone. Except for the people that live in Jita. They are the Jita bunny. Alright, let's go deliver a doll to the family of the person we rightfully put in their place. Fair enough, Reza, fair enough. I can never tell when someone's incredulously joking or just straight up incredulous. Off we go. Jita Mafia is real. The very existence of Jita is such a center point of the game. The fact that it's tied to historical, accidental video game racism is insane to me. But here we are. We have arrived at the Mizara family hovel. Does that say hovel? Yeah, hovel. Oh wow, okay. What a life they're living. So much for Milud. Let's go drop off this doll, I guess. Ugh. Glad we have better living conditions than whatever this is. Although, what even is this over here? I've never really looked at this kind of structure. What is going on here? So we got a bit of a Marian structure built into the rock. Fair enough, yeah. Undock port, exhaust port, hard to say. Various comms towers, maybe some kind of generic facilities. And a do not enter sign at the top of a rock. Well, that ain't suspicious. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, well, let's get a little bit closer and drop this off, shall we? One doll, freshly delivered by your family member's murderer. You're very welcome. Also, Grenadier Missile Base, you're about to board? Yeah, something like that. Thank you for doing this, my friend. To see others suffer is never easy. You have proven you respect our ways. My lord now believes he can trust you. Yes, we know Dagan, and you'll hunt for him. My lord hired him as a tutor for Mistress Mazara some 10 years ago. Though my lord fancies himself a skilled pilot, he is very much of the old AMAR stock. He wished the mistress to be better educated in the newly emerging technologies and political realities than he. Dagan proved a remarkable teacher. Sadly, he and Lord Typhos had a falling out after the coronation of Empress Sarum. There was an altercation, and both Dagan and the mistress fled. I do not know where Dagan himself is, but I do know of the man who brought Dagan to my lord's attention, an archaeologist of some respect by the name of Dr. Canius. You will find him at the location provided. Be warned, he surrenders nothing for free. Alright then. Let's accept the mission and head on over. I was wondering when we get someone throw out this ancient joke at this point. Ubisoft investor, just tuning in, never played this game, but I hear it's a spreadsheet simulator. I heard it's a spreadsheet simulator. Where's the spreadsheet? Do you see a spreadsheet? I don't see a spreadsheet. I see a rack of lasers. I've got a probe launcher, cargo scanner, afterburner, a shiny ship which changes shape when I press a button. Bzzz, look at it go. But no. Where people refer to Evoline as a spreadsheet simulator comes from two places. One, it comes from people who get neck deep into industry when have no purpose to be in industry. Two, it comes from people that look at this overview and go, oh my god, tabulated data? That must be a spreadsheet. I get it. I get it. It's a table of information. It's not really much of a spreadsheet. I wouldn't consider this a spreadsheet. It is just condensed information as a reasonable way to describe this. Yeah. But instead, people who like to deride things for the fun of it and just mock random shit go, haha, spreadsheet simulator, haha, funny. It gets tiresome. It gets tiresome. Anyway, let's continue heading on over to the next location. Switch back to agility modes. We move into warp nice and quickly. Now all this is doing is tell me what the ships are, how close they are, and how they're moving. God, that is a lot of ships. All of them NPCs. Every single one of them. No, wait, no, there's 2 players here. 3 players. But mostly NPCs, dear God. That's better. 3 NPCs, 3 players. Much better ratio. One of them in a freighter. Yep, that's a freighter, alright. That's the kind of ship that just carries a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. Very much so, Ellie. Very much so. Now, for someone who's never played Eve and says, isn't it, I've heard it's a spreadsheet simulator, it's like, okay, yep, you've heard the joke, cool, alright. Also, geology rocks. Good to know. For anyone who's played Eve and calls it a spreadsheet simulator, I genuinely wonder what game they were playing. Because either that person chose to open up a spreadsheet rather than play Eve Online, or they only looked at the overview. Can I grab this without dragging? There we are. They just looked at this one window and went, oh my god, that's a spreadsheet.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I guess I just value different things. Alrighty, we have arrived here. We need to speak to Dr. Canius. Dead, is she? Damn, that was fond of her. And not in Taphos's way, mind you. Yeah, I know. He was purely her protector and patron, to mould her and shape her for her life of dedicated service to God and Empire. Listen, I've been studying human history for a long while, and platonic patronage between a lord and mistress hasn't happened since the time when reclaiming just involved stabbing our heathen neighbours with pointy sticks. But if that was all that was going on, nobody would fuss. But that's enough story time for now. You want more, you'll have to do something for me. Hell, you don't want to hear more, you'll still have to do something for me. Don't worry, it's real simple. There's a dig site a little ways from here. Small cluster of asteroids containing artifacts from some of the first Mars space lanes. I know there's at least one good piece left, but every time I hire a team, they get driven off by pirates. All you have to do is go in, get that artifact, and return it to me without dying. Alright then, let's head on over to this guy's archaeological dig. Okay, hurry up, will you? Alright. Bitch. Let's head on over. We are going to a dead space location. Ooh, a Dragoon. Tech 1 Amarian Destroyer. Hasn't got a candle on my Tech 3. Here we are. We need the mysterious statuette in our cargo hold. I imagine we'll get that from the ancient tomb right there. Man, these Amarians really do know their pomp, don't they? Giant golden statue on top of this thing. Look at the size of that! That is more than a little ridiculous. Alright, off we pop. Also, shooty things. We're now up against Blood Raiders. Yeah, Blood Raiders still die to lasers. Oh, they are disrupting my tracking. That's the first bit of E-War that's actually threatening. Also, more spawning. Let's switch to multi-frequencies. We're in range for that. Oops, that insta-blacked that NPC. How about the next one? Yup. Death. What kind? Instant. What I said about the skills, you just said waiting simulator? Damn. You know what? It's actually kind of disappointing. The number of times people can look at an entire game they have access to and go, oh, but I can see something else I might want to do, so I guess it's just a waiting simulator. That's, Fair enough. Fair enough. If you want to do something that you can't do, sure, it's a waiting simulator. Can I access this without specialized equipment? What? I wasn't told about specialized equipment. Eh? Is a statuette over here? No, it isn't. Bollocks. I was given a civilian relic analyzer to access this. I didn't notice that. My bad. We'll be back right after these messages.
Drive active.
Don't bounce off the... God damn it. Manual pilot, get out of the range of the structure. There we are.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I will say, you're right on one aspect. When it comes to some skills, yeah, there is going to be a waiting element. Absolutely. Some skills are very long, and so can take weeks to get that final level on. I absolutely get that. If you somehow take that to mean that the game is going to force you to just wait, where do you think the rest of the game is? It's not behind that one ship, that one skill. There's a lot more to it than that.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But hey. I guess in the same way, it's the exact same complaint to people who finish acquiring the parts for Rhino, realize he takes 72 hours to build, and go, great, Warframe's a waiting simulator. Sure. Fair enough, Reza. Fair enough. I'm glad you at least reserve casting judgments on games until you know about it. That's better than many. Yeah. Let's walk back to that location, and this time we have the now specialized equipment to open up that container. Yippee, mining simulator? What? I do wonder sometimes. Right, let's get ourselves up nice and close to that too. I'm gonna need to lock it up. Not to shoot it. Oh, no, no, no. Gonna need to crack it open with the relic analyzer. Now I wonder, is this gonna use the old relic analyzer method, or is it gonna use the updated one? I don't know how old the Epic Arc is. Or is it just going to give me instant access? Let's find out. It is going to give the hacking minigame. Oh, it's so cute. Yay! I did it! Most basic hacking ever. Did it! Oh, why did they put it there? It's... Ugh. Need to glitch in slightly to get it. There we go. Got it! Manually pilot away from that, and then dock.
Warp drive active.
Da, 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 da. We have ourselves one mysterious statuette. This ancient, faintly engraved statuette looks like just the kind of thing Canis was after. All right, cool. Good, 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 good. Let's get ourselves into the station. I do see it's midnight, Ellie, yep. We are on stage... Where are we at? What's the name of this mission again? We're on recovery. We are halfway through chapter 6 of 7. We're getting there. Any reason to play this PvP? If you don't like PvP, play something else. I mean, that's certainly an opinion. That is certainly opinion. Yeah. Okay. Alright, what's next for our mission here? You done me a solid. I'll return the favour. A few years ago, Lord Taphos tried to hit me up to tutor a new miracle girl. I declined, but I pointed him to Dagon. Dagon was holed up in this monastery at the time, part of some weird hermitage. So I introduced them, think nothing of it. Then I start hearing rumours about how friendly Dagon is with Mizara. This doesn't go well with Taphos, particularly if you also believe what they said about Taphos and Dagon. Taphos was driven off, and truth told, that was probably turned Mizara against Taphos right then. So Taphos wants to keep a tight lid on the whole affair himself, keep the rumours still. That's his character history. Hope you wrote that all down. I don't care, there's no test or anything. So what did Dagon do after? I honestly don't know, but 5 will get you 10 if that... But 5 will get you 10 that it has something to do with his life before Taphos. This is the location of a monastery he stayed at. It's been abandoned for some time. I wouldn't be surprised if scavengers have moved in. Go claim the hell out of that place, and I'm sure you'll find something useful. Alright then, let's head on over there to do something. What is this? The Reclaiming is a major part of the Amar religion and of the Empire itself. They believe that all people in the universe were once part of the same empire, and the Amar Empire is the direct heir to that legacy. Through Empress Katis Tashmerkon, the Amar are given a divine mandate to reunify the peoples of the universe through any means necessary. Historically, this has led to numerous wars of conquest in which the Amar decimate and then absorb civilizations. Each war is itself referred to as a reclaiming to emphasize a divine mandate. Wow, okay. Fraser say, what you said about Warframe waiting though resonates with me even though I'm close to MR27. I mean, okay, fair enough. I don't find myself in a hurry up and wait with Warframe, but I suppose that's because I don't farm something with the expectation I'm going to immediately have access to it. I have more in my head than just that, for sure. Yeah, Lord Cast. I've been in some large fights myself as well, like maximum tie-dye fights. Alright, before we head out, I don't think I need this relic analyzer anymore. I'll put it in my cargo, but I don't think I need it. Let's head on out of here. We are going to head on off to this dead space here in system. Nice and easy.
Drive active.
How convenient they keep everything in one space for us. So again, pointing out the Amar space, very golden hues. There's obviously lots of other colours around, but the largest vibe you get is that gold from that very close nebula. Alright, looks like there's some scavengers here. Fair enough, let's load up the long-range ammunition and see what doesn't break. These scavengers are well built. They take 2 shots to kill. Oh, wait, never mind, that one didn't. You're impatient when it comes to testing out anything? I mean, fair enough. If you don't want to spend the plat, then you do the waiting. The plat is the pay-to-play, the free-to-play is wait. You've prioritized your money over the expediency of it. That was your decision. Let's see, have these wrecks got anything interesting yet? I think I need to go loot that particularly. That's not interesting. Anything in here? Nope. Ah, every wreck so far has been terrible. Every single wreck. Like, just one good thing? Just one? Oh well. Just fly through this debris. Sure, it's not dangerous. I've got shields. How many frames does Warframe have, though? A couple dozen? About 50, I think. Or, no, we're about to get our 60th, isn't it? Or is it 50? Yeah, it's 60th. What am I bouncing off? That's frustrating. It'll be 60 with Temple. Yeah, so we're about to get our 60th. And that's not counting primes. He was like 400, 500 different ships, each with different focuses. Oh, really? Is this the direction we're taking? Is this the direction we're taking? That's cute. That's cute. Oh, dear. Alright, let's dock up.
Warp drive active.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23,
Docking permission requested.
24,
Docking
25,
request
26, 27,
accepted.
28, 9, 30, 31, 35, 37. Give me my screen back. 39, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46, 48, 53, 58, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 67 per main faction. 4 main factions, that's 268, and then the added ones and the others. Yeah. Not going to come to 400 ships, but it's going to be closing in on that. Because there's another 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on. But that's also including rookie ships, doesn't count. Shuttles, doesn't count. Freighters, barely doesn't count. They're not entirely different ships. That's fancy slip covers. But sure. Alright, this guy's happy. We've cleaned those guys out. Got him his strange coded document. What's next for me? This is fascinating. See this character here? It's only found in the Jovian alphabet. It's not proper Jovian, though. It's like they were just using a character set as a cipher of some sort. Unfortunately for Dagon, no cipher exists to stop a Hedian university, man. Let's see. That's strange. I can't tell who this is to, but it's definitely from Dagon. He says the mission went well, and he's fully earned the marks. I assume that's Taphos's trust. The mark willingly gave him passwords, a clearance to Imperial Archives, and Emperors of old. He says he's sent all records pertaining to the Empire's knowledge of pre-Jovian weapons. I can only guess at what qualifies as pre-Jovian, but Taphos has unwittingly provided Imperial secrets to his spy. You must deliver this information to him at once. Let's head back to Dovrych. Makes you want to pick up No Man's Sky and go exploring for a while? Sure, if you want to. Why not? There's a listen for change, character setup in Sangita, contract setup, now you wait. Now you do something else, yes. Whether that be sleep, or play the game in another way, or, I don't know, do a workout. You do something else. Rather than spending 45 minutes moving it yourself there and back. And trust me, when you add up the number of times you'll want to ship things up to Jita, that saves a lot of time. Good idea, Ellie. Yeah, I should hydrate. And yeah, setting up a contract compared to just loading up your cargo to go somewhere is not even a minute extra. 2 contracts needed, 1 to ship it, 1 to transfer it across character, so that's 2 minutes. Logging out to log into another character, and then logging back again, let's say that's another minute. So that's 3 minutes to contract, contract again, switch character, versus 45 minutes travel there and back. Yup. Definitely a time saver. There's another Kenneth! Ah! Kenneth L. Adama. Of Adama Mining Manufacture Co-op. Ah, must be their own corporation. Yep, it's just them. And 2 others, which are probably going to be their alts. Cool. Salute. Not very often see another Kenneth around these parts. Or any part of the game, to be honest.
Drive active.
Alright, one more jump into Tanu. For as I say, is that a thing you'd want to do yourself at least once for the experience/pain, or straight up F that? I'm not sure what you're asking, sorry. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking on that one, Fraser. If you're asking, like, is that the trip up to Jita and back, the 45-minute round trip, something you want to do? Yeah, you'll make the trip up there from time to time. You can make the trip up there, it's just, often the smarter option is to just not do so. It's like, I mean, it's basically the equivalent of ordering online. You could go all the way into town, buy the thing you needed, and come all the way back home again. Or you can order it and have it just sent to you, and all you have to do is answer the door.
Accepted.
And the added convenience in EVE Online is that you don't have to answer the door specifically when the courier arrives. You just go outside and go, oh, hey, package. In the very secure box that no one can steal from. Given the options there, it's just broadly superior. Unless you don't really know what it is you wish to purchase, that's when you go to the shop and browse. That's a difference. Alright, a call to trial. I'm sure you have several questions for me. I'm afraid they'll have to wait. It seems Tafos caught wind of your investigation. I know, because he has challenged you to trial by combat. It hasn't been common for years, but Tafos considers himself an old-fashioned true Amar, and Blue Lords still allow it. Luckily, this provides the perfect opportunity for us. With the information we've uncovered, namely this cipher, we have enough to bring Tafos on charges. Doing so, however, would cause a huge political uproar, the kind that we frankly don't have the time for. I want you to go out there, meet Tafos, and kill him in combat. We've shut off access to his clones, so he won't be coming back. As you were challenged by a noble, you'll suffer no consequences, legal or otherwise. His family line gets to keep their good name, and everyone can then go back to their nice, safe lives, confident that Imperial secrets are still safe. Alright then. Tafos, you want to die by my hand? Die you shall. Where's Doric's chin gone? Is it on annual leave? Yeah, when the barber cuts off the rest of his hair, it cut off the chin in the process. Like, that man basically lost everything. Don't even ask about what happened when he went for the private trim. Oof. So much lost. So much. Poor guy. We assume he still identifies as such now. Alright then. Tafos, where you at? There we go. Oh, a little frigate, no less. Well, a death is still a death. Prepare yourself. That was not very prepared. Prepare yourself. Half structure on the first volley. It is done then. I've already started making my calls. As far as the media is concerned, he accused you of contract fraud, but God proved your innocence through a lawful trial by combat. My god, these religious nutjobs. The Amarian are lost, honestly. Like, they make beautiful ships, but that's about all the beauty they make. Yikes. Anything good in the loot of this, Tafos? Come on, he was a noble. He's got to have something worthwhile. And on that note, we are continuing on with our missions.
Warp drive active.
Can I get a new one remote? Oh, I can. Now about Dagon. We've had our suspicions as to who he is. Never said why tribal combat was okay, but trial by coin flip was not. Because testosterone, probably. Mara scumbags? Yes, they are. Wimiter? Hello, ally. Viva la Galente here. We've had our suspicions as to who he is. With the cipher you found, we know for sure. I'm violating my oath by giving you this intel, but odds are good we'd never be able to act on it yourselves. See, Dagon is from the Society of Conscious Thought. I knew I recognized the ship. Dagon's made a mistake, though. He's been cut off from his buddies. The sisters have seen to that. Yeah, the sisters. I've been curious why they were so interested in my case. Now I know. If there's one group that keeps a closer eye on the Society than the Empire, it's the Sisters of Eve. They knew the whole damn time who Dagon was. I'd say it's time to head back over to the Sisters and get the full story. Alright. Let us head on over. Chapter 7. It's all coming together.
Warp drive
The sisters
active.
have known plenty. 22 jumps! So, about that whole 22 jumps to Jita from our home base, eh, Elio? Ah. How many people have lost their ships like that? Random encounter, middle of nowhere, caught pants down, destroyed under a second. Oh, fucking plenty. Do you need me to bring up my kill log or my loss log? Plenty. When we had the winter event going on, there were so many explorers coming into my home system because they were loving to come in to grab the loot that was spawning there, and I would just happily sit at the closest one to the sun. It'd be the first one they'd scan down. I'd just be cloaked up. I'd see them arrive in, they'd turn their ship, they'd head straight for the container, and as soon as I hear the hacking minigame start, they're going to be focused on this thing. They're like, right, let's get this done quick. Decloak, approach, lock target, missiles. From their side, they'll most of the time just be like, okay, hacking. What, bang! And that's that. That's all they would hear, and then they're exploded, and it's time for their pod to leave. And I'll go, looks like you've been doing hacking for a while. Thank you for the loot. Scoop. So, yeah. How many people lost their ships like that? Plenty. And I've seen to it a couple times. On both sides of the equation.
Warp drive active.
Actually, I think a couple times is underselling it. What's my solo kill count now? 221 solo kills. Hey, that's alright. That's not too terrible. Yeah, I can be happy with that. I think that's technically more solo kills than I have on Apex Legends, but that's because you're always in a group of 2 or 3, aren't you? So, you know. Not many opportunities for true solo kills.
Warp drive active.
A bunch of Ospreys altogether. Fleet Commander went AFK. 87 solo for you? Yeah, fair dude. I mean, Ellie, we could go for a round robin, but I think it doesn't work if you can only hear me. 247 total. Fair enough. I am much more of a low morph, so my total destroyed ships is only 1,102. So I've got a significant portion of solo compared to yourself there. You are definitely a fleet bunny.
Warp drive active.
Nothing wrong with that, just definitely that. Points. Nah, who cares about the point system? Barely care for how it's calculated, but yeah. No, the big fight solo doesn't appeal to you? Yeah, fair enough. I'm not as interested in the big fights. The big fights tend to be less me, more rote game mechanic. For the fleet commanders, sure, I can see the appeal. For the line member, it loses me quick. The scale of it doesn't impress me. I'm here for gameplay, not scale. Solo and small gang, that's where I can really feel the flight of my ship. And I don't just mean literally this. Twitch finally recommended me? Hey, thank you, Twitch. So Azure, where are you coming from then? Eve, Warframe, or something else? To say that Twitch has finally recommended me. Round Robin is in singing Round Robin, Ellie, if I'm remembering the name correctly. So, one person does a line, the next person does that same line as the first person does the second line, and then third person does the first one, second person second one, third person third, first person third one, and you do it with some like just gay jolly tune as you make your way around, see if you can keep pace of it and not get tripping over each other. Very old school, crappy game. You got Proto Prime's parts today? Nice. The original Proto took you 25 plus runs to get the first part? Yeah, that's definitely a Protea. Oh dear. Proto is... ugh. Fair do, Carlos, fair do. I've never been in a large fight where I felt a single pilot through damage output has made enough of a difference. Basically never. A single pilot positioning perfectly to get a fleet warp in, a single pilot getting that crucial tackle, single pilot deploying that crucial bubble, you know, game-changing moments, sure, but pure damage output has never felt the domain of the single pilot to me in a fleet fight. Yeah. No one told you didn't have to use the Zoris for the Grand Void. Got a lot easier when you felt you could just use Mace. I mean, the Zoris is very effective for it. Very effective. But, yeah, fair enough. If you want to use Mesa, use Mesa. Go for it.
Warp drive active.
Just be advised, probably not the best choice when farming the Tenet weapons, unless you want to have Mesa's element for them all. Let's close off some of these tabs. I've opened up a lot of tabs throughout today's stream. Let's close a lot of those away. We're heading on over to this. Yeah, we're at the end of Chapter 6. We're going into Chapter 7. Chapter 7 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 missions to go. We're nearly there. This has been a substantial ordeal, and you know what? I am probably not going to do it again when it comes off cooldown. Because, my god, this is... yeah, this is substantial. And the payouts are not exactly swimming in it, are they? It's just a few 100,000 here or there. Crikey, crikey, crikey. Oh, people have been buying some stuff. Alright. Yeah. Feru is up, yeah. Secondary Fortify has been nice for a lot of people. You kept a few short 75 kills? Fair enough. I had that, like, occasionally. I know, Callus. I'm very, very aware of why I'm here. But at the same time, like, that faction boost is not the biggest deal to me, because the best place I can put it is Caldari, and with my diplomacy skill, the Caldari don't try to slit my throat anyway. So, yeah, it's a bit of a wash. You found out the pool of Kuva weapons resets after a day. I've never heard of that. If you've accidentally triggered them before now, then they would apply. I've never heard of them resetting across a day. That's completely new information if true, and to be honest, I don't think that's true. I'll be completely honest, I don't think that's true. With the Tenet weapons, it's harder to accidentally spawn a sister unless you've been farming Protea, but for the Kuva weapons, it just takes literally blundering through a basic Grineer mission. Oh, there's a Larvaling. Let's not deal with it. Great, now that's a weapon ticked off of the pool, and it's easy to forget that that even happened. Very easy. You were running Spy for Auto Breach because Spy sorties are bugging you, so deliberately avoided killing them because I wanted the Brahma, started seeing duplicates after midnight. You deliberately avoided killing them because you wanted the Brahma. Yeah, so you were downing them, and then it reached a point where you were seeing duplicates. So you'd reached the end of the pool, and a new pool of all the weapons had to start. Azure, are you telling me that between you running those spy missions and the previous time you'd killed a Kuva Lich, you would never, ever, 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 even possibly accidentally, downed a Kuva Larvaling? Never.
Warp drive active.
Most likely you did. Because it's so damn easy to do. And then that just sets the pool with a couple hidden removed items. And the game's not set up to show you that that's even a thing. It would be nice if there was a UI that showed it and you could hit reset on it. Yeah. As you're saying, nope, I eventually accidentally did it on the wrong one. That's the one I haven't dealt with yet. That wasn't my question. I'm going to leave you with that one.
Warp drive active.
Can I say, I had Mimitor and Kadari both built up enough to run L4s and all the corps. Last year's frigate free-for-all trash Mimitor standings. Apparently killing people in F12 for faction. Really new to your standings. Oh, right, I see. Yeah, killing people in faction warfare for a faction doesn't directly new to your standings. It's if you get promoted within your faction for the first time, that gives you faction standings. Yeah, no, Azir, it's not about the assassination of the Lichling. Downing them causes that weapon to come out of the pool at any point. It doesn't matter if you were trying or not to do it at that point. If you've ever downed a Larvling in Warframe and you complete that mission, that weapon is taken out of the pool. This will stay forever. It doesn't reset at midnight. It just doesn't. Oh yeah, Freza, yeah. This is a PvP game, so anyone who plays the game, it's consenting to PvP, which means I have absolutely zero remorse as to waiting in a site and popping them. Here for it. I know, Azure, Azure, Jesus Christ. Azure, you downed a Larvling before you were farming for a Larvling. At some point in the past, you don't know when because you are completely oblivious to this. At some point in the past, you downed a Larvling which had the Kuva Brahma. So when you went actively looking to get a Kuva Brahma, you started seeing repeats because you ran out of the other weapons, the pool reset, and then it continued until you could eventually get to the Brahma, or whichever weapon you ended up picking. I get that you feel like something else must have happened. It didn't. But the pool reset each time you get a Lich? Resets each time you get a Lich, or if you've emptied the entire pool by rejecting every single Larvling up to that point. Like, what do you think happens if you just down all of the Larvlings for all of the weapons and ignore every single one of them? What do you think happens? Does the game just go, oh, you can't get a Kuva weapon anymore? No, it resets the pool. Nothing else special happened. There is no time limit basis to it. You just previously started the pool. I even covered this in my video on how it works, that this would happen to people. That they would end up with blocked out items in the pool, and it'll be the item they're looking for, leading to apparent duplicates. I covered that. So yeah. Ain't nothing special to it. Just simply that. You were already partway in. You just didn't know it. And yeah, D could add something that would show that. I wouldn't mind if they did. But yeah. Oh, we are nearly back to our original sister agent. Slowly getting there. I'm never ever doing this arc again. All this for a bit of faction standing. I get that it's no derivatives of faction standing, which is absolutely amazing, but goddamn. Freza, I'm gonna need a source on that one. I'm gonna need a source on that one. I've never come across that particular detail either, and that sounds incorrect to me, because if a Larvling spawns but someone else murderizes it, it just dies. That's my understanding, but at the very least it has to be the relevant person to trigger it in the first place. I don't see how that would take it out of the pool if the Larvling's not even been created. Now, I'm not going to rule that one out as impossible, because I've not tested that particular one, but that does sound ridiculous. Well, sir, that's fine. You don't have to think it. It happened. Oh, fair enough, Ellie. Fair enough. That's alright, Zip. You don't have to think it. It happened.
Warp drive active.
There we go. We're almost back to Essence. Just a couple more jumps through Genesis. There's those familiar green hues we like. Or at least I like. Some people like Mimeta Space. It's so orange. Two more jumps to go.
Drive active.
You'd like a nice purple system, to be honest? I mean, there are some systems with purple stars. Or pink stars, even. So that can give you the right kind of library in the one direction, yeah. Fair enough, Reza. Fair enough. Okay. That is curious. You know, Ellie, we actually started today's stream on green because of Galente for the exact same reason, yeah. We've come full cycle. Which is a little ironic given we're about to arrive at Arnon once again, where we started this whole arc. This arc is actually a circle. Completed 10 distribution and agent missions? I suppose there was a distribution one, yeah, I hold stuff. Here we go. We are finally arriving back into Essence, back into Arnon.
Drive active.
How long we've been traveling? I don't remember what system we set off from, I'll be honest, but let's see. I think it was Tanu. Yeah, Sasta, Tanu, Sasta. Yeah, so it was Tanu we set off from. So we got into Sasta at 20 minutes past, and it's now 37. That took us 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Ooh. Very well. There is the Parazon mod, which adds time to the amount of time you can hack, which on the Grineer ones, it slows down how quickly that thing goes around the outside. That can help you there. Ciphers don't work in a sortie there, Ellie. Separate to that, you can also use, what do you call it, Perspicacity from the helmet system to effectively have a cipher ability, and that works. Yeah. Alright, we are back with Sister Alitura. Let's wrap this one up, shall we? Your anger is understandable, but we've got more reason to cooperate than to quarrel. Dagon's your real enemy. You'll be interested to know that some of his corp mates have been spotted at a nearby station. We've prepared an agent to gain their confidence and extract information on their further operations. To you shall be Tahaki Karen, a ship's engineer from Damsel. Before our operative can infiltrate Dagon's group, Karen's identity records will need to be altered. Take these records to an archive station. Once they're updated there, our friends will make sure they're changed throughout the entire network. Well, sure, let's just immediately get back to working with Sister Alitura, despite the fact we are understandably pissed with her. Oh yeah, I need to accept the mission, then I can pick up the altered identity records, and let's head off to the station. I think left and right click do, left is... I think it's left is clockwise, right is anti-clockwise? I think. Honestly, can't remember either. I just kind of click them through until it works. As you're saying, it's annoying that in a sort it uses a mission type that one person can fail for the entire team. I get you, I get you. You can just run it solo, but fair enough. Let's jump through here. We got 4 jumps to go to drop this item off, and then we go on to the next mission.
Warp drive active.
This is again sending us through a couple jumps of Genesis. We'll be popping back into Galente space in a couple jumps over in Toll. Thankfully not a toll gate. Yeah, fair to it. That'll work for you then. Although, Mesa in a spy mission, that's, no further comment. There we go, jump through Monarch. We'll be in Toll very shortly. I angle the camera just like that. We should get a good view of the gate as we come in. Oh, it's just slightly further back than I thought. There we go. That's got a lovely style to it. Not just girders or the appearance of a, let's say, a ship dockyard. Later one's pretty nice looking as well. Weird bits that are just kind of knobbly and hanging off. It does look a little wild, but it's cool. Or doing sorties, people don't seem to wait for people to change frame. I mean, you could always just drop the squad. That is an option, you realise, right? You don't have to do a sortie with the same squad all the way through. It does matchmake on each stage. Let's dock up at the depository.
Active.
Bit of a cheek that it sends us 22 jumps all the way over to an agent again. Only for us to then get another 4 jump journey. Keep getting asked if EVE Online is any good. It's both amazing and terrible. It's a niche game. If you like that niche, it's brilliant. If you don't like that niche, it's a complete waste of your life. It's definitely not a arcade pop culture everyone can drop into a kind of game. Definitely not that. There we go. Can we request another mission? Nope, we need to head on over to get it. Alright. There's me hoping to get a remote one. Must have something to hand to me.
Warp drive active.
Is it anything like No Man's Sky? Gives you no vibes? No. No. No Man's Sky is much more peaceful, much more exploratory, build your base kind of thing. Like much more Minecraft. No? I think we'll have now. You gonna add? Alright, we'll give it a moment.
Warp drive active.
You're back. Okay, excellent. So, No Man's Sky is very much discount Minecraft in space. Emphasis on discount. And much more exploration-y focused. Either line, whilst it has the opportunity for going resource gathering and whatnot, it is much more halfway towards a economic and political simulator in terms of the scale and machinations of the universe. So where in No Man's Sky you would go out and you would mine your materials, you would build your weapons, you would build your ship up, you would go out and do it yourself. In EVE Online, the idea of doing all of that yourself is ludicrous. To the point that someone made a something like 60 episode run of them going through all the steps to build one specialist ship. One. It doesn't really work out for the solo play in that regard. You'll be relying on the market much more. Different people specialize into different roles, and it all kind of comes together in more of an intricate web. Not a web that you need to worry yourself with too much, a web that simply exists. In terms of gameplay in flying the ship itself, you're the captain of the ship more than the pilot. So like here, I'm telling my ship, go to that Stargate and jump through, and it does the maneuver of turning towards it, accelerating in the correct direction, taking the warp all the way across, scaling up and then down on speed. I don't have control over the warp acceleration curve. Whatever stat it has, that's the stat it goes at. I can manipulate that stat, but that's it. Its agility stat, its maximum speed stat, those are stats I can affect with the way I build the ship. And I can manually decrease the maximum speed it'll be flying at if I wish to, but 999 times out of 1,000 you won't be using that. So yes, when it comes to firing the guns, I say, that target, fire the guns, and the guns will cycle. Whether they hit or miss is not player skill, it's ship and character skill. Hence we're the captains. We tell it what to do. We don't make it good at doing that. Not as players. However, by captaining it, we can dictate what ranges to go to, where to move the ship to, which targets to engage, and that is what influences how well a encounter goes. Be it a fight, be it exploration, hacking, be it mining, that sort of thing. You are the decision maker, rather than the gunner. You have to leave now, it's sounding interesting. Well, to help you out with that, use that link right there. Because if you use that link right there, this is an MMO, and so there's a skill point based system, unlike classic MMOs where doing an action gains experience in that action. Like in RuneScape, you go mining, you gain mining XP. It's not that here. In EVE Online, you gain skill points passively over time. And you can accelerate these in various ways. You can pick up extra skill points from the market by buying them, very expensive. You can get them from dailies. Other bonuses, you can passively gain them quicker with implants, but ultimately the main source of skill points is passive over time. And on a free-to-play brand new character, you'll gain something like 40 to 45,000 per day, I think it is. About 45,000 skill points per day. That link there not only lets you sign up, but it lets you sign up with an extra 1 million skill points. So, sorry, I've told you incorrectly. You don't gain 45,000 skill points a day. That's Omega. Alpha, you gain 23,000, 22,000, somewhere in that ballpark. So yeah, the 1 million skill points is about 44 days of free-to-play training. That's a fuck ton of skill points to just instantly have. So yeah. So if you are considering EVE Online, I highly recommend using that link there. Get yourself those extra skill points, and yes, I do get a kickback from it. Not a financial kickback. The kickback I get is if you subscribe to the game, then I get a skill boost. I gain a few more skill points myself. I don't get a financial kickback. Alrighty then. Oh, I don't want that guy. What's this? Oh no, ew, no, I don't want that. Screw that mission, that's not what I'm doing. I was doing this. There we are. Okay then. With those records replaced, our agent is Tahaki Karen. What happened to the real one? Electronically speaking, she's a non-person. She's alive and safe, though if she wanted better, she shouldn't have joined the society. Now, we need to get our Karen into place. I filed a travel request in her name, which the society has granted. All you need to do is rendezvous with society transport and drop her off. Once that's done, we'll just have to wait for her to tell us where Dagon is. Our spy is in our hands. So this is one of those missions where technically I could now fail it outright. If I died on the way there and lost Tahaki, the mission would be over. The whole arc would be lost. But that's not going to happen. Yeah, fairly wicked. You don't have to go for a subscription. You can play entirely for free indefinitely. Hell, if you became adept enough at the game, you could even earn a subscription in-game. That's up to you. Is there any good reason not to use Steam Client for Eve? I think the Steam Client, it can cause some weirdiness. I'm not sure on the full weirdiness, but it can cause some weirdiness. I personally just recommend, and this goes in general really, just stick to using the normal client rather than go through Steam. The one flip side on that is it does mean if you wanted to purchase anything through Steam for your character, you would need to find a way to connect those up. I think support can help out with that. But yeah, honestly, it doesn't need to go through Steam. You can get everything, everything you need from that without going through Steam entirely. This combat log-off thing's just unsafe for a moment after combat. It's not very clear. So, yeah, when you've got that timer at the top left of your corner of your screen, what that's showing is, hey, you recently engaged either an NPC or a player. If it's orange, it's an NPC. If it's red, a player or something of that severity. And so it's saying if you were to log off in space rather than in a station, your ship will remain in space until that timer expires, to prevent you logging out in the middle of PvP. But if you dock up in a station, you're safe. Once you are in an NPC station, your ship is safe. If it's in a player station, it's kind of safe, unless the station itself gets blown up. But NPC stations don't get blown up. And a player station doesn't get blown up in 5 minutes. that takes a couple days minimum. So, you're fine. So yeah, that timer at the top left is just saying if you logged out in space, or if you disconnected, it stops you from just immediately vanishing in the middle of a PvP fight. Because that would be bullshit for people. This game has a safe log feature? Yeah. And you can safe log in space. If you've got no timers and got no modules running, you can log off safely. See, it won't let me right now because I've got a module running. I could log off safely. It would give a 30-second countdown, and then once that 30 seconds elapses, your ship cloaks in space and then vanishes entirely. It's gone. And you are logged out. When you log back in, your ship will come out of warp back to the point you left. Let's drop that off there. Mission complete. From Kitar Ang, Republic Intelligence tells me you might have a lead on our prodigal son, Dagon. He needs to be taken down for everyone's good. The Republic will watch you back. Okay. Good to know. And yep, we saw the ship take off. Yeah. Yeah, the alpha, which is not paid subscription, is basically an infinite free trial. You'll have access to a significant portion of the game, but higher tier things will be outside of your remit. Higher tier things including using anything more than a basic mining ship, anything more than a basic hauling ship in those respective areas. You'll be locked out of high tier industry for invention and high tier construction. You'll be locked out of Tech 2 ships, which are specialized advanced variants. For example, a Tech 1 exploration ship has no ability to use a covert cloak, but it can still scan down, it can still hack things, and it can use some basic drones to defend itself. A Tech 2 can cloak, as well as scan and hack, but it can't use drones to defend itself. A Tech 2 exploration ship is much more fragile. It's specialized into being pure explorer. Kind of. I'm oversimplifying for the sake of having this sentence wrap up sooner than 2 hours from now. But yeah. So it's not like a hard lock-off from free-to-pay content. Some games are down for it. Yeah. So, just to, again, give a quick glimpse at the ship tree, for example. So, if we go for the Amarian ship tree. Over here, we got the rookie ship, which you start out in. It's a rookie ship, they're free. You have your basic frigates. And when I say basic, this one can explore. This one is good for energy turrets and uses a few drones. This one is good for energy turrets. Doesn't use drones, but instead has stronger armor. This one uses weapon disruptors to make its targets have shorter range or worse tracking on their guns, or it can use missile disruptors as well. It also uses drones. This one uses energy turrets and is able to use webifiers and warp disruptors much more easily due to the reduced activation cost. And then this one is a repair ship, so rather than attacking others, it will target its friends and repair their armor, and it has bonuses to do that better. All of that is just in this one category of Amarian frigate. Basic. You also have access to Navy frigates, which are either buffed versions of basic frigates or variants of them. If you go this way, we've got destroyers. Guess what they do? They destroy. Cruisers, battle cruisers, even battleships. Free-to-play can access those. You got a fleet line ship, heavy armor resistances, large energy turrets. This one doesn't have as big an armor bonus, but instead its turrets are much more effective because they have longer range and better tracking. Or this one doesn't even use lasers, it's focused on drones and energy neutralization. And this is one of the factions. You then have Caldari, Galente, Mimita, and so on. Tech 2 and Tech 3, a free-to-play does not have access to. Capital ships, free-to-play does not have access to. But to put this into perspective, this capital ship here, the Nakfar, apparently has an estimated price of 4 billion ISK just for the hull itself. Not even counting the skills to get there, not counting all of the modules it needs to fit, not counting the support they'll want around it of other players, other ships. And a 1-month subscription costs about 3 billion ISK. If you get it with no discount whatsoever. Zero discount is about 3 billion ISK, and the base hull for this ship alone is apparently 4 billion. There's some perspective. These are not small things to play around with. But yeah. If you look at it free to play, fuck it, try it out. Worst case scenario, you look at it and go, nah, I'm good, thanks. How far in the game does it really start to hamper you? I'd say a decent amount, yeah. And even then, define hamper. Like, missing out on Cloak, yeah, you feel it. If you wanted to get into mining significantly, it would start hampering you after about maybe a couple hours. But that's because you were trying to go into something where if people could have lots and lots of free accounts doing the mining, the nature of that gameplay is very scalable across multiple accounts. That would lead to serious botting issues. So a lot of the alpha restrictions are to avoid botting issues. That's what it comes down to. Can't find the spot to sell some refined ore. When you say sell some refined ore, what exactly you want about there, Amaz? Yeah. Just a reminder for everyone trying this out, even if you've already created an account, by the way, if you've already created an account, make sure you do use that sign-up link, because if you've created an account and not used a sign-up link, you're missing out on 1 million skill points. That link still gives you it. You can retroactively claim it, even if your account is years old and you just never used one of those links before. You can still retroactively get that 1 million skill points. So I highly recommend that. It's very nice that CCP do that, but yeah. Oh, from WordKit, if you get a subscription, acquire the paid stuff, then cancel later. Do you lose access to the paid stuff you got? Kind of. So, you see this ship here that I'm flying. It's a Tech 3 destroyer. If I were to suddenly run out of subscription right now, I would not be able to undock. But the ship wouldn't vanish, and the skills I've acquired to fly it wouldn't vanish. But anything active, such as continuing skill training into non-alpha skills beyond the alpha limit, continuing to fly those Tech 3 and Tech 2 ships, I would need to resubscribe to gain access to them again. Any skills that are not for alphas would simply disable, they wouldn't be active. But if my subscription ran out and I wanted to fly a Tech 1 destroyer with Tech 2 guns, I absolutely still could. No restriction on that whatsoever. And whenever I resubscribe, it all just instantly comes back. Literally instant. You could be in the middle of space, in a ship you're no longer allowed to fly. You go, oh fuck, my sub ran out. You turn it on, and now you're good again. Yeah, it's pretty logical. Like, you wouldn't expect it to be any other worse way, but that's how it is. Back on with this. Sealing the deal. Oh, sorry, yeah. Don't understand, is selling not a thing? Could have swore it showed it. Yeah, you can sell things, Amaz. Okay, I think I understand. Right. So, you might be in this situation. You've got, say, if this was the Rock, it's in your item hangar, it's in your cargo, you're like, okay, where's sell it? I can buy it, but where's sell it? It's in the wrong place. It's still on your ship. You need to get it in the station. So move it to your item hangar. Once it's there, right-click, there's sell. You can't sell it from inside your ship, it has to actually be in the station. You can't just dock at a port, so you need to deliver the cargo. If that's not the issue you're having, maybe you can explain the issue better. Right then, seal of the deal. Karen's information is still coming in, but if you really want to find Hagen, you're going to have to help us deal with a little problem. The Society of Conscious Thought has deployed a refitted cruiser, the Omnipresence, nearby, with a substantial escort. We think they may be recording our local communications. If they are, there's a good chance they'll be able to decipher them and root out our agent. The Society will certainly murder our sister if they uncover our identity. We need you to locate the Omnipresence and destroy her. If necessary, engage her escort, but try not to destroy them. The loss of human life would be catastrophic. Alright, try to take out just the Society spy, just the Omnipresence. Got it. See how that goes. Do the origin factions matter, or is it just a cosmetic choice? It determines your very first starting skills. It determines the appearance options available to your character, and it determines the rookie ship you get. So, like, I always get a Galente rookie ship if I pick up one. If you chose Amar, you would always get an Amarian rookie ship. That is about the extent of the differences. So, for example, if I just open up the ship tree again, you would start with, if you chose Mimitor, level 1 in Mimitor frigate. Oh, look at that, you can fly a Sasha. And you'd have level 1 in Mimitor guns called small projectile turrets. But in a few minutes, you could train into Amar instead. And a few minutes, you could train into Caldari instead. Big whoop-de-doo-dah. So there's not really much a difference between them. Not in that regard. You can easily cross-train. I've actually cross-trained into all 4 factions. Near fully would be slightly overselling it, but I've cross-trained into a lot.
Warp drive active.
Including the Tech 3 Amarian destroyer, despite being a Galente citizen. It's like focus schools in Warframe. A good comparison, yeah. It's like focus schools in Warframe. You start with one of them with basically nothing in it. But hey, you got a lens. But you can switch into any of them. There's basically no restriction. It's even easier than the focus schools. Alright, there's our target. 1 Society spy and its escort that we'd like to apparently not destroy. But it says we need to destroy all enemies. No, we don't. I read the mission brief. I only need to destroy that thing. And it's dead. Excellent. From Adana Youssef. I'm Adana Youssef from Ishakon Internal Security. We've been monitoring data traffic between you and the Servant Sisters of Eve. No, don't get excited. We're all on the same side here. The state will help you get Dagon. As long as you hand him over to us once you've got him.
Warp drive
Interesting.
active.
Oh, true, yep. Ellie has pointed out one other thing. Which origin faction you pick determines where you start. So if you choose a MAR, you'll be in a MAR space, there'll be more MAR things available to you, there'll be a MAR-styled NPCs to fight. Choose Galente, put Galente wherever I just said a MAR. And so on and so forth.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, that's really all there is to it on that one. Everything you get as a rookie also is going to be, honestly, cheap as chips. So, if you ended up moving somewhere else, not a problem. If you left it behind and just started afresh, not a problem. Alright, start this conversation. Mission complete. Ship's been destroyed. No indication managed to inform the Society Masters. Good. New mission. Chasing shadows. Our agent hasn't been able to determine where Dagon is, but in decoding her sensory data, we managed to pick up a clue. An Amar pilot named Kritson Parthus recently delivered a cargo of drone parts to Dagon. These parts were black market and may have been scavenged from some of your recent battles. We contacted Parthus. He's an independent operator, but wouldn't see the light. We managed to locate him by tracing his communication signals. Unfortunately, it'll be necessary for you to bring him in for meeting under duress. Our archive data suggests that Parthus will travel with a small contingent of support ships. Identify his command vessel, destroy it, and bring him to me personally. Let's go get Kritson. Boop. The minimum ships you've seen are 71mm plus. Or 71 meter plus. I'm not sure what you're referring to at this point. Sorry, Amaz.
Warp drive
Like,
active.
frigates cost, at the very cheapest, like 200,000 ISK, but the majority of them are in the region of like 5 to 600,000 ISK for a basic frigate. Ah, Mythic, I love it. The bot has worked perfectly. Ah! Good shit. Good shit right there. Kritson, hello there. Would you like to be blapped? It's not an option. You are being blapped. Do not resist. Okay. Okay, 2 shots, not dead yet. You impress me. I will simply move my ship slightly closer so I can webify you. Where do you think you're going, buddy? Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going? Oh, that's an energy neutralizer. Yeah. Kritson, please perish, 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 perish. Thank you. That's an Amal citizen you've kidnapped, pilot. But if I understand your motives correctly, we can overlook that. Once you've extracted Dagon's location, we'll help you bring the Hammer of God down on this bastard. I looted the wreck assuming that was where the guy was. Turns out I was already in my cargo.
Warp drive active.
Oh, excuse me. Amaz, sorry, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific. What's your actual question, please? Ah, I am nearly out of water. I am out of water. And it's a long way to the tap.
Docking permission requested.
For as I say, I think lore videos about the player-driven politics and how it's impacted the game as a whole will be cool. There are some, but mostly some really condensed versions. Those cover things of military loss. There are videos out there that cover that kind of thing. You will have to look for them, but they are out there. I think a series people often recommend, I've not watched myself, but they recommend, is called Clarion Call. It's an older one, but it's still EVE Online. Showing you where the small ships are. Okay, so you see the ship tree on your Neocom, left-hand side, ship tree. Or if needs be, you go into the menu and it... Where would it be in here? Under ship, that makes sense. Ship. Ship tree. You open up that, and it shows you ships. I don't know which faction you've started, but it's going to be the same kind of thing with the first 4. Frigates. are these ones. These are really cheap ones. So it's like Berlin, 200,000. Kestrel, 675,000. Griffin, 470,000. And if they cost a lot more where you are, then where you are is selling them more expensively, and you'd want to travel to somewhere that is not as expensive. That would be one of the trade hubs. So depending on which faction you start, a different trade hub will be closer to you. I don't know where you are to confirm that, though. Let's complete this mission. They'll handle Palthus. Rest assured, he'll be treated humanely and compensated well. Good, I guess. What's next? The missing piece. Oh my. It's all coming together now, chat. It's all coming together. We finally determined Dagon's location. It appears that he's outfitting another expedition. If he successfully acquires more of these drones, and worse, maintains control of them, he and his clients will be able to wreak terrible destruction across the cluster. I'm sure you can take out Dagon yourself, but it looks like he's hired some muscle. You've made some Imperial contacts, yes? They might be able to clear a path for you to engage Dagon. The Empires will want Dagon not just for justice, but for his knowledge. Accept their help, but consider delivering him into our merciful hands instead. We'll spare him, and make sure his knowledge does no harm. You have to make a choice between the Empires. Which one do you want to help you in taking down Dagon? So we've got the Galente Commander, Brus Coltern. Coltern is an idealist, but effective. You find him a reliable ally. There is Kita Ang, a veteran of the Mimita Republic fleet. She is a brilliant tactician, if impatient. There is Adani Yusuf, a contractor with Ishakon, and they are eager to speak to me in Sosh. I've heard he is a very model of an efficient Caldari soldier. And lastly, Amar has Leah Ivanus, a commander of some fame to Monarch. She is a firm defender of the Amar faith. Her zeal will prove effective against Dagon. Now, for all the lore and whimsy that may be involved in this, the real interest to me is I want the faction standing gained by going with the Caldari commander. Let us accept this choice. Have fun! Thanks. Alright. Destination set. 5 jumps to go. Close out of here. Let's head on over to Sosh. Quick lickety-split. Heading on over.
Warp drive active.
Yes, Queen? I've streamed for twice the usual duration. That I have. This has been far longer than I intended. But, you know, I'm alive and it's running, so we're good. Can this be a thing? Regularly? No. Not regularly. At least with this, directing the stream through, it allows me to keep it going. Stream quality would usually dip if I tried to drag out a stream for 6 hours and that kind of thing. Because how often, Queen, do I load up a stream and you come in having no idea what my plan is and it looks like I have no idea what my plan is? How often does that look like the case?
Warp drive active.
Have I considered increasing stream time, even if only from 3 to 4 hours? I've considered it. It's an option, but it's not one I am currently floating. Longer stream is perk of the new place, right? Yeah, so it allows me to do this impromptu. I don't have to juggle it around people. That's all. You gotta remember that streaming is still only one part of what I do as a creator. Sometimes it's only one part of it, because, well, it is only one part of it, because I also got the YouTube videos that I work on, and that's a significant portion of my time. Like, that's not something I can just throw together in a few minutes. There's the research, the scripting, the recording, both audio and video, including all the scene decisions that need to be made for that. Then there's the editing, bringing it all together. Like, it's not a small process. Yeah. How long did I expect this arc to take today? I was expecting 2 to 3 hours. I was expecting 2 to 3 hours. I completely misjudged how long this would take. I didn't actually look into any proper walkthroughs or anything like that. I genuinely just went in like, yeah, a couple hours, it'll be fine.
Warp drive active.
Here we are. Here we are. Now, I haven't been speeding my way through this. Part of the reason why I think the guides seem to downplay the amount of time taken is because they're not downplaying it. They talk about it from the perspective of someone just playing the mission. I've read out every single mission briefing. Every single one of them. And I've been chatting with you lot, including taking time where we've just been docked at a station talking about sweet nothing related to the quest whatsoever. So, whilst the missions itself absolutely could be done in a couple hours,
Active.
if you really, really focus on it. I've not made that an option, have I? And enjoying the Solo Down series? Don't have to make a second account myself now and just live through, stroll through that. Fair enough, Prezi, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, when it comes to streaming then, and the time that it takes, take a standard 40-hour work week. Where it's not actually 40 hours, you have like half hour to an hour for lunch. I'll let myself an hour. So, take your work week, it's not even 40 hours for a standard full-time work week, right? Now account for the amount of time streaming. I stream a minimum of 9 hours a week straight up. Why am I not docking at a station? Is there a station? Or do I need to go to Adani Yusuf? That sounds like the right person. I'm going to warp to that.
Warp drive active.
Maybe, Queen. Maybe we'll be having Mythic join us in the future, yeah? So with the streams, it's 9 hours a week just live, and I usually overrun, so that's a little bit more. There's a setup before stream, there's the admin after stream. So all told, I actually spend around 11 to 12 hours a week on streams alone. 11 to 12 hours. It's closer to 12. Now factoring the amount of time spent on making YouTube videos, now factoring the amount of time spent on admin of this community, of running Discord, of dealing with moderation stuff, of emails I have coming in. When you add it all up, if I were to stream significantly more on the regular, you would be seeing less content elsewhere. That's the trade-off. Because I can only really do so much without burning out. That is the trade-off. Yo, Adani Yusuf. Our man Dagan. We're ready when you are. My forces will disarm the station, engage Dagan, and retrieve him from his pod. Off we go.
Warp drive active.
Queen, does it seem like I'm doing this on the regular, or is it me making a conscious choice this time, Queen? Don't make me regret giving you more content. I will give you less if it ceases complaints. Alrighty, well, yeah, looks like the Caldari fleet and Dagan fleet are trading. Oh, yeah, Dagan's left and his escorts. Well, as it so happens, I have the ability to snipe, so let's get rid of those escorts real quick, before Dagan's even a threat to me. One escort down. Oh, hi, Dagan. Keep at a range current. So as he approaches me, I just move away from him. And now let's put the hate onto Dagan. Now, I don't know if these lasers are going to be sufficient to break him or if I need to use my close-up ones, but let's work on it. I don't remember if Dagan is armor or shield tank from what I've read. I just know that my lasers should do some work, so let's see what happens, eh? That's the thing, Queen. I will do extra online fun streams when I have the opportunity and a reason to do so. You've seen plenty of Warframe stream overrun as well. You already get the benefits you're asking for. They're just not scheduled, that's all. The schedule remains and will stay, for now, 3x3. 3x3. Alright, we are through the shields, digging into armor. Looks like it has got shield repair. So that is fine. We are absolutely crushing that. I do not need to put in any additional effort. I don't need to risk getting up close to the weapons of this one. Because I did recall reading its weapons are effective out to 30 kilometers. And I'm at 35! Sucker! Look at those guns. Look at them. They're doing nothing. Nothing. Just too good. Taken. It's taken. Sorry, dead again. Ha ha. And let's go get Dagon from the cargo container. Is there anything else worth looting around here? Oh, there are a couple things I could attempt to scan. Grab the cargo, switch to fast. That's got no loot of interest. That needs to be closed before I can scan it. Oops, I accidentally broke my lock on it. Now let's scan it. Nope. Alright, yeah, so the loot from this entire SOE has been terrible. Jesus. We'll just drag our corpse over to this thing, grab the loot, and move on our merry way. Taken! Acquired. Alright then, let's get back to the location.
Warp drive active.
Heading on over to Adani Yusuf. SOE, Sisters of Eve. The faction this whole series of missions is based around. Alright. Hello there. Here, one Dagon, as requested. You set a fine example. We will show reels of the fight in Core Academy for years. Excellent. As per our agreement with Sisters of Eve, we will turn Dagon over to their care. The Sisters of Eve ship awaits his delivery. Sister Alitura assures me Dagon will be treated humanely. Alright then, I accept. Good, good. Now get out there and give me some results. Alright then, we have Dagon once again. We need to go to a new location.
Warp drive active.
I mean, it was a logical answer, really, but sure. And this is going to give us another million-isk. Yay! Let's head on over to this location. Whatever needs to happen will happen. Need to activate the acceleration gate. Okie dokie. Into a dead space we go.
Warp drive active.
I do like the glow on those. It does look nice. Ah, Alitura, once again! Hello, old friend. Simply deposit Dagon into the Wreath Prison Transport, and your long journey will be at an end. No matter what you see, I must ask you stay calm and do not fire. That's possibly the most concerning thing she could have said there. I do see... Interesting. A battleship from each of the 4 main empires surrounding this prison transport. Okay. Here's my ship on the approach. No matter what we see, do not fire. What might I see? Does it look like this? I repeat, do not fire. Drone structure? Oh my. What have you got yourselves into? Here's your Dagon. And it's gone. I told you had nothing to fear, pilot. Thanks for your help. The rogue drones need no longer be a hindrance to our efforts. Return to your commander, and tell him Dagon will no longer trouble the Empires. Farewell. Perhaps there is hope for your kind yet. Okay. Not sure what to make of that, other than let's get out of here and claim our bounty. Yep, this is EVE Online. Morally grey doesn't even begin to cover it. Morally absolutely dripping with ichor black. Let us simply claim our rewards and move on. Hello, Adani. Once more. Mission successful. The rogue drones did what? That's the damnedest thing. I've heard that they can think for themselves. I never heard them just watching like that. There's something much larger going on than we realize. Regardless, you've been a tremendous help to the Caldari state. Whether you continue your efforts defending the empires or forge your own empires with your fellow Capsuleers in the depths of lawless space, know that you have proven your worth as a demigod. And with that, ISK acquired, but most notably, Adani here went from a very nasty -4 to me to a much more pleasant result. We find our Caldari relationship. If we find our Caldari relationship... No, it's selected, it's right there. Minus 2.81, up from minus 4.04. That is a significant increase. Base stat before the derived standing, minus 5.95 became minus 4.56, a huge increase. Huge. Sorry, I'm a little bit close to your ship there. Let me move that away. There we are. Anyway. There's a lot of stuff. What's the overarching story here? So basically there was a wreckage. We went to investigate. Turns out there was something weird going on because the wreck was destroyed not by ship fire. They discovered that there were rogue drones all over the place. Something was corrupting the drones. Then they discovered that it was actually someone trying to get control of the drones themselves and creating his own controllable botnet. There was some side stories here or there, like discovering that a Amarian noble had accidentally given away secrets to some spy, various bits and pieces like that. Someone challenged us to a duel, we murdered them, we took out some noble's daughter, we blew up some pirates, assassinated a drug baron, bit of all over the place, helping out various factional details here or there. We helped a Caldari commander discover that the person running a defensive operation was a uneducated idiot simply connected through nepotism, and he saw to it that they were replaced with someone far more competent, that sort of thing. All of that culminating in acquiring... Oh, hello there. All of that culminating in acquiring the pirate, I suppose, behind it all. Also, someone has just warped in this fancy-looking ship. They have also just been doing this same mission series as myself, and they've chosen the same pathway. That there is a Tech 2 Command Destroyer of Triglavian variety, and they've just entered warp, so they're about to vanish. Bye! I wouldn't have thought about using a Triglavian Command Destroyer for this, but hey, fair enough, you know, it's the ship you have. Did EVE add an FPS component? They're developing it. It's not complete yet, but they're developing it. I've seen mixed opinions on it. I'm gonna wait and see, I'll be honest. I'm gonna wait and see. But there we are then. That is where we're gonna wrap this up. There are some stations owned by players I can dock at. Can I dock at this one? I have docking access. Why can't I click dock? Structure is not online? Oh, it's anchoring. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. I'll dock at a different structure then.
Warp drive.
Let's go dock at a random structure, and that is where we'll be able to wrap it all up. Absolutely. But that has been far, far longer than intended, and I definitely will not be reading through all of that blurb text every single time if I were to rerun this. I'm curious to see if I could speed it at some point in the future. Oh look, this station's actually mining a moon. Huh.
Docking request accepted.
Anyway, not my interest. It's alright, Mantis. It's alright. I am live a lot later than normal. I can understand your misunderstanding there. Or unawareness. Anyway, we're docked up in this station. That's all we need to do right now. Thank you everyone for joining in, and I do hope you have yourselves an absolutely wonderful weekend. I'll be live again on a Sunday with some more good old Warframe. In the meantime, have yourselves the best time. Ta-ta.